investors, look what's making headlines around the world. Private equity billionaire Orlando Bravo is defending Thoma Bravo's software-heavy strategy after a $5 billion plus loss on Medallia. As AI reshapes the software industry, the firm is betting billions on AI tools, partnering with Google and telling investors the Medallia wipeout was a one-off and not a sign of broader trouble. Nick's fever has taken over New York, and it continues, it persists today. It's millions of people packed Broadway for the team's first ever championship parade. The celebration runs from the Bowling Green to City Hall, where the team will receive the keys to the city from Alicia Keys. Fans are so desperate for a prime view, some are paying professional line sitters as much as $950 to hold front row spots. And if you're just heading out now, you're too late. The NYPD says viewing areas along the route have already reached capacity and are closed. And if you leave those pens, you won't be able to get back in later. The AI boom is getting a jolt from Washington. The U.S. moved to restrict access to Anthropic's most powerful models. Good morning. For investors, it's not just whether AI companies can grow. So Intel is up on a deal with Apple. Chips are up. Most of the chips are up this morning.
And let's discuss all that with Bloomberg Intelligence head of global tech coverage, Mandeep Singh. Mandeep, it's a new thing to consider, but granted, everything about the AI revolution we're experiencing is new. What's your understanding and where talks are with these frontier models and the White House?
So apparently, futures are higher after the U.S. and Iran signed a deal. We'll see how that works out over the next couple of years of the Trump presidency. Interesting, the markets have shifted to talking about other things now. Got about 9 minutes to go. 9 minutes.
We saw that with DeepSeek, and if it's a really powerful model, then distillation is a real concern for Anthropic's models.
Mandeep, I want to ask about, well, first of all, the Apple deal with Intel. Are they going to be ordering $1 billion of chips a year from Intel? I mean, how big is this? How important is it to the company that still loses, many billions of dollars every year?
I mean, there's no doubt that right now we are capacity constrained on the fab side, and TSMC probably hasn't done a great job of, comforting their customers that they will be expanding capacity. And so now everyone, who is a TSMC customer is looking for that diversification on the fab manufacturing side. And what are the options there? I would say that's part of the reason why, SpaceX is considering Intel for their terafabs, and now Apple is considering Intel. So the fab side of the Intel will definitely get a boost because of, the geopolitical concerns and the need to diversify your supply chain, for a company like Apple.
Is this order, or potential order, Tim Cook throwing Intel and via Intel, President Trump a bone in order to get memory restrictions lifted so that he can get cheaper components and doesn't have to raise prices the way he has told the Wall Street Journal he's going to?
I mean, there could be a little bit of that, and there's no doubt that, the U.S. administration wants companies to use more local manufacturing. So in that regard, clearly, all these companies have to do something about it, especially the ones that are heavy TSMC users. But from the perspective of memory pricing, I don't think there is a lot, in terms of the immediate impact. These are more longer-term plans in terms of when they will start using the Intel fabs, and it'll be a few months or maybe
All right, let's get ready for the opening bell. 5 minutes to go. 5 minutes to go. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Thursday, June 18th. I hope everyone had a good evening. Futures are driving higher, starting to break out now. Okay. Let's see, SPY. About to erase yesterday's move lower. Bearish bets are going to evaporate at this rate. All right, so if VIX gets down to the lows again, I'll probably buy some August 20s or something like that. We can get down to like 16 or so. I was going to buy some yesterday, and the markets wind up spiking on the new Fed president's commentary. Now the markets are back up. So VIX should be back down closer to 17. The Core 1M, that spiked as well, spiked higher. It's up near 12 again. Okay, so a lot of options got crushed yesterday. Another good reason why we decided it made sense to start rolling out or moving positions out to August. In February, March, we were starting to do that, sending most of our positions out to June or later. And over the last few weeks, obviously, rolling from June to July, July to August, etc. So now you can see why we did that. I'm sure you understood it before. It's just giving ourselves time. And now Intel's showing signs it's going to break out. So Intel up this morning on the deal with Apple.
As global markets face disruption, Dubai is reinforcing its appeal to international business. Not by chance, by design. The resilience is being shaped by future-focused policy and an ecosystem built for growth, strengthening key sectors against extreme shocks. Dubai's financial center has seen a surge in activity, and for many global companies, it remains the destination to scale, all creating an economy built to accelerate through uncertainty.
If you can't win up to $500 in your real cash game, just delete the app. Why don't you try Tang Luck? This game is free and chase the jackpot thrill. No ads, no scams. You have a chance to win up to $500. Tap this video to download and try it now. You have a chance to hit big wins, like $6,000 or more. No ads, no scams, no withdrawal limits. You can quickly cash out to your bank account. Try it now.
As the future of money to others. We see crypto's $1 trillion swings, while others follow the noise.
All right. We got a little bit more than a minute to go.
Built on opinions. That's the old way. The new way is Bloomberg Equity Indices, built using transparent, rules-based methodologies that are more responsive to changes in the market.
Get ready.
By 450 billion daily data points and backed by research from hundreds of global experts, delivering benchmarks driven by the markets, not opinions. Bloomberg Equity Indices. Get evolved benchmarks for today's equity markets. Bloomberg Power Players returns to New York, powered by Bloomberg's award-winning journalists. Front row conversations with the voices shaping the future of sports and business, where game changers meet from the boardroom to the locker room, a place for bold ideas, powerful insights, and high-impact conversations. Every sport grounded in Bloomberg Insight. Join us. Bloomberg Power Players, New York, September 10th, 2026.
This is it. The trade that will make your number. And with next generation speed, automation, and integration, this is the new fixed income EMS that will make sure you win. Expect more of your execution management system. Bloomberg Trade EMS.
Okay, we are open. Let's see. Would like to reduce my risk a little bit. We do have a lot of reasons to think the markets are going to continue. Okay, 131.35 on the Intel. Okay. All right, ARM Holdings is up. There goes Apple. Apple on the move. Apple, Intel. Google. Surging. Okay, Intel, a little profit taking up here at the recent highs, looking for a breakout. Looking for a breakout, Intel. Should break through 132. MACD's turned up. A little profit taking first thing this morning, not surprising. Okay, there goes Apple. Okay, looking at the number of stocks advancing this morning. Got 353 at this point. Yesterday, we started off with about 140, 130, something like that. It was really low. Back up to more advancing, more stocks advancing. Let's take a look at junk bonds. Get a temperature, take the market's temperature this morning. Let's see. Junk bonds gapping back up to the 50-day after a down day yesterday, looking for this to get back above and for the 10-year yield to move lower. Provided these things happen, we should see the markets continue to trend higher. Okay, the 10-year looks like it's going to lose the 50-day. Hopefully it does. Hopefully it does. Let's look at the S&P first thing this morning. 1 minute chart coming off the low, gapping up off the low. Looks good. Advanced decline percent. Let's just check that. It should match what we're seeing right now. Everything's turned up, so that's good. Buy the dip. Okay, everything's turned up this morning. Intel surging now. There goes Intel. Okay, Intel. I do have the 130, 135 for September, so I'll take profits on this, and I will roll out some. I'll roll some out. May roll this out. Let me go 135, 140, 135, 140. Okay, I rolled out to 135, 140. Intel. I had 130, 135, so I rolled out to 135, 140 for now. Let's see what Apple's doing. Apple up. Today is the last trading day of the week. We have a lot of things expiring. Today, Thursday, there's no Friday, obviously. All right, just taking a few things off right now. Taking some profits. Rolling out Intel to higher strikes further out in time. Okay. All right. CBRS. Where are you? Okay. CBRS. Okay. Intel still driving. Intel surging. It's up at just tagged 135. Intel just tagged 135. Let's see. Intel. Okay, Intel on the move, having a good day. Chips are up. Okay, ARM Holdings breaking out. Okay, Oracle's down. CBRS is down. Taiwan Semi moving higher. Taiwan Semi. All right, we're going to have a technical breakout here if Intel continues. Okay, we got the previous high. Previous high, top of this range. We talked about this before. 220% gain led to some consolidation. We had a descending channel, came down and retested it. It's above the 21-day. Doji day yesterday, even considering the carnage that we saw in the markets. Today, we're gapping up and looking like we're going to break and start trending again. Intel on the Apple deal. Okay, let's take a look at a few other things and see. All right, so advanced decline is looking good. Let's see what kind of energy we have. Up, down volume. All right, so again, today, the Caterpillar following through from yesterday. Home Depot looks like it wants to take out 340. Up, down volume is not huge. It's 1.5 on the Q, 1.5 on the SPY, 2-to-1 on the NASDAQ Composite, 1.7 on the New York Stock Exchange, 3-to-1 on the IWM, 3-to-1 up volume, and the Dow Industrial is 1.3. So it's not huge in terms of a volume surge. Futures are pulling back in a little bit, taking profit taking. Okay, still in the same mindset. I want to be reducing my exposure. We do have the deal out of the way, the deal being signed by the U.S. and Iran, apparently. All right, so now that the deal is done, do we pop and fade? Do we sell the news? What are we going to do? So we have to keep an eye on price action. A lot of stocks have risen back up to highs after getting trounced yesterday. So I want to take a look at those stocks that got beat up yesterday and see if I can't get out at break even or move the stock out, give myself some time, or reduce my exposure and give myself some more time because these look okay. All right, GLW, the fiber optic companies moving higher. Applied Materials have been strong this week. Applied Materials continuation. So there were a lot of stocks showing relative strength yesterday that kept going. There goes Nike now. Nike on the move. Okay, that got hit yesterday, bouncing at the 50-day. I want to see that back up above 45. Okay, Intel got rejected at 135. It's going to start trending most likely, Intel. Intel most likely will start trending. Okay, so we looked at this. Intel breaking out of this channel, retesting, looking for the follow through. Okay, looking good. Looking good. RSI is rising. MACD's crossed over. Stochastic's turning back up. And volume, the previous 5 trading days looks pretty good. Look for Intel to continue.
being down 12% from its all-time high. So we've climbed back a lot, but Microsoft, Alphabet, Tesla, the Mag 7 is still having a not so good day. We're going to be moving on from the Mag 7 as this market force very shortly. When it comes to the sectors, as Darren mentioned, the semis doing really well, which is why Infotech is one of the top ones alongside industrials. That's up 1.6%. And the price of oil continuing to fall.
IREC, CRVO maintained in less than a minute.
Oil back on the market quicker than they anticipated. So oil took a leg down, energy on 2%.
Okay, all the New York FANGs are pulling back at the moment. Okay, looks like people are taking the opportunity to reduce their risk. I think that's a wise thing to do. Pretty wise thing to do. I would assume that reducing our risk right now makes sense, especially after that down bar yesterday. Shows you there is some potential for carnage, even with stocks moving higher, like what we've just been reviewing here. Okay, let's look at the S&P. Okay, this is S&P. Western Digital higher, Intel higher, breaking out, SNDK. These are looking good. So I'd be reducing my exposure, but still being involved, bringing my stops up and tight underneath today's price action. This is the last trading day of the week. Okay, on semiconductor, all the chips are up today. Okay, Taiwan Semi climbing. Okay, let's look at Taiwan Semi. I have a position in Taiwan Semi, looking for that to break higher. Okay, it's about to take out the highs. Bollinger Bands, top and bottom, are paralleling price. So that's telling you look for a grind higher. If that lower band starts to open up and the upper band starts to move away from each other, that's telling you look for a fast follow through. We're coming up against the 449 zone where we got rejected a few weeks ago. Taiwan Semi looking good. New York FANGs are getting thrashed about right now. So we hit a high and came back in. Yesterday we were talking about either this is going to move back towards a 50-day or head towards a 21-day. Right now we're just kind of hanging out here. Looks like people taking profits. I'm assuming that the first 15 or 20 minutes, 30 minutes or so, we'll have people take profits. If institutions come in, they usually do it in the evening session. I'd be very curious to see if they buy this dip right now. Watching hedge flows. Okay. Still pretty purple. What's going on here? Net OI. Okay. There's not a whole lot going on. Okay. Not a whole lot of volume. Not a whole lot of trading going on. We got a pocket of positive gamma down below. You see that? Okay. So I don't see anything for now. I don't see anything. I don't see anything worth trading at the moment. Let's see if we bounce here. We're up quite a bit. Futures are still up just shy of 50 handles. Okay. All right, CBRS trying to put in a higher low, looking for a higher high.
This morning, first up, Citi upgrades Albemarle, saying that higher lithium prices over the next 3 months could lift the company as battery storage demand improves. Next up, Barclays, they upgrade Enphase, saying its push into transformers gives it a grim shot at breaking into the fast-growing data center semiconductor market. Shares only up 1%. Finally, UBS, they downgrade Jefferies, saying the stock already reflects most of the good news, and a major Japanese bank appears to be wrapping up its share purchases. Those shares will change at 0.5% to 1%.
Okay, looking for Intel to continue. Okay. Okay, let's see what's going on with IWM. IWM gapping up this morning, fading. All right, so we're looking for opportunities. If you're going to day trade, you want this to fade first and then turn, unless you took profits into strength. Okay, Intel starting to show some signs of buyers stepping up now. Intel, I might double up on my position. I did roll out and up to 135, 140s. Okay, took profits on half and then rolled up the other half, 135, 140. Okay, NVIDIA turning back up now. All right, so look for these dips this morning, the profit taking. Either we're seeing profit taking with this big move higher, or there's going to be more to it. All right, so fingers crossed that we see some buyers stepping up and that we close higher. Okay, like NVIDIA, I want to see that back above the 50-day. Some of the other names that are at the top of the list, let me just shift gears here for a second. Okay, Intel, Western Digital. Okay, that continues. Note the Bollinger Bands expanding away from each other, like the bell of a trumpet. Okay, that signals a fast move. We are at highs. Watch RSI. We've been overbought at these levels. I would think reducing your exposure. What I would do if I had like Western Digital, I don't have a position, but what I'd be doing is reducing my position as this rises and then bring my stop underneath today's low so that I can continue to collect cash if this continues and does exactly the same thing on Monday. So be it. But I want to collect as much as I can. If I had done that with Micron, I wouldn't have sold down here near 500. 530, I think, was where we got out, and it just kept going. Okay, so Micron, let's see, SNDK, all of these look good, following through. ARM Holdings, breaking out to new highs. ARM, watching that upper band to move away from the lower band to roll over and to open up. Again, here, ARM, I'd be reticent. I'd be looking to bring my stop up underneath 440 here as this breaks out. It's been a hell of a run. It could do a Micron. I keep thinking it's going to do a Micron double from here. And watch people in disbelief as it continues. What's DoorDash doing? DoorDash was one that we looked at early in the week. All right, flagging. Popping on Tuesday, popping on Monday. Flagging now. Looking for this to follow through. Same thing with Home Depot. Home Depot looking for that to continue trending. Nike looking for that to get back above 45. What are some of the other ones? Wells Fargo looking for the banks to continue trending. Wells Fargo, Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley. These all look good. Banks still look good. MS, JP Morgan, GS.
Everyone is searching for a holy grail of that. Elsewhere in the world of AI, Beta's been one of the founding partners for this Open AI Deploy Co. This partnership you did alongside some of your peers. I know it's still very early days, but have you gotten your hands on their FDEs, their forward deployment engineers yet? Are they starting to look?
Okay, Intel pulling back in now. Intel,
The latest on that.
NVIDIA. NVIDIA trying to get back above the 50-day. Applied Materials, that one was up this week. Continuation, Applied Materials. Okay, WDC, AMAT, SNDK, ARM.
And that's going to be at least half the battle in deploying technology. So this kind of a partnership, I think is going to be a terrific in terms of being able to, pour gas in the fire of all that inflection. So there's a long ways to go in terms of building out the people and the tools and the capabilities to really drive that at scale.
That was Bain Capital Co-head of private equity, Chris Gordon, and it's a conversation I had a lot at Super Return too, Matt. I mean, it's been years of private equity investors, of LPs saying, we want cash back. We want you to exit. But the issue is for this industry, they bought things that were really expensive in 2021, and they look at their options. They could sell it to another company, they could sell it to another private equity, they could IPO it, and the reality is they can't get the price that they want, so they're sitting on it.
Was shaping up to be the year.
Yeah, Oracle not doing so good. All right, CRML turning back up. CRML. Okay, Applied Materials still going here. Oracle down. Let's see. AMD. Let's see what AMD is doing. AMD. Okay, that's still consolidating. AMD. It's at the top of yesterday's range. Okay, NVIDIA looking for that to continue. Apple looking for a bounce. Microsoft looking for short covering and a bounce. Looking for the S&P to turn back up too. There's a pocket of positive gamma down below, as you can see. We're currently inside a highly volatile area. The red zone at the open, a lot of negative gamma right where we are right now after gapping up. So watching for these chips to catch a bid, see if they can continue. Okay, Intel, nice profits on Intel. Pulling back a little bit right now on the news. Doing a deal with Apple, watching Apple now. Apple just grinding along. Apple. Inside day for now. Looking forward to get above 302 and that 21-day. SoFi. A little fade yesterday in SoFi. Buyers stepping up again. So these buyers are still here. Looking forward to break above 19. SoFi. Okay, Microsoft turning off the low. Okay, this could get all the way down to the low here. So I'd only day trade this for now. Not crazy about the price action. We got oversold and starting to turn up. Microsoft. Tick cumulative is bearish. We need that to turn up. Tick cumulative. Breadth has been looking pretty good. New York Fang, we're continuing to watch this. I want to see this get back up to the top of its range that I put in this morning. Apple starting to turn. There goes Microsoft. NVIDIA. Okay, Netflix is starting to catch a bit. All right, shorts is starting to cover now. Shorts starting to cover. Okay, I don't know how far this is going to go. Here's AMD. Applied Materials, though. Amazon starting to turn. Amazon rolled over pretty heavy yesterday, right above the 200-day moving average. Not crazy about the chart. Google needs to get back above the 50-day and 370. Meta got whacked yesterday too. Intel still hasn't bounced. Okay, Microsoft still pushing off the low. Microsoft. Okay, Taiwan Semiconductor, Taiwan Semi at the highs, 449. Taiwan Semi. I might reduce my risk in Taiwan Semi. Let's see. Okay. Okay. 490. Okay, looks like it wants to break out. Taiwan Semi. Looks like it wants to break out. That upper band is starting to move away. Just need to see that lower band move away as well. RSI rising. Taiwan Semi. MACD, stochastics, everything rising here. Looking for the breakout, technical breakout. That'll bring in some more short covering. A little stops up here, most likely. Pretty interesting strength, especially after yesterday's dropping. I woke up this morning, I looked at the charts, and I said, oh, man, what do you know? What do you know? So looking at the New York Stock Exchange, had a pretty decent down red bar yesterday. Looking for a bounce, stay above the 9 and 21 day. Hit new all-time highs. Let's go take a look at what institutions are doing. Let's look at their XII. 75 stocks most commonly held in institutions' core portfolios. Important we watch this. We had a red bar yesterday, back to a green bar. Green elder stick, so that's good to see. These are the 75 stocks institutions commonly hold in their core portfolios. So we want to see this move back up to the highs, and we want equal weight to be pointing up and breaking higher. Okay, so we are bouncing. Pretty decent down bar yesterday. Note the Bollinger Bands are starting to come together. So we could consolidate up here, frustrate some people, not give it back. The 50 day is below, 921 day up and to the right. Okay, Apple's starting to move a bit more. Apple. Okay, starting to look good here, Apple. All right, so looking at the 1 minute chart on Apple, we didn't get to oversold, but price action bouncing. So it looks like Apple's going to go some more here. So, slowly but surely, Apple maybe enticing a few more people after the worldwide developer conference. Some people lost faith, and and the stock sold off. Right now, it looks like people are buying the dip. Okay, could still be a lower high and roll over. So there's that possibility. If you bought over the last week or so on that dip, I'd bring my stop up and tight each day. Capitalize on the move that we're seeing right now, but be wary of potential downside. July tends to be the strongest month of the year for tech in particular, so we could see some dip buyers. We're looking for them. All right, the shorts covering on Google, that kind of dissipated already. Intel still pulling back. Sell the news on Intel. That's what it looks like right now. Okay, so looking for this to get oversold. If it gets down here, say near 125, somewhere between 129 and 125, if it starts to bounce and give us a bullish candle, like over here, move back above the 100 period, get some some bullish candles, I might double up on my position. I have the 135, 140 now out in October. So I've been rolling out July, August, September. Now I have October for Intel. Same thing here, bringing my stops up underneath so that I can hold on to most of these profits. If it drops too much more, I'll just go ahead and take profits off entirely and wait for a continuation. Once this gets a continuation move, it starts to move like this over here in April. If it does that again, it trended 220, made 220%, moved sideways for 6 weeks. Now it's breaking out. Trend, consolidate, trend. We're looking for a trend. AMD still kind of fluctuating. CBRS is pulling back. Okay, DoorDash. DoorDash, Home Depot. Let's see, DoorDash. I liked what I saw with DoorDash to start the week on Monday. Needs to get above 174. Let's see what DoorDash has going here. DoorDash. DoorDash. D-A-S-H. Okay. They beat estimates on May 6th. They report again on August the 6th. Earnings growth is flat to slightly lower. Revenue growth has been good. They look for the next quarter, they're looking at, okay, they don't have an estimate here. They made 42 cents last time around. 4 billion. Okay. So it's interesting. They make 4 billion capitalizing on other people's labor, using their car to deliver or whatever, goods and services. So that's pretty good to make $4 billion doing that. Having the network to do it. All right, so Meta's trying to turn up here. Meta. Markets feel a little tired after gapping up. We'll see if we can manage a bounce out of this. I'm going to take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back.
CRB capability and commitment to deliver on our quest stability objective of 2%. That's exactly what we're going to do. In the Fed's review of its strategy over the last any number of years, in January, the Fed, including the strategy that we're still bound by, the Fed statement says that inflation is primarily determined by monetary policy. You bet it is.
Joining us back from his trip to DC, Bloomberg International Economics and Policy correspondent Michael McKee. Mike, what was the takeaway in Bush's communication style and what we should expect from him as Fed chair?
I think the communication style is going to be very direct, but he's not going to be as fulsome as Jay Powell, perhaps, and he's going to limit his comments. He doesn't want to give anything away about what the Fed's future plans might be, because then the markets react. But the interesting thing was, if you look at Dots Go, Matt's favorite function on the Bloomberg, and you can see why the markets reacted the way they did. If it's not forward guidance, then why do we see so many dots move up to the idea of raising interest rates by the end of the year? 9 members said they should raise rates. 6 of them said 2 times. 1 person said 3 times, and there's only 4 meetings left. So the market's obviously thinking that they have some sort of guidance on what the Fed is going to do. And also, Kevin Warsh made it clear that inflation is his number 1 target, and he did mention that, look at this chart, we have not hit the 2% target in 5 years, so maybe we should get about that. I think that's what you're going to kind of expect here.
I do want to point out we're getting some Supreme Court headlines crossing the terminal. One is, I don't know the details, so on its face, it seems fairly disturbing. The Supreme Court backs the rights of some drug users to possess guns.
Not specifically a win for marijuana users, so maybe people that had marijuana charges before couldn't possess a firearm now can.
I guess
Because we've kind of scheduled down how severity of marijuana is.
they say it's inconsistent with the Second Amendment. Just because
SNDG.
the
HIMS.
appellate in this case said he did use marijuana a few times a week, and he owned a gun. And the court said that's okay.
SNDU.
I wasn't thinking, that's not really drugs.
HIMC.
That's like drugs.
GTXD.
Small D.
I mean, because people who drink alcohol have always been able to.
Yeah, that's
So that was part of the argument that was made. You can't really distinguish between the two things.
When I see the headline, backs rights of some drug users to possess guns, I'm thinking about like hard drugs, like pills.
Sure. Yeah.
Pretty hard.
Okay, may rest in 10 seconds.
Yeah, we're waiting for the Lisa Cook decision, right? See, we're waiting for Godot here.
Well, it's the way the Supreme Court works. It's not really,
HML.
it is a long wait for all of these decisions. It
HIMC.
take a long time to write. And in this case, there's two cases that sort of fold together.
NEOB.
The Slaughter case, which involves whether the president can fire somebody from the Federal Trade Commission, and you've heard the term Humphrey's executive, the precedent in law. And then the Cook decision, which sort of turns on that, and they're going to probably put the two together, whether we get them today or not.
Okay, hold it down.
Call on you, Michael McKee, one of our Supreme Court watchers here. Back to the Fed, though. Joining us now is
SMU.
Francis Donald, chief economist at RBC. And
HIMC.
what was your? Wait, no, there's no Francis.
No Francis. We don't have Francis
NEOB.
yet.
No, there she is. Okay, good. You're here, Francis. We've been looking forward to having you, and I've been kind of pondering what I should make of Kevin Warsh. He came out, to me, it seemed incredibly hawkish, right? So focused on inflation, recommitting to getting back to the Fed's goal, even though they don't forecast getting back to that goal for a couple of years. On the other hand, it seems like he's created so many committees or task forces that he may just be kicking the can until he finds an inflation measure that looks better, or until it just naturally comes down. What's your take? Are you muted? Are you muted? Because I don't hear. Can you hear?
I do not hear.
Right, Francis,
Yeah, Francis, make sure you're not muted. And we can try to get back to her.
issues. Mike McKee's still on set. And Mike, do you get my point that it's hard to understand? And I know it's like a tin hat thing, but if you create all these committees, it's such a cliche thing to do that just wastes time. And he kept saying, well, the good news is we've got another 90 days. Now, that's not great news. Well, I want inflation at 4%. The good news would be we're doing something about it to lower it right now.
Well, there's a difference. The thing about monetary policy is that you have to figure out whether what you can do will work. And the problem is what we've seen with a lot of this inflation is it's energy because of the Gulf War. And so the Fed can't really do anything about that. But there are a lot of concerns that maybe it's spreading into other areas, and by delaying, they get a chance to see whether that is in fact correct. And now that the war is over, we're seeing energy prices come down. If that continues, then they may not have to raise rates as quickly or as much as some people on the committee are thinking. But in the areas of Fed operations and how they're going to change things, you have to build consensus. He's been there for 3 weeks, so having these committees, while it does stretch things out, maybe gives him time to get people on his side.
Yeah, because it doesn't seem like you need a task force, especially if you've worked at the Fed yourself for 5 years already. Plus, you have your entire academic and professional career to watch. Like, do you really need a task force to see?
Isn't it good cover if his goal is to do regime change, just coming in with a hammer? That's not exactly going to get the other FOMC members on board with you. Like, the task force feels like a way to kind of like corral.
Well, they've been talking about these things for a long time. They just finished last year the new framework for how they do monetary policy, which included the balance sheet. So it's not something new. And the same thing with communications. They've talked about that for a very long time.
All right, I'm being told that we have Francis now, and the connection is good, and she can hear us, and we can hear her. So let's give it another shot. Francis, thank you so much for joining us. What was your take after the first Warsh Fed meeting yesterday?
Well, if only the Fed could solve inflation as easily as your team has solved our audio issues today. I felt like for the first time we were acknowledging the elephant in the room, which is inflation is a problem in America. And we haven't been hearing that from the Federal Reserve. And not just because of energy, 40% of the CPI basket is running above 3%. And that includes food, housing, daycare, medical services, everything to pet services is running too hot. We finally have a central banker who said that's not okay. It's a persistent problem and we need to address it. So as a result, we're getting a Fed chair that seems enormously hawkish, but frankly, to me, this was just an acknowledgement of facts and a welcome one from the economist perspective.
What about this posture from Chair Warsh, basically arguing that markets need to react to information directly, not through the lens of what they think a central bank will do? Francis, isn't that all well and good to say, but isn't this market going to do that anyway? Just this time around, they'll have less information and and guidance, I guess, from the chair himself?
This was the single quote that my team and I spent the most amount of time talking about. Because the economist has always been our view, the data should lead the Fed. But understanding the Fed's decision-making function is incredibly important because, as I said earlier, we've had persistently high inflation, we've had breadth of inflation, and we haven't had a central bank that wanted or appeared to be reacting very strongly to that. So there's a combination of the data needing to lead, but we're going to go through a period here where the markets are going to have to learn what the central bank is going to respond to and what biases exist within. Because every central banker has some sort of embedded way of thinking about the data, some sort of bias that leads them one direction or another. We're learning a little bit about Kevin Warsh, and what we're hearing from him is react to the data, not necessarily what we're going to do. Unfortunately, at the end of the day, it's a bit of a combination of both.
He made some really interesting points about the nuance in, your definition of restrictive or where you can actually see it. Because sitting in this chair, looking at financial markets every day, these rates don't feel restrictive at all. However, were I to be buying a house or some other large asset like a car in the real economy, these rates would feel a little bit restrictive. What can the Fed actually do to slow down inflation?
What a challenge when you're operating in a K-shaped type economy for any central bank. And we see that sort of unevenness that exists in many developed markets right now. And what's come to become clear is that central banks are very poor tools to address things like inequalities or consumers that are being divided. If you take a step back, the central banks mandate price stability. They have to target the whole, and the whole of inflation is being driven by things like a massive infrastructure build-out, a broadening of job creation, big government spending. Using their tool, hiking rates have to be the appropriate response. The problem is that consumers, middle America, well, their buffers are worn down, particularly by this 4 months of energy shock. So that interest payment is going to hurt more now than it would have even 4 or 5 months ago. It's going to require different types of policy support, maybe from the state or federal level, and you're going to see a lot of Americans who don't understand or can't make sense of why they have to pay more because other sectors of the economy are overheating. An incredible challenge for central banks globally, and it's going to require really careful communication from Fed Chair Warsh. We didn't hear a lot from that one last time. I want to hear more about that from him in the next one.
SNXX. But are you concerned, Francis? We just get a Warsh that doesn't give us that he does become a Fed chair that really is reserved in communicating the reaction function and guiding people how he's thinking about this. And if that's the case, do the reins just get handed to the other members, to the governors and the presidents of the Fed?
Well, at the end of the day, it'll be what are the actual policy decisions. I mean, we're in fast-moving markets. We like to respond within 2 minutes of data hitting the tape or headlines coming through. But at the end of the day, it's going to be what does this central bank actually do in response to persistently high inflation coming through? That will be the be-all and all in what the Fed's decision-making function is. Because we've gone for years of central bankers going out in the field and saying whatever they want. I want to see the action. This time it was a poll that tells us, well, they're not quite ready yet. They don't view rates as too restrictive just yet. But at the end of the day, it's going to be the decision itself that is the ultimate guide. Talk is maybe cheap, is the way to put it.
Francis, so fantastic to have you on. I wish we had more time. Francis Donald of RBC. Let's get a check on your equity market now. About 40 minutes into your trading day, and we're still rallying up 0.8%. Tech leads the way after a sell-off where tech was the worst performer. The chips are doing very well today. That seems to be the thing that's leading us higher, up nearly 2%. 10-year yields come in. 2-year yields, though, this morning are only down by 3 basis points. So still, after, there you go, 2-year yields. So not as a dramatic of a drop on the front end of the curve as on the longer end of the curve, but Brent crude helping us out. We're now below $77 a barrel, Matt.
Let's get a look at the single stock stories we're following for you at this hour. Intel surging after President Trump said the company signed a deal with Apple to design and develop chips right here in the USA.
SpaceX's sell-off gathering steam. It sells off for a second straight day, now down 5 1/3% after it wraps up its first week as a public company, but it did rally 20% in the first 2 trading days. So,
yeah, that's pretty good. Kroger posting better than expected sales as price cuts lure more shoppers, but shares are down 7% on disappointing
forward guidance.
Coming up, with golf looking to raise $300 million to keep the league alive. Just before the kickoff of the U.S. Open, we're going to bring you Scarlett Fu and Marcel's exclusive interview with the CEO.
And happening right now, New York is celebrating the Knicks with a ticker tape parade after the team captured its first NBA championship in more than 50 years. The procession will end at City Hall, where the players will get the keys to the city. We'll get a live report on this hour. This is Bloomberg.
MPLL. ENPH. CRBO may resume in less than a minute.
There remains more of trying to bring the company into the trend for the future.
WOK may resume in less than a minute.
When control of Congress changes entire sectors, like
LABD.
on interactive brokers prediction markets, Republicans have about a 23% chance of keeping the House in 2015. Think that probability is too high?
CRSR.
By yes for 23 cents. Think it's too high? By no for 74 cents. Each correct prediction pays exactly $1 per contract plus interest. At interactive brokers, you can trade that prediction market in hundreds of other candidate places. Trade prediction markets alongside your stocks and others. Best
NPH.
informed investors choose interactive.
Some senior. MSTZ.
Others,
CRBO may rise in 10 seconds.
we see the era of billionaire athletes. That is some. The future lent to others. We see crypto's $1 trillion raise.
WOK may rise in 10 seconds.
Or the energy disrupted. We see the almost seconds fueled by the AI hype. Others follow the noise. We follow the
SNXX.
This is it. The trade that will make your number.
ENPH.
Generation speed, automation, and integration. This is the
CRTU.
that will make sure you expect more execution.
WOLF. SNTU. CRBO.
All right, Cerebrus spiking here. Cerebrus, CBRS, spiking off the low.
CRTU.
Cerebrus moving off the low here. Okay, and NVIDIA also going. NVIDIA looks like it's heading back above the 50-day. NVIDIA dip buyer showing up. That's a good sign. MACD, notice the MACD on the daily over here on the right. Okay, notice MACD signifying there could be a trend change, most likely get back above the 50-day. So buying the dip here, putting a stop underneath the low. While I don't like the idea of buying today's per se to start swings, if you already have a position, maybe you move your stop up and you're adding, I don't know. It's just, I'm just a little wary of the markets at the moment. The way it traded yesterday, a little bit of a jolt to many people. So I'm just watching. Long-term stuff, I have started thinking about maybe reducing my exposure to TRBCX and SPHD, SCHD, et cetera, et cetera. Some of these longer-term funds. Just take a little bit off, reassess. You know, the summertime tends to be a little slower. July tends to be a good month, but August tends to be terrible. And we've got the midterm elections, which tends to be kind of volatile. So all things to look forward to. And then, of course, September, October, November, that period tends to be pretty good. So again, it's just something I'm thinking. I'll cover that in the weekend video. We have tomorrow off, so that'll be nice. Home Depot, let's see what Home Depot is doing here. All right, so Taiwan Semi, again, moving higher. Taiwan Semi, Home Depot looks good. Okay, Home Depot's looking a lot better right now. Home Depot. Okay, that's starting to rise up. Okay, Home Depot, it was off a little bit yesterday. Like we always say, one day does not make a trend. You know, we had a down day, a lot of stocks pulled back, but then again, we have stocks like Home Depot that are turning the corner and should be much higher into October. This is a stock that tends to do very well during the hurricane season, right? So we know that. We looked at it. You guys are aware of it. Our thinking here is that during the months of June through September, summertime tends to be a very lucrative for Home Depot, not just for hurricane season, but for people planting, doing projects around the house, etc. So we're already faded from the highs in 2026 down to the lows in 2025 into 2026, the low in 2026. Now we're coming back. So a 50% retracement would put us back somewhere near 370, 380 from this pivot high over here in 25. So watch Home Depot. Nvidia is starting to look a lot better.
Serving the 340 million U.S. golf fans. It's the 8 billion that I work with. And so we operate on 5 continents. We're in 10 countries and incredible golf markets that are growing like a weed. And so the whole bet is are you buying the 8 billion or are you buying the 3 or 4 million? And I don't know the 3 or 4 million bet for the PGA Tour. I just like the mid golf bet for the 8 billion a lot more.
I mean, a lot of people would look at it and say one of the unique selling points is the talent that you're able to bring over. DeChambeau, one of the faces of Live Golf, his contract comes out in October. Can you get him back?
Oh, absolutely. We have stars like DeChambeau, John Rahm, Carol Hatton, Dustin Johnson, Campson, household names. The difference with this league, more than any other leagues I've ever been a part of, and I've been a part of a few, is that this league was built for the players.
Yeah, but isn't it just you pay them a lot so they came over? Can you still do that?
Well, we're actually we fund them, so they'll actually be the majority owners going forward. And there hasn't been a time in history where players have owned the majority of the league, and that's a pretty special opportunity. I think also some players want something different. Some and none are the same, but some maybe grew up in Australia, AAPL, grew up in Korea, then grew up in the UK, like or Sergio Garcia grew up in Spain. They think, it'd be good to travel the world. It'd be good to go around the world to give back. And maybe they live in the US or maybe they live in Dubai or maybe they live in South Africa. So I don't think there's one shoe fits all. I think for someone who wants to change the game, wants to play for big prize purses, who wants to be part of a team, that's the other kind of interesting part of golf is we're operating in teams. And you don't have to.
All right, Nvidia is trying to get back above the 50-day. CBRS on the move. CBRS is on the move. A lot of stocks seeing some activity here.
The idea is that you're going to change Live Golf's business model pretty dramatically. What do you expect to be the main driver of revenue in 5 years' time that doesn't exist today?
Well, I can tell you, I've been here for 18 months, so it's about a 5-year-old league. And the one thing I noticed very quickly is that bringing in sponsors, which we have like Rolex and HSBC, and Salesforce and Qualcomm, and paying the Callus and global brands. That's an important component of any golf business. We also moved our television from the CW in the US to Fox Sports, and we moved to TNT in the UK. And we actually got into almost 1 billion homes around the world. And so I think TV distribution will be a key part. But maybe equally as important is the impact. You mentioned Bryson DeChambeau. The impact he has on YouTube golf is unmatched anywhere in the world. This guy is bona fide, like Mr. Beast of the sports. And I think that's the area when I go to, we're heading out to the U.S. Open at the majors or the Masters. I'm sitting next to young kids. Their favorite golfer is Bryson DeChambeau because he reaches the
The Live Golf CEO Scott O'Neill. A lot of this will come down to whether they're able to get someone like DeChambeau, but the math is really tough. They burned through $4 billion, $6 billion in 4 years, and now they're looking for just $300 million. That's a very different tournament when you don't have that kind of cash to burn.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I feel like it's such a, I mean, it's relatively small number relative to the number we talk about every day,
Right.
That somebody should be able to jump in with that cash. But the problem is they're going up against the PGA.
Yeah, is it a falling knife? Yeah, that's very true. Happening right now, New York is celebrating its championship. With the ticker tape parade, I can confirm that it's not currently on the float as they journey through Manhattan. This is one of the interests. invention story today, which is literally 160 years in the making.
The invention was trying to bring
WOLF.
the company into the trend for the future.
I'm not gonna be able to get everything straight before the next check-in. AI meeting agent from Otter AI. Who are you? I'm future you. The you who uses Otter's AI meeting agent for live meeting transcriptions, automated summaries, and more. Just ask Otter to draft documents for you. Make a launch plan based on this conversation with specific steps for each team member. I feel incredible. Is this an elusive prototype? Considering your CRDU. No.
WKSP.
Free with Otter.ai. WOLF.
Don't stay too late.
I'll try.
Friday night, closing books. Just a few more hours. Fast.
NG.
$120 for lunch minutes and coffee. Work for us, that's we did this twice.
ATPC.
Well,
CAST.
VELO.
all the receipts are here. Yes. Love closing books on time. Man,
WKSP.
love finance.
The end of jobs or the end of human struggle. We see the endless funds fueling the AI hype. While others follow the noise, we follow the money.
Join me each week on Wall
ATPC.
Street for stories that
CAST.
happen from business, markets, economics, tech, and fun. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about. There is no greater passion
WKSP.
for our national team.
Because when our country is playing, our nation stops to watch history unfold. We share the dreams, the joy, and the despair, united in national pride.
ATPC.
Discover the passion that fuels a football nation.
Own wealth measured in generations. Long-term wealth built by 125 years of expertise. Brookfield. Own what's next.
Or and wherever it happens. I'm Tyler Kendall in Geneva, Switzerland, and this is Bloomberg.
ATPC.
Get a quick check on the markets here. We're rallying up more than 1% on the S&P right now, 74.93. No level there. The Nasdaq gaining more than 2%, 30,289. This is the 10-year yield. Comes down the 2-year yield. You can see right now 4.15 after jumping 13 basis points yesterday. Coming up, we're going to speak with the CEO of Infinitus, Ankit Jain, about what AI agents mean for healthcare.
Matteo, one of the things I'm always struck with is how focused you are on the customer.
CDT.
Possible. The more data you have, the better service you can give to your client and something new, best product. You have to analyze the data in the best possible way.
Relevant.
WOK may resume in less than a minute.
ICCM.
More of the same, it's better of the same.
Puerto Rico, where generous tax incentives meet global industries and world-class talent. People may resume in less than a minute. TZ. This is the place to bring it. Puerto Rico.
When control of Congress changes, entire sectors like energy can move with it. On Interactive Brokers prediction markets, Republicans have about a 23% chance of keeping the House as of May 15th. Think that probability is too low? By yes, for 23%.
WYHG
Think it's too
halted to
high?
the
By
upside.
no, for 70%.
WYHG.
Each correct prediction pays exactly $1
WYHG.
per contract plus interest. At Interactive Brokers, you can trade that prediction market in hundreds of other candidate races. Trade prediction
WOK may
markets
rest in 10
alongside
seconds.
stocks and options. The best informed investors choose Interactive
CDT.
Brokers.
Some see heroes. Others only egos. We see the era of the billionaire athletes.
WKSP.
People may rest in 10 seconds.
ATPC.
We follow the money.
WYHG.
Greater passion for football.
WYHG.
Because when our country is playing, our nation stops to watch history unfold.
WOK halted to the upside.
We share the dreams, the
LABD.
joy, and the despair, united in national pride. Discover the passion that fuels a football nation. This
just a data center.
MSTZ.
It's a backbone for everything. Mizuho isn't just a corporate investment bank. We're a partner backing what's next. Mizuho Americas, a name worth knowing.
All right, Cerebrus at the highs.
WYHG.
ACM. LABD. MSTZ.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute global news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Shimona Versace in Edinburgh, Saudi Arabia, and this is Bloomberg.
CRB.
It's still very early, but I'm incredibly bullish on the opportunity for AI to be a terrific tool for healthcare providers, for the patients and the outcomes they can get.
That was Chris Gordon, co-head of global private equity at Bain Capital. The next wave of AI may not be chatbots or co-pilots, but autonomous agents that can complete tasks for us. Infinite Systems is betting on that. Co-founder and CEO Anka Jain says healthcare AI today is a world of co-pilots. The next few years will be about agents. His company is using AI agents to automate everything from insurance approvals to patient follow-ups. He joins us here on set. Anka, thanks so much for your time. It's an industry that is really ripe for change because it's been stuck in the past seemingly for so long. What can you improve in terms of efficiencies in healthcare?
Well, first, thanks for having me. Healthcare is one of those industries that affects every single one of us. And we all want it to get better. We want it to get better for ourselves, for our loved ones. And it's terrible that when we're going through these healthcare journeys, we have to advocate for ourselves. We have to connect the dots between our doctors and our insurance companies and the support programs. And the opportunity for technology here is to connect those dots so that we can focus on healing ourselves.
There's this argument, and you see some of this in Capitol Hill with lawmakers trying to push back on allowing AI to be used in things like prior authorization. They essentially just arm insurers with a tool to more quickly deny claims. And then maybe the providers who are also using AI to try to fight the insurers. Does this just turn into an AI arms race between the two different parties at the end of the day?
WYHG may resume in less than a minute. TSLQ.
CPT.
What really needs to happen here is having a shared understanding, shared language of what the requirements are so that the doctors can submit the right information in the way each insurance company needs. The complexity today is every insurance company has different requirements for the same disease states, for the same therapies, for the same procedures. That shouldn't exist. We should come together to understand what the medically and clinically appropriate approval requirements are for any therapy or procedure.
I mean, to Danny's point, these insurance companies are trying their hardest not to pay out, right? That's why the American public is so dissatisfied with health insurance. I had a
WYHG may res in 10 seconds.
ago, and it took me multiple years to resolve the insurance issues after a lengthy hospital stay. That's not because I was having trouble communicating with the insurance companies, because they were fighting as hard as they could not to pay for my treatment.
You know, the reality is there's many patients that are going through the exact same journey you went through, and it's terrible that they have to go through this. On the other side, there's a set of folks that are overwhelming, and AI is playing a big role in this.
Netflix pushing higher. I'm just sitting back and enjoying this Thursday before tomorrow's holiday. Markets are off. Markets are closed. We're off tomorrow. Cerebrus still surging here. Intel trying to find a base. Oracle forming a hammer on the daily. Oracle. NVIDIA looking for more upside. All right, Cerebrus looking really good here. What's SpaceX doing? SpaceX, SPCX. Okay, that's bouncing. It'll form some pivots here. We need some pivot highs, some pivot lows, so we can start to analyze this a little bit more. Okay, CBRS looking good.
Tell us about EVA.
So EVA is one of our AI agents that is able to help patients through these journeys, whether it is checking the status of a prior auth, explaining to a doctor's office what needs to happen to get that prior auth approved, or to help the patient understand what to expect at their next infusion, or to check in on the patient to see how they're doing. It's our set of AI agents that help connect those dots between the different.
But EVA is someone that I would deal with as a patient, someone that the doctor would deal with as the healthcare professional, or someone that the insurance company would deal with.
All of the above. We've got EVA facing patients and helping the patient understand what to expect, or checking in on the patient, understanding the medication regimen. On the other side, EVA is helping doctors' offices get those prior authorizations approved. And finally, EVA is helping insurance companies communicate more effectively with the providers as well.
For these large frontier models, it feels like all of a sudden it doesn't feel like it has been all of a sudden that politics has been injected into it. But the White House down
All right, so just watching Cerebrus, however they pronounce it. Coffee's good. A little late for today. Lately, I've been drinking these Celsius drinks. I really like them. CBRS is ripping here.
You have 98% of the payers that you work with, right? You have a massive chunk of the Fortune 500 companies that you're already
looking forward to Cerebrus. Looking forward to break out of this base.
the de facto infrastructure layer in the sort of national healthcare model now.
When we first started the company, I thought it was ridiculous of the way data exchanges hands today in healthcare. There's over phone calls and faxes. And our focus over the coming years, we would replace many of those back office phone calls.
Okay. So this looks good, right?
Patients can get on therapy faster, the costs can come down. And that happens as we become part of that.
Okay, looks good. Looks good. All right, so if we can get through this area over the next several weeks, we'll start to add to it. I'm not going to add to it until it starts to break higher. Cerebrus. Okay, let me go take a look at the 60-minute time frame. CBRS. Okay, the 60-minute. Okay, 60-minute. You can clearly see it's got a base going on here. It needs to break above 260 or so. 270 would definitely do it. We're looking for this green line to turn up and to the right. Look more like this. Let's see, Cerebrus. We're looking for the 60-minute to turn up to the right. It'll look like this. It'll be rising, higher highs, higher lows. For now, we're still basing. Pretty decent day, making it above 231. Yesterday's pivot. Looking for a test to 250 soon. It's like people forgot about this company. Direct competitor to NVIDIA. Okay, so Microsoft turning back up. Let's see. It is 1040 on the East Coast. 1040. Let's look at some of these stocks that may be changing direction. Microsoft, you can see, is below the 20 EMA on the 60 minutes. So this is still a bearish move. Okay, it needs to get above the 20 EMA. It needs to turn up at least like it did going into June and continue trending. Right now, Microsoft looks worse for wear. Apple with news this morning. Okay, it's maintaining its 20 EMA. So we want to see this above 3. The 300 strike is where the call wall is. Then we got 315 and 320. Money Magic, I believe that's what you got, right? What you got? Apple 300. Okay, 300, 305. All right, 300, 305 on Apple. All right, so we get above 300. The deal with moving above 300 is the dealers have to step up and start buying. Okay, let's see. Do I have it here? No, I don't have it. Earnings estimates, earnings beats. All right, let me just pull this up here. Add a file. Dealers.
Some see heroes, others only egos. We see the era of billionaire athletes, while others follow the noise. We follow the money. MBLL. A fad to some, the future of money to others. We see crypto's trillion-dollar swings. While others follow the noise. MBLZ. We follow the money.
So I looked for 2 people for today.
All right, so I don't see it here. All right. Okay, so we're looking for dealers to step up. Basically, the dealers, once it's above 300, they have an incentive to keep it below 300. Once it gets above 300, in order to hedge their short position at 300, they start buying shares. That creates a squeeze. People see it moving. They buy more calls at 300, 305, whatever. That causes the dealer to buy more shares. And that creates that squeeze that we see, or short covering. More accurately, it's what the dealer is doing. Once it gets to 300 and above 300 and above 300. Sorry about that. Okay, Cerebrus, back to Cerebrus. Still going here. Looks like we're going to get the breakout today. Cerebrus. You don't agree to the deal, we'll just start bombing you again. What an incentive.
The president signed an interim deal ending the war in Iran, but major questions remain about Iran's nuclear program, sanctions relief, and the durability of the agreement. Joining us now is Livia Apache, Senior Managing Director and Head of Political Risk at GSL. Livia, the market, great to see you, first of all. Thanks for joining us. The market sighs a breath of relief. Oil comes down. There is
Okay. Let's get this going. Let's get this party started, right? Home Depot looking good. I wanna add to Home Depot. Let's see, Home Depot, 60-minute Home Depot, obviously trending. Yesterday it got whacked along with a lot of other stocks. Look at the stocks that didn't get whacked yesterday, like Applied Materials. You know, it only pulled back to the 20 EMA and bounced today. And once it bounced, of course, people noticed. Let's say Marvell, a little dip. LRCX, all of these were leading yesterday. Micron, Brother Bill trading Micron, breaking out again, Brother Bill. Micron, NVIDIA, turning back above the 20 MA, higher low. So if we can get this to start trending like it was over here in May, that'll be a good setup. For now, it's just day trades until it starts trending. But these look really good. These look really good. Cerebrus turning up, looking for that to push higher. Apple, of course, back above the 20 EMA. It takes out 300. We're going to have a squeeze on our hands, okay? Apple gets above 300.
And it does feel like we are seeing in real time this rift opening between the American president and Benjamin Netanyahu. Olivia, what do you think of that as a sticking point and the durability, considering Israel has tried to retain its own right to fight against Hezbollah, other proxy fighters in Lebanon?
This is a key question for Israel and for Netanyahu. As we know, there are upcoming elections in Israel for President Netanyahu, in which his career depends on. It is very unclear whether he will win them or not. However, one thing we do know when you look at also polls in Israel, that support for the war in Iran is high, and his ability to ultimately win this or perceive to be winning this is very important for his political future. Therefore, it is unlikely that President Netanyahu is willing, and as we've seen over the past few months, has continuously, in some ways you could say, has gone rogue and in his actions in Lebanon. It's unlikely that he will fully want to pull out of Lebanon.
Lydia, did you understand from the president's press conference yesterday that the United States may allow Iran to continue enriching uranium for nuclear power plant use, and that Iran will continue to be allowed ballistic missiles with which they could, for example, strike Israel?
I mean, again, it seems to me it's very unclear what is going to be allowed or what's not. I mean, fundamentally, President Trump is.
All right.
President Obama's was, right? That is what he continues to try to appear to be doing. The reality is that actually, even with this MOU, we are really back to status quo. We are back to opening up the Strait of Hormuz, which is what was happening, which it was already open before February 27th. Really, there isn't any significant change, and ultimately.
Well, we have agreed to give them at least twice as much money. Isn't that the case? I mean, I guess accounting for inflation, maybe it's a similar amount, but $300 billion is what they'll be able to get, and that's far more than they could have gotten under the JCPOA.
But actually, then President Trump backtracked on that figure, right, and said that others will have to probably pay for that as well. So we've already seen some statements indicating that he's not entirely sure the U.S. will entirely commit to that.
Well, it doesn't matter who's paying. The point is they get the money. I don't care who pays it. They're rewarded with that cash.
Well, I mean, I think it goes to the point that actually coming out of this conflict, you see
All right, there goes Apple. It's above 300. There we go. Here we go. Looking good. Looking good. Sing it, Janice. Looks good. Apple. Apple. What's SoFi doing? SoFi. Apple's above the 300 call wall, so watch for this to surge. SoFi. Okay. Cerebrus, whatever it's called. Okay, Microsoft looking good. NVIDIA looks like it wants to surge some more. Tesla dragging its feet today. Netflix back up. Netflix getting closer and closer to a double bottom. We'll start looking at Netflix again.
But what the conflict has shown certainly is that Iran has come out of this with the upper hand.
And this is the most, I should say, the flow of oil is what seems most important to markets. Markets aren't concerned with whether or not the U.S. capitulated to the Iranians, even though President Trump doesn't seem to understand why we're seeing lower oil prices. It's not because the U.S. got the upper hand here, it's because the oil is starting to flow again. Are the oil markets, do you think,
Apple.
that the flow will continue because futures going out to, you know, the end of this year and into next year are still far below $80 or are finally far below $80?
And I think when you look at the deal, that's probably one. It's ultimately it's been in everyone's interest, including Iran's, to get the oil flowing. They need the revenues. Its allies need the revenues, including Russia and so forth. So I think there is, in some way, agreement.
Oh, you know what we haven't had today? We haven't had our dose of
That there's a general consensus that there's an agreement that the strait needs to open.
Olivia, thank you so much for joining us.
Discord, Pulse, Discord. All right, so it's a sort of a slow Thursday going into being off tomorrow. Okay. Okay, looks like BE, Bloom Energy. We have calls leading 94%, 16 times baseline, Frano. Bloom Energy, let's see what that looks like. Bloom Energy. Okay, that looks really good, actually. Bloom Energy. Here's Bloom Energy about to break out.
And transform as markets do the same. They can cast a light in the AFC, explore and uncover new opportunities, adapt to HYLM, and leverage the full power of fund managers and research teams to pursue outperformance.
Okay, looks good. Bloom Energy.
Make sure your ETF can too.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives, and that revolution is playing out in real time. From finance to defense tech, from AI to entertainment, from the road to the stars. Bloomberg is bringing you the stories of companies and people that are pushing tech to new frontiers, and the politics reshaping global tech markets. I'm Ed Ludlow, live in San Francisco, and this is Bloomberg Tech. And like I said, only on Bloomberg Television.
When news breaks,
Okay, looking for Bloom Energy to break out. It's on the watch list this week. Bloom Energy. New York Knicks. Wow, that's really cool. Good for the Knicks. Good for the Knicks. If you're a Spurs fan, sorry. Maybe next year. Bloom Energy.
What's the plan for today? How crazy are things?
We're here at City Hall, and the Knicks are on their way here. Obviously, it's been 53 years since they won a championship, and so there's music playing behind me, which is why I have this finger to my ear so you can hear me, and I can hear myself talk. But Knicks fans and officials, city officials, they're just ready to party.
What do we know about the future of the organization, Randall? Because Jimmy Dolan and his family have scored huge win financially with this championship as well.
Well, he has no plans to sell. I saw him do a TV hit yesterday, and they asked him, are you considering selling? He said no. And so we'll take him at his word for that. Obviously, Madison Square Garden is considering spinning off both the Knicks and the Rangers businesses to probably get a proper valuation on what is valued more than one or the other. And we'll see where it goes from there. I expect the Knicks to be valued at over 10 and probably the Rangers near 4.
Randall, I know you've been a busy man because there's a lot of sports going on. We didn't just have the playoffs, you also have the kickoff of the World Cup, which is happening in New Jersey, not New York. But is the city prepared? Is the infrastructure going to withstand not just the fans that are there today, but the next couple weeks as mobs make their way out to MetLife to watch some football?
Bloom Energy. Looking good.
We're still in the early stages of the World Cup. It's the group stage right now. But what happens when we get to the round of 32, the round of 16, 8, 4, and then, of course, the World Cup final is going to be here in New York/New Jersey. And so when those crowds get here, is New York and New Jersey going to be able to maintain the level of competency and really, the flow from New York to New Jersey to get to MetLife? I think right now it's been smooth in the game, in the matches that I've been to. It's been all right, but we have further tests.
How do the players look to you, Randall? I mean, OG Anunoby, maybe worrying some people. Yesterday on Good Morning America, Jalen Brunson has to be a player that everybody in the league wants.
So, one more time.
Is Jalen Brunson going to stay with New York for the long run?
Oh, absolutely. I think he's a hometown kid. Look, a lot of the Knicks and the Knicks starters are under contract for the next season. And so at some point, I do think Jalen Brunson, who took a hometown discount.
Yeah, Jalen. That's cool. They said he couldn't do it. He was too small. That's pretty wild. All right, Cerebrus still going here, folks. Cerebrus is going. Apple's at the high of the day. NVIDIA's high of the day. Looking for Bloom Energy to break out. Bloom, sorry, wrong symbol here, Frano. I know that bugs people. Bloom Energy. Looks good. Bloom Energy. Nice grinder.
Coming up on Monday, because tomorrow's a holiday, Safar Sadar joins us from JP Morgan Private Bank, Sarah Wolf of Morgan Stanley, and Alamos Gold CEO John McCluskey. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
Doors bring us together. A dedicated Fidelity advisor can help you open those doors. So ready to take over with a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth for generations. Doors were meant to be open.
All right, Cerebrus is going vertical here. Cerebrus. Okay, we're about to break out of several weeks of consolidation at this rate. Okay.
When control of Congress changes entire sectors like energy and nuclear, on Interactive Brokers prediction markets, Republicans have about a 23% chance of keeping the House as of May 15th. Think that probability is too low? By yes for 23 cents. Think it's too high? By no.
Okay, Cerebrus looking really strong.
Interactive Brokers, you can trade that prediction market in hundreds of other markets. Trade prediction markets alongside your stocks and options. The best informed investors choose Interactive Brokers.
Some see heroes. CBRG. Others only eagles.
Okay. CRBS. CBRS. Plus 12.5%.
We see crypto's trillion-dollar swings. The end of jobs or the end of human struggle. We see the endless funds fueling the AI hype. While others follow the noise,
We follow the money.
If you can't win $1 million in your real cash game, just delete the app.
Okay, I'll go.
Why don't you try
AAPL.
This game is free and chase the jackpot thrill. No ads, no scam. You have a chance to win up to $500. Tap this video to download right now. You have a chance to win wins like $6,000. No ads, no scam. You can quickly cash out to your bank account. Try it now.
Cerebrus, very nice ripper here. Cerebrus, RSI rising. All right, everything's looking pretty good. Cerebrus, 60-minute surge. If we can get through 253 today, that would be freaking awesome. Okay, Cerebrus doing well. It's up 13%.
Okay, may rest in 10 seconds.
Bring you the latest geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm David Burrows. Libya. This is
Taiwan policy in Washington is driving Wall Street. We draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing in market-moving guests and a retail report. This is
QBTS.
Okay, looking good. Hope everyone's having a good day. It is Thursday, June 18th. We're off tomorrow. Markets are closed.
Agreement between Apple and Intel, sending Intel soaring. We'll have the details. Plus, we speak with the CEO of Anduril after the company wins a production contract for autonomous fighters with the U.S. Air Force. And SpaceX shares fall for a second straight day after a 49% jump.
Okay.
High orbit as the company concludes its first full week of trading. Thursday, June 18th, Bloomberg Tech. Intel is at a record high after the President of the United States posted a very long Truth Social, which included a reference to an agreement between Intel and Apple for chip design and chip manufacturing. Simple story. There is some background to it that Bloomberg News has reported in the past. Talked about NVIDIA, Terafab, and a lot more. But it's Bloomberg Team King is with us, along with Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Analyst Mandeep Singh. And we're going to start with Ian.
Okay, Cerebrus, I have Jan, I believe, right? Cerebrus. Intel. Okay, that's good. Working orders. Cerebrus, CBRS.
And if that's the case, then that's clearly a boost for Intel's efforts to become a manufacturer for other companies.
Ian, really quickly, you reported with Mark and Ryan in May that Apple was looking at its options. Explain the basics of that report.
That's right. Right now, Apple is completely dependent upon TSMC, right, for manufacturing. So obviously, that's the choke point, something that they wish they would like to have a solution to, have options. So you would look at Samsung and you would look at Intel as potential backups or potential supplemental manufacturers, and that's what we understand is going on. Apple's always been smart about the supply chain.
That's the reporting and the details. Let's get the analysis. Mandeep Singh, who leads our technology research team at Bloomberg Intelligence. What are you making of this? Right, Ian outlined that actually in May there was a sense that Apple was looking at options, but you have the President of the United States saying there's an agreement. How much can you model for that, the President's statement?
Look, I mean, there's no doubt that Intel is now well positioned to be a double-digit revenue growth company, given what we have seen so far with the CPU demand that has taken off with agentic AI, and now, the fab side of things would get a real kicker if Apple was to use it for manufacturing. And, when you have one design win, it follows with, multiple companies that want to use your manufacturing.
Cerebrus is going vertical.
Very exciting if actually Apple ends up ramping up its volume here.
I know that Apple shares are up a percentage point. Tim Cook, the CEO,
Okay, let's see what that's doing there.
The executive
All right, OKLL is also up. OKLL also up.
But what do you interpret here, Mandeep, on the Apple side of this story with Intel, their ability to kind of reindustrialize here in America on the chip side?
Right now, when I look at TSMC's capacity, NVIDIA has already prepaid, $120 billion for TSMC capacity.
Okay, Oklo, let's see. OKLL is on the move as well. OKLL. Okay, that's starting to get some activity here. OKLL. 710, 768. 710. Next. 768. And 848.
Ian, finally to you, there's kind of two parts to Intel's foundry story. There's the process, the technology process, and then the sort of
Looks really good here.
customers. Where are they at with both of those things?
What they've said is that their process is getting better.
768 and 848.
In terms of customers, they've said, look, we're not going to talk about it. We're hopeful. We've got a couple of big irons in the fire that might come to fruition in the second half of this year, but we're not going to talk about it. We'll leave it up to them. We're not going to get ahead of ourselves.
And so on that note, I point out that neither Intel nor Apple have commented so far on the president's post.
Okay, there goes Amazon finally popping back up. Amazon got whacked yesterday. I'd like to see that form an outside day, or at least take out yesterday's high would be good. Haven't done anything. Oh, you know what? I need to take profits on SPX. SPX. I have a spread. Spread. Let's see. SPX. 75.50.
I always say this, one section of market does not make. Really interesting, though, how we're ending this short trading weekend in the US with so many factors. For you right now, what is the main driver of psychology for the technology sector?
Gosh, I think that what I find is people are finally understanding how significant this AI trade is going to be, and that's what's getting reflected in some of the moves that you're seeing in the market. The impact of the shortages of the supply chain are also becoming very obvious, whether you see what's happening in memory or the optical supply chain. And so, I feel like the market is fully understanding the kind of supply chain implications and the demand implications. You're going to have a CEO on later who recently commented that token pricing for him went up 2x over the last it will go up 2x in the next 6 months. Well, that is an indication of supply demand balance, and clearly we need significantly more tokens, and we have significantly more demand for the intelligence than we have supply.
It's so interesting where the kind of raw data sets or anecdotal data sets that the market's tracking are so different now to what they were. You tell me, as recently as last year or 2 years ago.
All right, cash S&P. Let's see, cash S&P.
How big a factor has that IPO been for you and
SPX.
and how have you sort of responded to it?
Well, it's not necessarily a factor, but it's clearly an incredibly significant company that has a very open-ended story alongside with it. We've never really seen a business like SpaceX before in our careers. I would argue humanity hasn't seen a business like SpaceX.
S&P trying to get back above 7,500. That was a big deal yesterday, if you recall. Let's look at net OI. 7,500. That was resistance yesterday. It is now, it was support yesterday. Now it is resistance. Okay. You can see all the red down here. That's accumulated since the open. All right, so we're looking for more upside. Cerebrus still going. Apple off the high of the day. Amazon at the high of the day. Cerebrus at the high of the day.
It created tremendous engagement with our clients and broadly with retail clients. Demand was off the charts, and that demand continues. We've seen in the 3 days following the IPO, nearly $7 billion of additional orders come from our clients.
Charles Schwab CEO Rick West, is it the retail trader driving trading right now?
I don't know what's driving it. I think that there's a lot of different aspects that
Appreciate the honesty. I don't think anyone knows Anchor what's driving it.
well, we should make it up then. And so I don't know. All I can say is that sometimes the market kind of thinks about the next day or the next week. And for something like SpaceX, I think what you have to do is look at the long arc of time.
All right, Cerebrus, that's doing really well today. SoFi with a nice bounce. Got longer term positions in SoFi. Home Depot. OKLL looking good. OKLL looking for that to continue. OKLL. KLL. Okay, that's turning off the low. Looking for that to move back to the 50-day moving average. Probably next week. We'll start heading a bit higher the way it is trading currently, along with the rest of the nukes. AMD turning back up. There goes Intel. People taking profits first thing this morning. Intel. Now it's turned back up. Looking good. Intel. Okay, so if you bought the dip here, nice. It's going to break out and start trending. Pretty confident of that. Will it happen today? I don't know. When I say I'm confident of a position or have high confidence like SoFi, I'm not talking about it's going to bolt higher today or tomorrow. I'm looking longer term. It's like Oracle. I have pretty good confidence, pretty high confidence that Oracle's will be fine once it bases right here at the 50-day and starts to bounce. Institutionals will come in and start buying. All right, I made two mistakes. I had some 7,500 calls, and wouldn't you know it, I bought the AM strike, the AM expiration. I hate that they have these. Why would they have a morning closing strike? That makes no sense to me. You have to close it right at the open. Anyway, I had 7,500s. Go figure. 18 June. Yeah, these are today. Oh, well. You make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time. The article I wrote this morning, I thought it said AMD, and when I went back to look at it, it was actually Apple that's doing the deal with Intel. So I had to revise that article this morning. If you notice that it disappeared and came back with Apple as the feature, Intel Apple feature. Anyway, hope everyone's having a good day. We're coming into 11:15 on the East Coast, the best coast to coast with the most. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Looking forward to being off tomorrow. Market's closed. I'm going to take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back.
Each correct prediction pays exactly $1 per contract plus interest. At Interactive Brokers, you can trade that prediction market in hundreds of other capabilities. Trade prediction markets alongside your stocks and options. The best informed investors choose Interactive Brokers. And by
the future of money to others. We see crypto $1 trillion.
Right? We need some smaller boards to start spinning. Those aren't really important. The key is, friends, you gotta remember, once you hit a decent sized pin, it keeps spinning right away. Oh. Yeah, you gotta chase it. That's how you hit the big ones more often. I have to try. Everyone should give it a shot. No ads, no deposit reminders, instant cash out. The big prizes are waiting for you. I'm Stephen Engel at Japan's Akasaka Palace in Tokyo, and this is Bloomberg. Anduril is having a major week. The defense tech startup just won a production contract for autonomous fighters with U.S. Air Force, secured a key role in the race to provide software for those aircraft, and is moving towards.
Cerebras has earnings next Tuesday, the 23rd, before the open, after the bell. Sorry. Cerebras has earnings Tuesday after the bell.
You know, I think Anduril in this case, it's in its evolution life cycle where you're trying to manage winning new contracts and put out new technology and land what's already out there. Just talk about that trio of news you put out and how you pulled it off.
Yeah, so you know we're extremely excited to be awarded this production contract for the Air Force Loyal Wingman fighter jet, and this is really about taking it from prototype technology, which we've been validating, we've been flying multiple times a day, into now an operational capability. So this is both the hardware side, where we've already started to produce these out of our facility in Ohio, our Arsenal 1 facility, and we are now confirmed to move this into a production aircraft, right? So to really start to ramp this next year. So it's super exciting. But that challenge is real, right? And we know the defense industry has had struggles ramping production to the demand we're seeing around the world. But this is something we systematically invested in, and everything we're showing is that we're hitting every ramp that we promised to hit.
There's like the established systems theory, and there is the next phase of product and contract. How difficult a decision is it to assign resource, to know where to put teams and capital right now?
All right, Home Depot.
Across the board, right? And this is everything from weapons programs, aircraft programs, you name it. We're seeing just a massively.
Home Depot, looking for that to break out. What is Walmart doing? Walmart.
We've doubled headcount every year.
Okay. Microsoft. Okay, I didn't take my break. Let me go ahead and take my break. I'll be right back. Let's see. Intel's turning back up. Intel. We'll watch Intel here. Watch Intel. I'll be right back.
So that part we're not as concerned with, but I think a huge credit to the Air Force on this. They have decided to move out in, I think, the fastest fighter jet programs in the 1950s. It is just an immensely fast pace, and I think it shows that the government can move when it wants to, and the industry can respond to that pace. And it's just an incredibly exciting time to be able to deliver these capabilities.
How do insiders translate to the revenue run rate? The big announcements, big deals, but for the financials of this company, it's immediate or it's a distant opportunity.
These types of programs give just this amazing base of growth for the next 5 years, right? And so this is about how do we lock in that growth and success we've seen to date into something that's going to be producing and delivering for the next decade. And that's something that I think really, when we look at the financials for the out years, when we stack in all the types of big programs that we're working on now, it more or less gives us an extremely solid base that we're going to continue to grow on and compound on in the future.
Brian, I appreciate this is about autonomous fighters. Every time you come on the program, I get a flood of requests to ask you about subterranean. And I get the sense that it's not even that exciting to you guys. So what are the next domains, the next big bets that you probably can't talk as much about that everyone wants me to ask you about?
Yeah, we're doing an immense amount of work in space. There's a huge number of areas where this is becoming the next generation warfighting domain. The Space Force is talking a lot more about the adversarial activities that Russia and China are doing regularly. they are constantly maneuvering around space, threatening the U.S.'s and allies' satellites. I think there was an open source report of Russia maneuvering against the satellite, that's commercial satellites used to provide intelligence to the Ukrainians. So this is an area that's, an active growth area that's incredibly important for the U.S. to have leadership in and deter the adversarial activities that, our adversaries are doing every day. The other area we're seeing an immense amount of growth in is on the weapons side. You can read all the reports. Everyone is well aware now of what's been sort of a poorly kept secret for a long time, which is the U.S. has amazing weapons, right? Like that's been obviously true. But the inability to produce these at scale to supply our allies, the huge delays that exist in delivering these is a major strategic issue for the U.S. and our allies. And so that is translated, out of the conflict in Iran into, an immense amount of demand to build up next generation weapons capabilities that can be produced at scale.
So looking at the Iran conflict, what is the lesson that you think is the learning for the Pentagon on these types of technologies and war preparedness?
Yeah, so I think, there's a lot of different lessons you can take away, but one of the biggest ones was really, you look at the number of strikes, the number of munitions consumed in the first 30 days of the conflict. It was something around 10 times the amount we consumed in the entirety of the Gulf War. Right? And we're shooting, nearly a decade of Tomahawk production in a week. Like, these are really serious quantities of munitions consumed in these modern conflicts, and it parallels what has been seen in every conflict that's played out in the last several years. Particularly as you look at Ukraine, where the amount of munitions consumed is staggering. So I think this question of how you actually get the inventory, the stockpiles, and have the producibility that you need, that becomes one of the critical questions. And the U.S. has amazing weapons, but for the vast majority of scenarios, you can deal with things that are lower price and more fit for purpose, and the types of uses you're realistically going to have, and what you need to convey to your adversaries, you have the resiliency to do. And so that is probably the biggest shift I've seen out of this conflict, which is really looking at and accelerating how to get to more producible capabilities quickly. And we've got maybe a half dozen or more different programs that have initiated out of that.
Brian, we just have 30 seconds. You said Arsenal 2 could be built outside of the United States. Big market for you is Australia. Taiwan is a big factor in your guiding mission. Are those realistic locations?
Yeah, I mean, we have, I think the reality in the world is that our allies are going to look to have more control over the production and supply of weapons. I think that's correct. And I think production capacity for the allied nations is a contribution in and of itself. And so I think for the administration, they want the allies to be prepared to contribute. So the idea that they are also producing and contributing to the allied stockpiles is hugely advantageous. I think that's been a very consistent message from the administration. Right. We've seen immense support for that. Where we put it exactly, we have a factory up and running in Sydney, Australia, making Ghost Shark. And then we're constantly evaluating the right way to help any given country on what they need, how they want us to work with their local partners in industry. And so it's a very nuanced process, but the reality is we think of allied production as a critical dimension of providing that deterrence that we're here to do.
Andrew CEO Brian Shin, thank you very much indeed. Now coming up, Microsoft's making big money from Chinese tech companies like ByteDance. We'll tell you how next. This is Bloomberg Tech.
I'm very excited about our reinvention story today, which is literally 160 years in the making.
The reinvention was trying to bring the company into the trends of the future.
Some see heroes, others only leaders. We see the era of billionaire athletes, a fad to some, the future of money to others. We see crypto's $1 trillion swings, the end of jobs, or the end of human struggle. We see the endless funds fueling the AI hype. While others follow the noise, we follow the money.
CDT.
3 months, you should start to see macro weakness, not just in Europe, not just in China, but also in the US.
Don't miss the opening trade, live every weekday. From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Microsoft is cashing in on China. Unlike its competitors, the AI cloud maker is selling its Azure cloud models to Chinese tech companies, including TikTok parent ByteDance, which is on track to spend $1 billion as Microsoft's top client. As Matt Day has more. So there's the idea that this is atypical, right? Doing business in China full stop. But in the AI domain, what are the models that Microsoft is able to sell into that market?
So Microsoft, because of its long-standing partnership with OpenAI, has some unique ability to sell products and the terms under which it sells products. We understand there's been some friction between Microsoft and OpenAI over Microsoft sales in China, but they can list some of their biggest models.
Is this big business for Microsoft, Matt? Like we said, $1 billion potentially, but where does that stack up against the rest of its revenues?
A big number, but not hugely significant to Microsoft at a global scale. You know, they said China accounts for something like 1.5% of their revenue. So not super significant, but the company is internally talking about Microsoft being the only place where you can get top model companies on the U.S. West Coast and the Chinese East Coast. So they think it's a big deal internally.
So this is according to our reporting and sourcing. Other Chinese tech companies are in the mix here, but what have the companies said about it?
AAPL. So they haven't said much. They have said all these companies about their own models. I think the lesson here is, companies tend to use just about everything. Folks are developing their own models if they have the scale and also accessing, whatever they can. And in the case of some of Microsoft's customers, in China, they're tapping into models served from Singapore or other cloud regions.
Bloomberg's Matt Day. Very important report. Thank you very much. Now, coming up in the show, Matthew Whitfiler, head of late stage growth at Wellington Management, joins us to discuss the year of the tech IPO. Let's head to New York City. Live pictures of the New York Knicks ticker tape parade underway in New York. Bloomberg Tech executive producer Jackie Lopez has had the weeks of her life. Congratulations, New York. There's your team. This is Bloomberg Tech.
With a shield level immunity from Brighthouse Financial, your portfolio can benefit from growth potential with a level of protection from market volatility to help you follow your plans wherever they take you. Brighthouse Financial, built for what's ahead.
Behind the bright lights and adrenaline of pro sports is an equally exciting world of negotiations and deal making. That's what we cover each week on our podcast, The Deal. I'm Alex Rodriguez, former baseball player turned business executive. And I'm Jason Kelly, a journalist at Bloomberg. Over the next couple months, we'll hear from all-stars like Jay Williams, I want to be an owner one day, Billie Jean King, learn the business, Paul Rabel, Chase Travis, get ahead of them, and so many more.
Some see heroes, others only egos. We see the era of billionaire athletes, a fad to some, the future of money to others. We see crypto's $1 trillion swings, the end of jobs, or the end of human struggle. We see the endless funds fueling the AI hype. While others follow the noise, we follow the money. Some see heroes, others only egos. We see the era of billionaire athletes, while others follow the noise. We follow the money. Known for creating memories, no one wants to be known for cancer, but a treatment can be. Keytruda is an immunotherapy known to treat cancer. FDA
18 types of cancer. One of those cancers is a kind of bladder and urinary tract cancer called locally advanced or metastatic urothelial cancer. Keytruda may be used with the medicine and fortunate vedotin in adults when your bladder or urinary tract cancer has spread or cannot be removed by surgery.
Keytruda could cause your immune system to attack healthy parts of your body during or after treatment. This may be severe, lead to death. See your doctor right away if you have cough, shortness of breath, chest pain, diarrhea, severe stomach pain, nausea or vomiting, headache, eye problems, irregular heartbeat, extreme tiredness, constipation, dizziness or fainting, changes in appetite, thirst or urine, confusion, memory problems, persistent or severe muscle pain or weakness, muscle cramps, fever, rash, itching or flushing. There may be other side effects. Tell your doctor about all medical conditions, including immune or nervous system problems, such as Crohn's, ulcerative colitis, lupus, myasthenia gravis, or Guillain-Barré syndrome, organ, tissue, or stem cell transplant, or receive chest radiation. Keytruda can help you out.
See all the types of cancer Keytruda is known for at Keytruda.com and ask your doctor if Keytruda could be right for you. It's true. Keytruda. SCDG.
LNKS. Welcome back to Bloomberg Tech. The big technology story out there today is Intel and Apple. The president of the United States saying on Truth Social there's an agreement between the two for Apple to work with Intel on domestic chip manufacturing here in the US. Neither company has commented that Intel shares trading now at a fresh record high. Apple has actually paid most of its advance. It's up 0.4%, have been up 1.5%. We could also note that Apple's current CEO, soon-to-be executive chair, Tim Cook, gave an interview to the Wall Street Journal last night saying that Apple will have to raise prices because of where commodities, memory is at right now. Maybe that's a factor, not clear. We'll continue tracking the stories. There's a bigger story in technology and markets. For years, one of the most reliable fuels for the massive big tech rally was steady share buybacks. The AI race is proving so expensive that repurchase programs are kind of evaporating. Bloomberg's Michael Reagan joins us from New York to explain this shift. And like, there's two parts of it. It's like capex is expensive, impacts the share buyback program, but also like loads of companies are issuing new equity, new stock. Explain it all.
Yeah, it's really just an amazing paradigm shift for these stocks. You know, when you think about it, Alphabet, Google alone over the previous 5 years had bought back something like $280 billion in their own stock. Now they're in the opposite direction, planning to sell about $85 billion worth of shares to help fund this capex. And I really, it's fascinating because these buybacks were really a driver of the market for a long time, but it really kind of exposes the notion that yes, shareholders, investors are happy when they hear about buybacks. They're happy to have a new buyer of the stock and stretch that share count and boost EPS. But at the same time, it really does signal that maybe these companies didn't have something better to spend this money on. Now they do start building out all this spending all this capex to build out the data centers. And investors, for now, are happy that there's a better plan for all this cash that they generate. Time will tell if that stands the test of time and these investments prove to be positive returns on investments. But for now, the market's happy with it. Obviously, the chip maker stocks are thrilled about it. And you're really just, in awe of a major paradigm shift in how these companies manage their stock flow.
That's Michael Reagan. Thank you very much indeed. Following the blockbuster public debut of SpaceX, investors are wanting a massive distribution event that is pumping fresh liquidity back into private markets like VCs needed that big IPO. It comes at a critical inflection point as a historic wave of multi-billion-dollar AI model companies prepare potentially to cross that IPO threshold. Joining us now is Matt McCullough, head of late-stage growth at Wellington Management. What a time to be you and on your desk. Should we start with SpaceX? To so many participants in this market, it presages this great IPO year. Is that what you expect?
I think that's exactly right. If you rewind the clock and you look back to just March of this year when I was last here with you, we were talking about the fact that the first of the big ones to go out will will be SpaceX, and that this year's activity will be driven by the mega cap private companies that are now going public. And we had that in SpaceX. And again, if you run the clock,
All right, let's see if there's anything else that'll run back up after hitting the low here, like Intel. What's Cerebras doing? CBRS. Fading a bit from the high. It's got earnings next week. Okay, Meta. All right, let's take a look at a few things here and see if we get some 1-minute charts that's set up. Oversold on Cerebras. Maybe it gets going here off the dip. Let's see, futures, S&P cash. Okay, Amazon, just off the highs. Okay, Marvell's number one on the NASDAQ 100. Marvell, that's at the highs. SNDK, number 2. Okay, Western Digital, number 3. Okay, Intel, we just talked about, that's number 4. Micron's number 5. Okay, 60-minute Micron. A little extended away from it, but looking good. Micron. Okay, let's see what's the Q's doing. Q's trying to push a bit higher. Q's. Okay. NVIDIA fading. Microsoft faded. All right, so we had a nice little run up the first hour or so. We just want OKLL doing Oklo. Fading back in a little bit. OKLL.
To what's available on the private side. How much are private market investors in these leading frontier labs now needing to model for and take into account political risks? I'm talking, of course, about the administration's intervention in certain use of technology, but it's not just the US, right? We're talking about
Okay, SoFi, the banks, Goldman Sachs, Citigroup. Let's see what these look like. They're off the highs of the day. Citigroup, Bank of America, Morgan Stanley, gapping up and fading a bit. JP Morgan, big fade, almost it looks like a bearish engulfing, right? Yeah, that's a bearish engulfing at the high. JP Morgan. Yesterday at the close, all of these look terrible. All the sectors. Here's XLB, XLC, that would be Meta, Google, Netflix, etc. That's Hammer. Maybe something comes of this. The communication sector, metals and mining, the, let's see, biotechs, IBB, off the highs. Yesterday was pretty decent, pulling back today, XBI, IBB. Okay, transports, IYT, bouncing. Okay, so that looks like it's got some life, like a pulse. Real estate, XLRE, that's holding the 50-day. Energy, fading. Now that the Iran deal has been signed, apparently, that's what I keep seeing. Surprising, the talking heads have been talking a lot about the Iran deal, the negative side of it for the longest time. Now that we've signed a deal, supposedly, not a peep. They're talking about other stuff. On to the next thing. Okay, they're talking SpaceX is down to $176. SpaceX fading. Okay, SpaceX is fading. Okay, what's Robinhood doing? Robinhood Okay, that gapped above. And following through the above the 200-day moving average, Robinhood looking for a follow through. Volume looks good. This should be good in the weeks to come, I would think. Robinhood, 50% retracement, be about 120 or so, 120, 125, something like that. Robinhood. Okay. DoorDash, we talked about this morning. Okay, DoorDash looking good. That looks like it wants to go some. DoorDash, is that the high? Okay, so a bit of a flag. This was inside of yesterday's candle, the body of the candle, and now we've surged a couple of points. Okay, we've surged a couple of points on DoorDash. Okay, it's above the 20 EMA 60-minute. So that's a barometer that I watch. Gets above 173.50. I'll start to think about adding to this one. What's AMD doing? AMD hanging in there. Intel hanging in there. Okay, Doji off the highs of the session. 3 hours. I got a feeling Intel's going to hang out up here and follow through at some point in the short term. Home Depot we talked about. That does well during the summer months into October, hurricane season, plus all of the sales that they have between Lowe's, all these home improvement stores, Lowe's, Home Depot. If you pass by there, the garden centers are super busy. You know, constant lines, people doing their thing, you know, summertime. So Home Depot looks good. What's Google doing? Okay, Google's starting to move right here. Watch Google. Okay, coming off the low. Can it get back above the 20 MA? Watch the 1 minute chart. Google 1 minute setup. Google 1 minute setup. RSI rising from oversold. Okay. Okay, if you don't know what I'm talking about, 1 minute setup. I gear my charts up. If I'm on a day trade, I'm looking at a 1 minute chart. I'm looking for RSI to get oversold. Okay. RSI below 30. Looking for price to make a low. Keep an eye out for a lower low, a divergence, higher low in RSI. You see that? I look for these little nuances. You get a higher low in RSI. You get a lower low in price. Okay, lower low in price. And eventually this breaks through the moving averages. Okay, you can wait until it breaks the previous pivot. The opening range pivot. Okay, takes off to the upside. And we're continuing to go here. So you can move your stop from here to here. Okay, if you had a stop before right in this area, you can move it up now to here. We're starting to go, moving a bit higher. Google. Love using a 1 minute chart. This is a really good way to scalp money out of the markets. Use a 50 delta or shares, whatever your choice is. 50 delta for every 2 points, you make $100. RSI still rising. Google looking good. Okay, Google's starting to go here. All right, so what do I have Google-wise? Google, I have, all right, that looks okay. Google, I don't have anything expiring today. Everything I have for Google, 375s. I got 375s. I got some 370s. Also has some 375, 380s. All of these are out in August. Okay, most of my positions are out in August or later in the year. Okay, Google looking good here. Google.
This is based on the close of the acquisition of Northern Data. Let's go back to the genesis of the idea. Like, why you did this? What the opportunity was?
Google.
In 2013, but it was in 2021 where we took on our first investment, and that was, I guess, around March, April of 2021. And the idea was that we had to build our own infrastructure, and we did that over the last 4 to 5 years. We built our entire infrastructure for Rumble to sit on, and with all that being said, we have all this excess capacity for the video platform. So it was actually in
2021, when we went public as a SPAC under ticker RUM, that we said that we had three core pillars to the business. One was going to be the advertising platform, one was going to be the video platform, and one was going to be infrastructure as a service. And it is now, at this point in time, we launched Rumble Cloud back in 2024. Now, with the acquisition of Northern Data, we really kind of put a jetpack on that infrastructure as a service business, and we're ready to take on the world on cloud with AI. So that's kind of been the genesis of what we've done. It's going to be our largest business unit going forward, the cloud side. So we're really excited to really step on the gas on the AI compute as a service and all the other services that we offer.
Can we expand on that a little bit? So there's two core businesses, right? The video platform that we know as Rumble, and then Quake AI, the infrastructure business. And you just said that that will be the larger part. How has the kind of growth trajectory changed here? Why is it that it is the bigger part, and what does the outlook look like?
Yeah, so actually, Northern Data just released a couple days ago that they increased their outlook to 170 to 190 million euros for the full year this year. So that's increased. But when you add on top the video platform, you add on top the deal that we just announced a couple weeks ago with Together AI, and then you add on top the increased outlook with Northern Data, it starts to look fundamentally much different than it looked in the last couple years. Mind you, we have grown quite a bit. It was in 2021 and 2022, we were like sub 10 million of revenue. So we posted over 100 million in the last year. And now when you add all these assets together and you add everything that we do together, it's going to be fundamentally a much for the business going forward here in 26 and the rest of 26 and 27 and beyond.
You said in the statement that you'll give further details about products and then also how you brand this, but what can you say about like different business lines? I get Quake AI's infrastructure, but what areas are going to be new for you? What is it that you're going to be able to sell other than the big cluster of H200s that you've got?
Yeah, so we have that big cluster, but what's really exciting for me is the unmonetized properties that we have. We have 180 megawatts and just outside of Atlanta, Georgia, that is completely unmonetized right now. We have over 200 megawatts of unmonetized assets that we're looking to monetize as fast as possible. So our first goal is to get these things monetized. And as you know, like the latest generation chips out there, you're seeing companies make roughly 10 million annually on a megawatt. So the fact that we have over 200 megawatts of unmonetized assets, that's something that we want to jump all over as fast as possible and get those monetized in 27 and 28.
Just note that the stocks kind of pushed a little higher, again about 4% during the course of the conversation. Chris Pavlovsky of Rumble, really appreciate you being on the show. Thank you so much. A year ago, President Trump's eldest son stood in Trump Tower and introduced the team.
Okay, Google watching.
US-made smartphone from Trump. The device is finally out, so maybe not living up to all its promises. Bloomberg's Dana Wallman, our consumer tech editor, joins us from the team, as we can see in the video, has had its hands on the T1.
Okay, so hedge flows, we need to get above 7,500. Bottom line, S&P needs to be above 7,500. As we proceed towards the close, you can see the red starting to increase and get more pronounced. That's telling you look for volatility to pick up. Okay, Netflix turning up. Let's see what Netflix looks like on the 1 minute chart. Netflix. Look at Netflix on the daily. Netflix daily. Okay, here's Netflix daily. Very close to a double bottom. All right, so you could say wait for the bounce, wait for it to move back above the 21-day. You could do that as well. For now, it's got a lot of work to do. RSI was a bit oversold. Price made a lower low. RSI made a higher low. Now we're pushing higher. Can we get back to 80 today? Probably not. The high today was 77.63. Okay, so there's better stocks out there, I would imagine, to trade. Let's see. NXP Semiconductor, NXPI. Okay, that's oversold again. Maybe. Micron did get oversold a few minutes ago. You can see that right there. Micron. I don't know. It just feels like every time this moves higher lately, especially considering yesterday's drop, every day seems like musical chairs. You know, do I get in? You got to watch it. You got to be trading it. You can't just walk away. I guess you could, but I don't know. My way of thinking, hard to walk away when this is up here at the highs. I just bring my stop. You could do what you could walk away. You can put your stop up underneath today's low. If you've been long this thing since I got out of it near 5:30 or so, only to see this keep going. That happens. Hoping for Oracle to do something like that. If Oracle ever gets its act together, Oracle. It's basing, this looks pretty good actually. This is day 6 at the 50-day. Gets above the 50-day, that would be an indication what needs to happen to confirm that the bulls are back in control. You can see it's a little tiny W-shaped pattern. You got the middle part of the W, down, up, down. Next level, if it gets above 195, that's also going to take out the 50-day. That would show that bulls are back in control and potentially could test the 200-day at 205. Once we get through 205, that's 20 points away, 205. And then you've got 250. So you got like a 45-point move once you get above the 200-day. So the choice is yours. Do you want to scale in now? Do you want to wait till 195? I'd probably wait till 195. And then look for it to follow through. Okay, I already have a position, but I'm thinking about adding ORCX shares. Okay, Microsoft turning. Okay, Microsoft. If Microsoft wasn't such an ugly chart, this could be a 3-candle reversal. That would be awesome if that happens. Watch Microsoft on the 1 minute. Oversold. Maybe we get something going here. I'm going to try Microsoft real quick. Today's expiration. See if we get anything out of this. Microsoft, today's expiration, the 18th. Microsoft, let's see. These 377.50s are a buck. I'll go ahead and buy a couple of these. All right, let's see how far these go. All right, so looks like I got filled right at $1.05. Microsoft, trying Microsoft for a ride right here. 377.50s. Let's see if this works or not. Not really going to do a whole lot today.
Pushing a lot higher, trading at their highest level in about a month, gain of 5% on the day. The parent company of Rockstar Games announced it would begin taking pre-orders for Grand Theft Auto 6 next week. The highly anticipated game has already been pushed back twice, causing hits to the company's stock price. The pre-order date and the release of the final cover art suggests it won't face another delay. I don't want to jinx it. That's the read. The game is scheduled to launch this November.
Okay, so bought a few there. Let's see if Microsoft can go here. All right, so RSI was oversold this morning. All right, so the setup right here this morning, oversold. We held this level. Now we have a higher low, so put a stop underneath here or right in this area. Okay, choice is yours where you want to put a stop. I have a 50-cent stop, so that would probably be right about here. Okay. Stop. This is a day trade. Microsoft. See how far this goes. All right, nice reversal on Microsoft.
Do you need to watch Toy Story 1 through 4 first? You should. Just for the fun. Okay. But you don't have to.
Okay, NVIDIA reversing. New York Fangs are catching a bid now. Amazon's ripping higher. Amazon going here. Amazon going. So if you caught this one this morning, that's a really nice one. Didn't get quite oversold, but the prices reversed very quickly, got above the 100 period. The 100 period turns up. So that's a move, 238. That's a 6-point move right there. 8-point move. Sorry, 8-point move. Nice. 50 delta call that make you $400 per 50 delta call. Not bad. Nike has earnings next week. Let's see what Nike's going to do here. Nike, no follow through. Okay, so we're watching Microsoft. See if that can follow through. Microsoft. It went from oversold to overbought at 11:30. It was only a 2-point move. Can we push this a bit higher, Microsoft? Let's see. Must be nice to be a reporter, so you don't have to pay for the parade, Knicks parade. Okay, let's go, Microsoft. Google, nice move on Google too. Watch Google here. Okay, Google keeps going. Google. All right, there goes Google. All right, cool. Microsoft, same thing. All right, there it goes. Okay, Google, Microsoft. Keep going, Microsoft. Let's go green on the day. Let's get 380 out of this. 380 would be good. Looking for 2 to 3 points on this. $150 for a 50 delta contract. 50 delta call should net you a point. Is going to get you $1 or $100 per contract. Looking for $1.50, $2 on this one. See if this gets going a bit. 50 cent stop to make $1 or more. 2 to 1. AMD turning back up. All right, Intel's turning back up as well. Intel, I did roll out, and I bought the 135 140s. I have those out in October now. All right, so futures turn back up as well. Futures turning back up. Okay, Google. Google up. Okay, Amazon, same idea, same setup. Amazon, look at Amazon. Amazon, same setup. Not quite oversold, but it ran. Okay, Meta, same idea, Meta. Okay, there's Meta. oversold, price action, RSI oversold, making higher lows. There we go. Meta, NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA turned back up. Okay, just now. Okay, Intel also. Intel got your little dip. RSI got oversold a couple of times, down near 30, turning back up. There goes Intel. All right, so if you like Intel as much as I like Intel, you're probably buying the dips here. Looks good, Intel. Cerebras did back off the high of the day. It's got earnings next week, Tuesday after the close. Cerebras. Love to see them blow out earnings the first earnings report and have them up near 300. That'd be really cool. What would you say, 270, something like that is like a 50% retracement for the IPO. Okay, Microsoft's still going here. Microsoft's still going. Microsoft. Okay, Microsoft looking good. Okay, looks like we're going to go. Looks like they're going to punch this through this area, Microsoft. All right, we need a little bit higher to get 100% out of these calls. $1.70 offer now, $1.70. Looking good. All right, there goes Microsoft.
Boosting bets on interest rate hikes as soon as next month, which had an immediate impact on short-term rates. The 2-year facing selling pressure, boosting yields.
All right, Meta. Little roll over there, Meta. Do I have any Meta left? Do I have any Meta left? Let's see, Meta. I do. All right, they're July. All right, so we're good. Good with July. McDonald's. IONQ. What's IONQ doing? I haven't looked at that in a while. IONQ. Okay. OCLO, OKLL. Shares, OKLL. Doji for now.
It's hard not to interpret that as a little bit more hawkish than otherwise people might have expected.
People losing their minds over the new Fed. He should do this. He should do that. And none of them have the expertise to run the Fed, but they all have opinions. I find that very, very interesting. I have an opinion. Markets don't give two shits about my opinion. Sorry, I used the S word. Okay. Anyway, just watching the markets here. Robinhood. Robinhood, what's it doing here? Robinhood. All right, turning back up. All right, so here's the Robinhood. Okay, oversold. Now, can this get going here? Watch it. It might get going. All right, so Robinhood.
Central to the broad conduct of monetary policy. We recognize that inflation has been running well ahead of the Fed's long-stated inflation goal of 2%. That's been going on for more than 5 years. We've dropped forward guidance. This committee will deliver price stability.
I just find it humorous. You know, everybody's losing their mind over the new Fed. I think they're obsessed with the whole, Jay Powell thing.
Anyone's sock puppet anymore,
Stop.
at least for now. What's your impression of the new Fed chair?
Well, my impression, because I've known Kevin Warsh for a long time, is that this was the real Kevin Warsh. I'm not sure where all the stuff about him being a huge dope comes from, other than the people who wrote about him trying to get a job at the Fed and maybe what he was telling the president. And he was also campaigning for that job at a time when inflation was much lower. So,
no kidding.
You know, the fact that he's gone back to being
these guys are geniuses.
Was, or at least sounding like the kind of hawk he was when he was on the Fed.
I hate being so critical,
too surprising to me.
but it becomes so transparent. You know, all they're doing is selling advertising. It's an entertainment, I guess. Okay. Okay, Robinhood looking for that to continue. Robinhood.
So now we have a different kind of situation for the Fed. They're basically expected to hike now, even if they weren't thinking about it.
So that sets up an interesting scenario here, right? Because the president clearly picked someone who he thought would be a candidate to cut rates. So interpret for us President Trump's response to the Fed's first decision under his new pick. He basically said, with regard to the possibility of a rate hike, it could happen, and it's all right that they held rates, whatever.
If anybody could divine what...
Okay, Robinhood. Let's see if it goes here. Robinhood. There goes NVIDIA.
My only guess is that...
Okay, Intel back up.
Jay Powell, and now that Powell is no longer the chair, his focus has drifted off to the other things that he's got to deal with at this point. But with
Robinhood, Home Depot. Let's see, Home Depot. HD. HD's up. Trending. Looks good. Home Depot. Home Depot, what do I got? 10 of these? All right, 10 of these. Do I want to hold 10? I have January. I have January 330, 350 calls. I don't think it's going to take that long to get there. 350, we'll probably get there. At this rate, probably get to 350 late next week or the week after, going into July maybe. Home Depot. It's already bottomed. Inverted head and shoulders, kind of, sort of. Volume picking up, MACD, momentum. Everything is moving higher for these. Let's see. Lowe's should do the same thing. Yeah, see, Lowe's is doing the same thing. It's a little bit behind Home Depot, but they should do the same thing this time of year. I'm not sure if Home Depot's lumber is less expensive than Lowe's. Lowe's tends to have better selection if you want finished lumber.
There's not much they can do. But if they think it's spread throughout the economy, and there is some evidence that it has in the service areas of CPI and PCE.
There's a lot of pine forests around us, so it's a little less expensive. These lumber mills in the area. There goes Tesla. Okay, Tesla might be a good one here. Okay, Tesla's turning up, so watch Tesla. Tesla. Okay, hammer. It's got resistance overhead at the 50-day. Okay, here we go. There you go. There you go, Tesla. All right, so here goes Tesla. Tesla. Stop. Stop right there underneath this higher low pivot. Stop, stop. Stop. Higher low.
As very, very low. He almost had no choice. He had to sound hawkish. The bar for raising rates, on the other hand, is and that's very, very high.
These people. Tesla, another.
If you look at inflation, the trimmed mean, that's in the low twos. That's 2.3%. And just as a recap, the trimmed mean means that you rank all the prices from increasing the most to decreasing the most. And you cut out the top 8% and the bottom 8%. So you still have 84% of prices. It's still like a raw
402.33, 402.33.
Very clear that he's looking to the left of the decimal point. That's a 2. It's actually a low 2.
Tesla.
And even inflation expectations, when you look at every measure of inflation expectations throughout the market, they all have a 2. So that's well within the range as well.
All right, Tesla looks like it wants to go.
Well, I can hear Jamie, though. Jamie, it's great to see you on TV. But what I will say is,
Okay, we're starting to see a trend of higher lows, higher highs on the S&P. If we get above 7,500, that would be a heads up that we could run up to 7,550 pretty quick. All right, maybe in the evening session. Tomorrow's off. Tesla starting to move here. Tesla. Cerebras is holding this area. The dip, looking for the dip to get bought. It's got earnings next week, Tuesday after the close. I'm not going to do anything else with Cerebras today. Intel looking for that to launch back up. Take out 135 would be really fine by me. Intel. Watch Tesla. Okay, Tesla looks like it wants to do it. Get jiggy here. Tesla. We're still below the 60-minute 20 MA. But 50-day overhead resistance right about the same area. So we might get back up there. So if you're going to trade Tesla on the 1-minute chart, watch your RSI. It's a little overbought right now. It didn't make it back to 396.50 yet. It's got another $4 to go. Tesla looks like it could run back up. I know Mondo does something similar using the 5-minute and Bollinger Bands. Okay, Tesla. You can see the volume rate price overhead starts to get thick once we get back into this zone overhead. Okay, Tesla.
Would Kevin Warsh be speaking on behalf of the committee? And he was speaking on behalf of the committee with 9 members looking for a rate hike. But we don't know if he believes that necessarily because he really
They're going on and on about Kevin Warsh on Bloomberg. Like, okay, they got nothing else to talk about. So let's talk about Warsh. Okay, it's 12:12. Let me switch channels anyway. Listen to what they have over on CNBC. Maybe it seems a little more coherent. I don't know. At times, not so much. All right, so let's go to CNBC, see what they have to say. Who's on? Is it Wapner or is it Joe?
The most important dynamic when you think about Apple is maintaining.
Okay, they're bullish Apple.
Relationships that Tim Cook had with all political leaders around the world. Yeah. Okay, Tim Cook executed the political environment better than any tech CEO out there. Let's see if John has the ability to say. They all seem to. Well, they're catching up.
All right, they're at the U.S. Open. Okay. Yeah, watching Tesla here for follow through. Microsoft pulling back a little bit.
Better than a lot of the other mega cap names, and it's got an RSI in the 50s, not overbought. Below its 52-week high, and this stock tends to act well, not necessarily on the heels of a phone launch, but going into one when the chatter is good about demand. And I think in this case, you want to be long the name going. All right, let's turn to our big story number 3, if you want to call it that, and that would be SpaceX, which is down again, coming off its first down day as a publicly traded company. Target today goes to 250, and Oppenheimer. I did an unofficial survey of our amazing production crew here. If anybody had bought SpaceX, I didn't see a single hand go up. I'm wondering, how the retail investors should be viewing this after some big moves up, and then now a couple of days down. There are 2 types of people who have been involved in SpaceX since it came public. Not pre, because that's a lot of tech investors, etc. Since it came public. You have people that believe in Elon Musk and believe in the story and really don't care if the stock is up or down 15% from where they initially purchased it. I don't know how large that population is, but I'm assuming it's probably half to 2/3. It's the other group that you got to talk about here. That other group, they're not buying the stock. They're buying the potential returns of the stock. They want the sizzle, not the steak. The problem is the sizzle's gone.
So those people look up and they say, well, I'm in this thing at 140, 150.
Microsoft pulling back a bit. Microsoft.
210, 205. Okay.
Watch your Microsoft. Okay.
I'll revisit it the next time it's rallying.
Got rejected at 378.
They're not actually investors. They bought the sizzle. They're not here.
Looking for another higher low.
The dust will settle. The people who want the stake, I think, will buy this dip. I wouldn't get terribly afraid of it right here.
Tesla also looking for a higher low, higher high. Right now, the markets are just kind of fading. B and C pivots this time of day, not unusual. So now we'll probably want to wait until about 2 o'clock or so and see if we get any kind of end of day trades. Okay, Microsoft's starting to turn up again. Microsoft.
So that first tranche is somewhere in the second week of August, but it's important you say that when the dust has settled, we have been observing how it's trading. It's important to understand the mechanics of how it's trading because this is a sentiment play. This is not a fundamental story in the near term. When sentiment on what? Us? It's a sentiment personality code. It's a personality play. You can't. I mean, how do you make a fundamental case around it? Take the calculator. 2030 revenue. You can use 2030 revenue on a $29 trillion. Useless. Pencils calculated useless. It's a referendum on Musk. But you observe the way it's trading. So let me give you this statistic. What we're seeing now is that the range expansion dust is settling. The range expansion is actually now beginning to compress for the very first time. Today, you have the tightest range that you've had so far since the IPO. You were generally running 24, 26, $30 trading. High, low.
Okay, Intel trying to push a bit higher.
What does that mean? That means price discovery is beginning to work. You're getting the transparency, and you're beginning to see the actual price level that it should find itself its comfort zone. So I think it consolidates probably in this area a little bit under $200. Those first 3 days of trading too. Please remember, you had billions of dollars coming in.
They're still talking about Warsh on Bloomberg. Watch NVIDIA. NVIDIA is another one. It might get something going here. B and C pivots. Microsoft, NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA is trying to break out. Google, just off the high of the day. Meta. Okay, Marvell. The top 10 on the NASDAQ. Those are fading a little bit. SNDK. Okay, Intel, we just talked about. Intel. Okay, just shy of the high of the day. Intel. I rolled out. Took half off and rolled out half to the 135, 140 strike for October now. I'll bring them back in if I need to. As far as like September seems to be a good sweet spot now. September, August, September, something like that.
Has shattered deal-making records. This was as
I don't know. Having time, not that big a deal. You pay up a little bit more. Okay, there goes NVIDIA. All right, NVIDIA is on the move here. So there you go. NVIDIA is about to break out. That might be an opportunity. We went from oversold at 207 up to 209. It's a $2 move. Did we break out? Let's look at the 60-minute. All right, we're back above the 60 minutes. So maybe NVIDIA, you trade this a little further out in time. Let's see. What do I have on NVIDIA? I have NVIDIA. NVIDIA.
And that's the activity surrounding trading. That's the activity surrounding M&A, the advisory business, and they're executing on it. To be fair, a lot of what he had to unwind was also some of his projects. Well, to get there, but he had the fortitude to admit that they needed to pivot.
When is the next NVIDIA earnings? NVIDIA's starting to move here. It might get rejected at the high, so keep an eye on that. August 26th. Okay, so we got August. The 21st is a monthly. August monthly.
It's been a central part of the moves away from the money going into tech. Right. It's been finding a home here in part because of what I said, the capital markets and the return between, this could be a record year for M&A. You get the SpaceX IPO. You don't think Goldman's going to have a central role in Anthropic and OpenAI as well?
We have a capital market cycle that's in full swing for the first time since 2021. And the difference between this and 21 is the quality. These are companies, you may not love the initial profitability, but these are companies coming in with billions and tens of billions in revenue, especially in the case of OpenAI and Anthropic. I don't think it's a fair comparison to look at the 1,000 or so IPOs we did in 2021.
All right, NVIDIA looks like it wants to break out. Okay, NVIDIA looks like it wants to break out here. Okay, let me go to 3-minute chart, get a little bit more here. All right, so this looks pretty good. NVIDIA, go to the 5-minute. Okay, you can see pretty clear now. Pretty clear where we are dealing with resistance. NVIDIA right along this area. Okay. Jesus, what are these guys doing on the set at CNBC? It sounds like they're building something while they're talking. Pretty funny. Okay, MACD is turning as well. RSI is rising. Look for a breakout on NVIDIA. 5-minute.
I'm friends with the executive management of the company, but you're talking about a stock that's at $62 now. Scott, we were talking about that in the 30s.
Possible this goes here. It's possible to go right here. Stop.
By the way, we didn't have a chance to do this yesterday because we were
Stop.
the president out at the G7. But I just want to give a shout to Terry Duffy. Yes. For the transformational impact that he's had on CME Group, announcing yesterday, of course, that he's no longer going to be CEO coming up, but he's had a remarkable run. I think you own it or like it, have picked it. He deserves a shout. Speaking of, he's a friend of the network, and he's done an incredible job.
Okay, so, all right, looking for a breakout. Does it break out or not? Okay. Looking at NVIDIA.
To be involved with him professionally. I believe we own CME in the ETF. There are some questions in front of CME as we move into the future as it relates to 24/7 trading, as it relates to perpetual futures. Lynn Fitzpatrick, who will be the incoming CEO.
Okay, we're starting to break out potentially.
She's the CFO and the president currently. I think it will be a smooth transition, and I trust Lynn.
Okay, NVIDIA is starting to go here. Oh, NVIDIA. All right, Cerebus is holding VWAP. Has earnings next Tuesday. There goes NVIDIA.
First block of our program here is another purchase from Joe. You bought the XBI. Again, did you have the IBB? No, I had the XBI. Bought the XBI back in the fall at 101. Sold it out at 130 in March. Look, now that we have 52-week high, by the way. Now that we have this apparent resolution to the military conflict in the Middle East, you're seeing the broadening out occur once again. That takes you back into areas of the market specifically like healthcare and the sub-industry being biotech. If you pull up a chart, can we pull that chart back 5 years?
This is a clean breakout.
Yeah, it's a pure breakout above 140. If you pull that back over 5 years, you'll see that we could get back up to that $180 level. I like what we're seeing there. There are names embedded in there like Gilead that are working well also. All right, I got some breaking news out of Washington. Eamon Javers has that for us. What do we know, Eamon?
Yes, Scott, we just heard from the Vice President, J.D. Vance, in the briefing room talking to reporters, defending the deal that the administration has struck with the Iranians and saying that 12.5 million barrels of oil transited the Strait of Hormuz last night. He says that's a high since the war began. So an encouraging.
There goes Microsoft turning back up now. Microsoft.
In terms of this relationship between the United States and Iran, the Iranians did not fire at any ships in the Strait last night. He said. He also said that he's not sure exactly when he's going to be going to Switzerland, though, for the negotiations on the final deal, which were set to begin this weekend. He says likely this weekend, but it's unclear because the Iranians are having trouble getting out of Iran, and so it's not clear exactly when the lower level negotiations will be finished and the higher level negotiations can begin. He also said something interesting, which we're going to have to get some more detail on, Scott, which is that He suggested that there are these so-called gentlemen's agreements that are on the side of this deal that are not in the main deal, the text of which we got yesterday. The vice president suggesting that some of those gentlemen's agreements have been written down in writing. It's not exactly
All right,
clear
Google.
what those are. But overall, the vice president's argument here was that the Iranians.
Okay, there goes NVIDIA breaking out.
This deal,
Okay, looking good, NVIDIA.
The pattern of good behavior that the U.S. government
NVIDIA.
with. And then finally, on the question of tolling in the Strait.
Okay, I bought some August 215, 225 call spreads.
The vice president said
NVIDIA.
he believes the United States will not agree to a final deal with Iran that includes tolling in the Strait because the Gulf states in the region will not want to support that either. So that one still seems to be a little bit unresolved. Scott, back over to you.
Gentleman's agreement sounds somewhat unprecedented, wouldn't you think, for a
215, 225, 215.
Of this degree and to not have everything
Let's see, that is a 50 Delta.
Yeah, that's right. And I think that's why we need a little bit more detail from the White House on what exactly the vice president was referring to there. He was asked about these gentlemen's agreements, whether they were in writing or just verbal. He said that they were in writing. So I think we do need an answer of, what those are and what's in the document that's not been released so far. Presumably, these could be provisions that they intend to go in the final deal, which, the starting gun for the negotiation on that was set to be this weekend and apparently is still set to be this weekend, although there's some looseness to the timing of that, according to the vice president. So we need a little bit more information about where this is going and what exactly is in this deal.
Microsoft continues. Okay, so you bought Microsoft. That's looking good. Microsoft coming off the low. Okay, Microsoft coming off. About to go green on the day. If we get above 379, I got to believe there's some stops up here. Okay, shorts. Okay, so we do one of two things. We break through and just keep going. Microsoft, we break through this pivot high. We break through and just keep going, or we jump above and then pull back in. They grab liquidity and pull it lower. Anything's possible. I am looking at Microsoft thinking, okay, maybe we get a 3-candle reversal. Next week we can test 390. I don't know. We'll see. All right, so NVIDIA, let's get some follow through. Microsoft looking really good here. Microsoft. Okay, we're about to go green on Microsoft, so you can move your stops up a little bit more. You should be up quite a bit, actually. Let's see, what are those calls going for now? You should be up a bit. Microsoft at 377.50s. Microsoft. Oh boy, hope everyone's having a good day. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is so gorgeous outside. I sat outside on the veranda looking out over the golf course. And there must be a tournament or something because we have tomorrow off. A lot of people are out playing golf. All right, so those 377.50s are $1.88, not quite 100. Okay, $1.94. Trying to push a bit more. $1.94 now. 10 more cents, 15 cents, and we'll be up 100%. We'll take half off and let the rest go. Free trade. There goes NVIDIA. Okay, they're starting to buy everything. They're buying. Okay, they're buying. Okay, here goes NVIDIA.
Hi, welcome back to Shinnecock Hills. The 126th U.S. Open is underway here, despite a morning fog delay. This storied golf course always a test of the best players in the world. But today, an even bigger one as the winds here are blowing, only expected to get stronger as this day progresses. We're joined now by the Golf Channel's anchor and reporter and now author, Rich Lerner. Thank you so much for making time for us. You are the busiest man in showbiz today. You're in my seat, by the way. And know the people who know the game, so to speak, very well. This place is always tough. You throw in these conditions, and what does that mean?
Means spirits get broken, not par.
Huh.
You take the 4 U.S. Opens that have been played here going back to 1986. Ready for this? 156 player field. Do the math. You're in business. Times 4. Only 3 players have broken par.
Wow.
Going back to 1986.
Okay.
It's hard.
That gives us an idea of what we may expect over the weekend. I mean, especially if the winds remain this way. Scotty, Rory, they've won 4 of the last 6 majors.
Right.
Kalshi, the prediction markets have them as the obvious favorites there. What are your expectations for them as they're both on the
Okay, there goes NVIDIA. Okay, cool. Looking good, looking good.
Lifted that weight, the better than decade albatross that he carried with him, never having won the Masters or the career Grand Slam. So I like Rory.
I like Rory too. His swing is so perfect. Rory.
His best year by his standards, but he's still the clear-cut number 1.
McElroy.
And I think should Scotty win, then if you step back, we will be smack in an era with 2 legendary players. They will be 2 of the 7 who have won all 4 major championships, the career Grand Slam. And so this is sort of an era.
Okay. NVIDIA moving higher.
The 60s, a little bit later, Faldo and Norman defined
DoorDash.
90s, and then after those guys, it was Tiger and Phil.
Okay, what's DoorDash doing? DoorDash. Okay, DoorDash is about to break out into blue sky, basically. Got a couple of areas overhead, resistance right here. And then beyond that, we've got this level right here. Oops, this level right here, okay? So that's our levels overhead. We'll probably find some resistance there. This is DoorDash. DoorDash looking pretty good.
Winner here, when the dust settles, participation, engagement in the game at all-time highs. I think the game's in a great spot.
What do you make of
DoorDash.
the pushback of the rollback? I guess
There goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA is going more now. NVIDIA is on the move. There goes NVIDIA.
Now we're going to push that back until 2030.
Professionals don't want to be told you can't hit it 330. They train hard for speed and power to be able to do that. No amateur wants to be told that, we're going to give you a golf
There we go.
that flies 7 yards shorter. We all want that pop. But the powers that be, the governing bodies in the game, are trying to protect these old ballparks. This is akin to Wrigley Field or Fenway Park. It's a beloved stadium, and you want to be able to play the great championships where the history of the sport's been written. You want to be able to continue to play the great championships on courses like this.
You've seen so many of the great moments in this great game over your career. You document some of what you've seen.
Okay. Looks good. Microsoft grinding higher.
Hey, Rich, how you doing when you're walking around?
Looking.
Who you are. What do you want people to take away?
Okay, so you're looking at trace. Yeah, hedge higher lows.
Fortunate to have lived a lifetime in the sport. My father, rest in peace, was a Wharton grad. He was an entrepreneur. He would have.
Hedge flow line is higher lows. Okay, we're moving above, negative gamma zone. All right, so we're moving above that negative gamma zone. Okay.
So it details my coming of age years at the Golf Center, which is the greatest summer job of all time. Through my now 30 years at Golf Channel, chasing Tiger. I got to the channel just as Tiger was on the rise.
wonderful relationships through the years with Arnold, who was co-founder of the Golf Channel, Jack Nicklaus, but they're funny, hilarious encounters with.
Okay, there goes NVIDIA.
Will Ferrell, Samuel L. Jackson, and the list goes on.
Will Ferrell, cowbell. I need more cowbell, fellas.
Congratulations to you. Not easy.
Explore the room. Explore the room. That's a great video. All right, back above the 50-day, man. If we could take out Monday's high, it would be awesome, right? If we could take out Monday high right here. I don't think we're gonna do it, but that would be freaking awesome if we did. Okay. So let's take out that Monday high.
The initiative would implement a one-time 5% tax on the assets of Californians whose net worth exceeds $1.1 billion. Governor Gavin Newsom, who opposes the measure, is hoping to strike a deal with unions.
Microsoft's still going.
Top White House officials said goodbye to Air Force One as the administration prepares to replace it with a Boeing.
There goes Intel. Intel's about to get back to the high today.
Returned from the G7 summit overnight. White House Communications Director Stephen Chung posted a photo of the jet on X captioning
Intel about to take the high of the day.
Said last month that the Qatari jet had been modified and completed flight testing. And Waymo is recalling thousands of its robo-taxis to fix a software issue that made some cars enter and speed through freeway construction zones. In 6 instances in Phoenix, Waymo's drove past ramp closure signs, and in 7 cases in San Francisco, cars drove between cones designated closed lanes. It's the company's second recall since May. Scott, back to you.
All right, Matt, appreciate that very much. Coming up, Josh Brown's best stocks in the market. It still goes on from here at Shinnecock Hills right after this.
Okay, NVIDIA. Nice follow through. Intel still driving higher. NVIDIA going. Thank you very much. Go, go, go. Go, go, gadget. 2 10s. 2 10s. Okay, what is Money Magic levels for NVIDIA? Let's see, NVIDIA should be 210. All right, we get above 210. This could crush it. 210. Above 210, dealers have to buy shares. Two ten. There goes NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA is looking good. A few moments later. NVIDIA. Going. Bullish. Okay. Dealers. Squeezing here. Dealers getting squeezed. Dealers. Okay. There it goes. There goes NVIDIA. Boom. Big move on NVIDIA.
right now. We got the best stocks, according to Josh Brown. Yeah, this rolls on. We don't stop this just because we're out at the U.S. Open. I don't see how we could, Judge. What do you got here at the top of your leaderboard?
All right, so this is a new name. It might be the first time anyone has ever talked about it on CNBC, as far as I can tell. We're going to talk about Maycom Technology Solutions. The ticker is MTSI.
Okay, NVIDIA, that was a nice pop there.
At CNBC Pro this morning. This is a 75-year-old chip maker, Scott. They started out building radar components for the Army Signal Corps in 1950. It's had a couple of iterations, but basically the story here is the analysts covering it thought they were covering this sleepy little electronics maker that's selling things.
Consider taking a little profits off into strength.
And all of a sudden it turns out the optical components that they sell are
NVIDIA.
important for data centers. It became an AI stock this year.
If you have zero day. Futures pushing a bit higher now.
When they talked about a book-to-bill ratio at 1.5, that means they have already sold 1.5 for every one unit.
Okay, here's your 1 minute chart, NVIDIA.
And the bookings just continue.
Looks good. Looks good.
This type of data center work, spend all this money on GPUs and not have.
Okay, nice move on NVIDIA. Starting to come back in a little bit.
With the stock today, it's digested that really big move. I think the stock is viable here. I think it's better for a trade than for a longer-term investment from this.
Intel's still climbing.
Basically, what we're saying here is traders, as a tactical stock, can use the 50-day moving average, which is about 330. That's being dragged up, of course.
Futures still climbing, looking good. Futures, S&P 500 cash. All right, looks like it wants to go a little more. Above 7,500 is a big plus for those of you trading. Above 7,500 would be excellent. And if we took out yesterday's high, that would be really good. Negate yesterday's drop off.
This is a name that at a $30 billion market cap, I think at some point, we really haven't seen aggressive buying in the technology sector, in particular for some of these semi names. And this is an example of the type of company that could potentially be that target.
I'm glad you brought that up. It's been acquired before. This actually ended up being a part of Tyco, which people who were investing in the late 90s, early 2000s infamously remember. It was bought out by someone. They brought it back up with its own company. So that actually.
Okay, Amazon's at the high of the day. So is Meta. So is Google's a little bit off the high of the day. Turning. Tesla looking a lot better. Tesla.
Cloud build out without the components that they sell. All right, we'll take a quick break. You'll come back. Santoli. It's midday words on the other side. We're back from Shinnecock Hills after this.
All right, Tesla, the Qs. Tesla looking good. Taiwan Semi. So let me see what Taiwan Semi looks like. Taiwan Semi. I have August, right? August calls on Taiwan Semi. TSM. Okay, TSM breaking out. Taiwan Semi breaking out. Breaking out. Okay, so breakout trigger on Taiwan Semi looking good. Thank you, Taiwan. Okay. Looking good, Taiwan Semiconductor.
CRPO may resume in less than a minute.
Taiwan Semiconductor.
WOLF.
KARD.
CRPO may res in 10 seconds.
CTT. KARD.
Chips looking good.
CRPO halted down.
New highs.
Look at that beautiful golf course today. Golfers are out there in the first round here of the U.S. Open. We're live from Shinnecock Hills. We get down to the New York Stock Exchange where Mike Santoli is standing by for his midday word. So how would you assess how the market reacted to the first Warsh news conference and then this bounce back today? We're still trying to figure this whole thing out.
Their preoccupation with Warsh.
I do think it's, we often talk about this, that the next
I like Santoli though. Let's see what he has to say.
retrace of that exaggerated reaction from the Fed's press conference. That's what we did see today. I think the most distinct animating feature today, though, is in chips we trust. That was the first instinct. We talked about it before the close yesterday, Scott, was we don't really know what the macro's doing here. Yields are going higher. Let's see if the NASDAQ 100 can get us out of this mess. And you're starting to see that again with just this ramp vertically in the memory stocks. Not that it's only that. It's still the majority of stocks up. Some of the rate sensitives have come back. What I am focused on, though, is we sit here at S&P 7,500. We first got to 7,500 5 weeks ago. That was the day of the Cerebras IPO. Cisco rips 14% on a great earnings print, or at least reaction. You had U.S. China kind of making some kind of progress. WTI closes below 100. And so since then, the market's been attempting to kind of pivot to macro and say maybe some other parts of this market can work. Banks have done so. The rest of it, I still think is pretty contingent. So I'm sort of on alert for that might have been an interim peak in NASDAQ over the average stock, but we still have to see that proven out.
Okay, good stuff. I'll see you a little bit later this afternoon. Mike Santoli, thank you very much. Still ahead, a double-digit gain this week for Josh.
Taiwan Semi looking good.
We will discuss and we will reveal from the U.S. Open next.
All right, what's App 11 doing? App 11, I see that's up. People are bidding that up off the low. App 11, that did pull back over the last couple of weeks. Looking for that to push a bit higher. What about Axon? Axon. Okay, that pulled back to the 50-day as well. Okay, Home Depot. All right, Walmart did pull back as well. Walmart. What's Costco doing? Costco. All right. TJ Maxx. Okay, retail did pull back a little bit. All right, Cerebras pulling back a little bit more. Okay. If you pulled your stops up and tight intraday, you probably got taken out on this pullback on Cerebras at the moment. CBRS. Okay. That made a nice run up this morning. Up here. That's a 20-point move there. Okay, looking to buy some on a dip. Cerebras.
OTT. OUST. CRPO may resume in less than
Okay, Google looks like it wants to go some more. Google's about to break out. Google's about to break out here. Watch Google. Okay, I have August 370s. I also have 375, 380 call spreads. Not sure why I bought them, but I have 400, 405 August calls as well. Spreads. Google. I think I bought that a couple of weeks ago. I could check my views, my trades. Looking for this to push back through this level. I think I bought it over here before it dropped off. Anyway, Google looking a lot better, looking like it's going to break out. Google. Okay, Google breaking the high now. Actually, the high is just a little bit higher up here. We hit a few minutes ago. Okay. Let's see if they take a look. What do they grab, or if they're going to push this a bit higher? Got a nice hammer or hanging man again. A week and a half ago, we had one right there. Google. Hammer. All right, Google looks like it wants to keep going.
On track for back-to-back weeks of double-digit gains. You just bought it earlier this week. Stock up 10% since you mentioned that buy on halftime report the other day.
Yeah, the way I learned it is fundamentals tell you what to buy, technicals tell you when to buy it. This is clearly a stock that was on the verge of breaking out.
Yeah, that's a good point. I like that. Fundamentals tell you what to buy. Technicals tell you when to buy. I like that. I have to remember that one.
It just broke above its 200-day, which we haven't seen in half a year. The stock is 67% above its 52-week low. And again, a lot of room between here and where it was last year. I think the story here is very simple.
All right, we just got rejected. Google just got rejected at the high of the day. Okay, let's see. DoorDash. All right, that's all over. Trying to take out the high here. DoorDash. Right there. Got another pivot we need to take out. On the right, DoorDash looking good. Okay, 5 minutes, a little jumpy here. DoorDash. Okay. All right, watch NVIDIA fading a little bit from the high. Tesla looks like it wants to do something here. Tesla. All right, the Tesla gets going here. Maybe a Tesla trade on the 1 minute time frame. Okay. It's not really set up that well. Yeah, the RSI is up here at 60. Price action moving higher. The better opportunity was over here. And move your stop up. Okay, so Tesla. Yeah, I'll pass on Tesla. Intel's actually doing very well. Intel back up to the highs of the day. Intel. Okay, they're talking Robinhood right now, so that should help. That should help goose this up a little bit. Robinhood. Okay, turning back up now. Robinhood making higher lows, higher highs.
Last quick thing I want to touch on this Senate panel approving this bill that would bar
Google trying to break out. NVIDIA fading a bit. Microsoft is holding near the highs of the session. You might want to consider taking some profits off these. If you took the 1 minute chart, maybe take half off into strength. They're day trades.
We're rebalancing at the end of July, but the momentum doesn't build in them. The revenue growth is beginning to decelerate. Lockheed Martin, you're looking at low single digits now. That's just not good enough. This build is troubling. If you're going to look in that direction, you want to look towards aerospace, a name like Howmet.
Aerospace?
For years now.
Where is Joe from?
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back.
It's an interesting way to pronounce aerospace. Joe Terranova. Where is he from? St. John's University. Where is he from? Mineola, New York. Yeah, I guess so. I guess I could pick up on that accent, Joe Terranova. He grew up in Mineola, New York. Yeah. Mineola. That's out on Long Island. About 20% into Long Island from the city. Not too far out. Yeah. Anyway, hope everyone's having a good day. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's almost 1 o'clock here on the East Coast, looking for dips to get bought. I like that quote from Josh Brown. Fundamentals tell you what to buy. Technicals tell you when to buy. And I'm watching Cerebras. Cerebras is a buy in my mind, but I'm not going to buy the run up. I'll sell into strength and then wait for this little dip to get bought. If it starts to get bought and turns back up, there might be a nice place to, buy some shares of CBRX into earnings for next week on the dip. Maybe hold it until the close. I don't know, until Monday, or just day trade it. Let's see, CBRS. Okay, it's pulled back a bit. Okay, still trying to break out. Looks pretty interesting. Okay, RSI is now oversold. So what you'd need to see is some activity like over here, these big bullish candles coming in. If that were to show up, watch Cerebras. This will probably take off to the upside again. Looks like they want to break this higher. So CRBX is what I'd be buying. CBRX. And they don't have it on stock charts. I don't know why. They have all the SpaceX IPOs. SPCX. All right, that's starting to turn. That might be an area to think about SpaceX. SPCH. The long, 2 times long, is $16 now. Okay, maybe buy some down here, SpaceX. Let's see the daily. Daily, all the way back to, yeah, wow. From the IPO, SPCX. Okay, we're 50% back into this. It was offered at 135 at the IPO. It opened at 155 or so, I think it was. 150, 155, something like that. Ran up 225. Is that a 50% retrace? I don't usually trade IPOs, so that's the open right there. That's the high. So we got very close to a 618 Fibonacci on the pullback. Is that going to be enough on SpaceX? Give it a shot. With something cheap like SPCH. Maybe. There goes Netflix starting to pop up, and Microsoft taking off again. Microsoft, if you took that trade on Microsoft, looking good. Microsoft. Looks good, Microsoft. Okay, we're about to break here. Okay, we're getting moving above this pivot. Looking good. All right, do we run it? Be nice to see a hammer on Microsoft, right? Hammer. Okay, watching Microsoft here. Okay, watch Microsoft. That might get going here. Okay, Netflix turning up too aggressively. Watching Netflix. Intel doing well, getting back up to the highs. Watching Cerebras and SpaceX. SpaceX for the pullback. Save SpaceX. I don't know. SpaceX, I'm thinking give it more time. That's really not that much to go on. And if you go on the 60-minute, I guess, this could just keep fading. It's not above the 50-day. 618 Fibonacci retracement. I can imagine a lot of people going to think this is a bargain. Maybe scaling in. I could continue to drop down. The only problem is with a lot of IPOs, people will tell you, it could stay down here for months and it's dead money until you start to see a trend. So I don't know. Damned if you do, damned if you don't, SpaceX, unless we start to see some volume coming in. Okay, watching Microsoft. Microsoft trying to do something here, trying to get sneaky.
We will be back here in Shinnecock Hills later this afternoon, 3 o'clock Eastern Time for the closing bell.
Okay, here's Microsoft on a daily. Looks pretty good, right?
And the CEO of the USGA, Mike Wan. Hope you all join me then. Final trade real quick.
Okay, Microsoft pushing a bit higher.
And that's right, the exchange is teeing off right now. Kelly was on Squawk this morning, so you got me up right. From yesterday's Fed-led sell-off to the chips back on the table and leading stocks higher. The major averages all up. Big tech leading the way. Oil is dropping again. By the way, oil now the same price as 1 year ago. Intel, your big semiconductor stock story. Trump says Apple will team up with Intel to make chips in America, but that is not the only news around Apple today. They're going to raise prices on some items. So why don't we start there and hit both angles of that big story? We've got Mackenzie Sigalos and Christina Partsenevelos on both. Mackenzie, why don't you kick us off? What is the very latest on Apple reportedly raising prices or going to raise prices on some items?
So, Brian, Apple CEO Tim Cook telling customers to brace for higher prices in that Wall Street Journal interview, but he's still not saying which products get hit, when it happens, or how much the cost goes up. Now, of course, this stems from the memory crunch happening now, what Cook called a 100-year flood for Apple's supply chain, telling the Journal that he's never seen a cost spike like this in more than 40 years.
Okay, no follow through on Microsoft. Maybe take a little bit more off. This might roll over. There goes Netflix. Netflix, 1 minute chart setup. Okay, check out the 1 minute chart setup. All right, it's starting to bounce. 12:45, we were oversold. RSI turning back up now. Switch out to like the 3 minute and evening session. I like to use a 3 minute. This looks really good, actually. Netflix. Ooh, what do I want to do? Netflix. NFXL. Direction 2x shares. All right, it's a double bottom, maybe. Netflix. I don't know. I have a hard time putting money to work on Netflix. This is it's been a disappointment for a couple of months now. There goes Microsoft. Microsoft breaking out. Microsoft going. There you go.
Scare people off? I mean, I know it's a big question, Mackenzie, but listen, Apple's raised prices for 20 years, and there seems to have been absolutely zero hit to demand for Apple products. People will pay up for them.
Exactly. And that's why the street is modeling for these price hikes to happen at the higher end of the spectrum. Because what's been really key to Apple kind of bucking what is on track to be the worst year for the smartphone market yet is the fact that they have these lower priced devices that for the first time qualified for national subsidies in China, its second biggest market after the US. That's why the past 2 consecutive quarters, you saw 38% year-over-year growth and then 28% year-over-year growth, really reversing the story in China. And so the expectation is that they can keep that 17E, that budget iPhone within the range of Chinese national subsidies, keep it unchanged, then they can really preserve what has become a standout narrative in a bad year for the smartphone market.
All right, good stuff. Mackenzie Sigalos to kick it off. Now let's go to the other big Apple story, aside for the next parade, of course, and Intel. And that one is one that has Intel stock higher. Christina Partsenevelos with that side of the Intel and Apple story. Christina.
Brian, that's because President Trump posted just late last night that, quote, Apple has agreed to work with Intel to design and build its chips in America. And that's what's behind the big move today. The stock is near an all-time high and is most actively traded. And give me 1 second, my microphone fell just as I was speaking, Brian. This happens. It is the most actively traded name in the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ 100, but this shouldn't be treated as new. It's actually been a rumor for months. You had first the Wall Street Journal reported a preliminary deal back in May after more than a year of talks. What's new today is President Trump is saying it out loud, saying there's a deal days after Intel said its newest chip processor entered early testing. Neither Intel nor Apple has actually confirmed the deal right now, but don't expect a huge financial hit just yet. Analysts think the first chips would be low end and low volume for Apple, so basic chips maybe for Mac computers, not necessarily the chips that power iPhones. That's TSMC's business. And that's maybe right now a few hundred millions of dollars in revenue, proof of concept, not necessarily windfall, but no doubt that
Okay, so can we get something out of Microsoft? You can't do anything now, but earlier this was a good setup. Microsoft on the 1 minute chart. Microsoft 1 minute chart was a good setup earlier. Now we've got a nice move here. Okay. So oversold at the open, original stop, second stop, third stop. Okay.
This is just Apple spreading out its supply chain again, not replacing its biggest partner. Intel says it can't build these chips at scale. It hasn't shown it just yet.
Anybody expressing incredulation that Intel stock is up, 500% in a year, Christina?
500% in a year, over 250% year to date. Every time the president says something about Intel, it goes up double digits. Every time a headline goes up, gets out there.
The media hates that, right?
The problem is so many of these headlines are lacking detail. But what we do know is that they seem to be making some inroads with their advanced processes at the foundry business. And we learned that just 2 days ago from Intel themselves, that they're entering what they call risk production. So this is seen as a positive, but we need them to be concrete. Where are the customers? How many chips are you going to be making? And what are the yields on these chips? Are they good quality? And does this mean Apple's going to move a lot of business to the United States?
What's the status of the Ohio fab? Is that going to get built or not? It's on again, off again. It's like a Kardashian relationship. It's on again, off again, and we don't know.
No, there's parts of the fab that are in play. The same thing with Micron, on and off again with Boise and New York. These fabs take a lot of time to build out to the extent that they have plans for and what they've promised. And so far, what we're seeing in the market across the board, there are delays. And I think we need to factor that into the clean rooms and just how difficult it is to get the equipment, et cetera, and then labor.
I like it. Blend it there. Somebody call Jeff Kilburn, Mr. Intel. We'll get him on. Christina, Partsenevelis and Segalos. Thank you very much. So, are the moves that we have seen in names, particularly like an Intel, justified, or are they a sign of market euphoria? Does it represent a risk to the market and your money? We don't know, but Charlie Babrinskoy may know. He is vice chair of Ariel Investments. Charlie, I know you're not like an Intel analyst, so I'm not going to go down that road. But when I see a name that's up 500%, kind of left for dead by investors over the last couple of years, it's come roaring back. Are you worried about just sort of a general market euphoria, almost like a buying panic lately?
Yeah, at any given time, there are times in which people are overly greedy or overly fearful. And I think right now it's absolutely the case that we're in overly greedy mode. There is FOMO all over this market. And the indicators that people talk about, whether it's your cab driver asking you about his latest AI wins, or it's one of your kids telling you got to get with it and invest more in technology, all of these things tend to be signs of euphoria, and it's never good to be buying when.
Okay, we're just pulling back in right now.
I will say
Microsoft,
Intel's favor is that
Netflix. So there goes Tesla now. Tesla's on the move. Okay, there goes Tesla. All right, let's see what Tesla has to offer. Tesla turning the corner. There's your 1 minute chart. Not the best setup because we never really got down to oversold except at 10:30. Buying now. Not really a lot of time left. Less than 3 hours. All right, Cerebras looks like it's trying to base right here. Tesla has a tendency to run. Tesla has a tendency to run on Fridays. Okay, what do I have on Tesla? I don't have anything expiring today, I don't think. 0 day, Tesla. I don't think I have any 0 day. No, I have no 0 day on Tesla. It's not the best setup because we're off the low. You really want to take these when they start to turn, like at 10:30. You don't want to buy it way up here. If you did, I'd be putting a stop underneath like 394, a dollar stop on a $395 stock. You probably get stopped out pretty quickly. So you probably want to put it around 392, $3 stop. Look for $6 upside. Can we get that? If we make it to yesterday's high, yeah, we can make $6 from here. All right, Cerebra's still waiting for a dip to get bought.
Clearly a change. I mean, the whole market was thinking we were heading towards 2% inflation, and we were heading towards maybe 3%.
Okay, Tesla not doing anything there. All right, let's look at a few other things that are up there at the highs. Intel, nice reversal on Intel, back up towards the highs. This is probably going to be $140 next week. My guess is this is $140 next week. It did exactly what we thought it might do, with an exception. It did pull back to the breakout zone and then take off. All right. But MACD has crossed.
Rates maybe don't look quite so good now with inflation ticking up, and their funding costs are going to be ticking up as it's more likely that rates go up than down. All right, you might have heard about this New York
MACD cross.
There's like 1 million people in a parade right now. We're working. Everybody else is at the parade, Charlie. Madison Square Garden, you've loved it for a while. Stocks rocketing on the Knicks. Do you sell it now? I mean, is this like peak MSG?
Yeah, talk about being contrarian, Brian. This one was where we were really contrarian.
I mean, everybody hated the Knicks. They hated MSG. Some people did not like the ownership either.
No, they hated Dolan. The Dolan discount was a big deal. This stock was very cheap. So the big thing that happened along with the championship is that the Dolans announced that they're going to split the Rangers and the Knicks into two companies. Now MSGS owns them both. It was hard for any one buyer to want to buy both, so now they're going to be split, which makes a sale of the Knicks or a partial sale of the Knicks much more possible, and then it doesn't hurt that they're winning a championship. So the stock has gone from ridiculously cheap, 50% of its Forbes valuation, to, let's call it 80% of the Forbes valuation, still 20% less than we think it should be, but not nearly the table-pounding buy it was a year ago.
Yeah, I mean, with the stock up right now, they won the championship, and we get to celebrate by watching a lot of politicians make speeches. That's how you celebrate an NBA. I'm semi-kidding. Charlie Babrinskoy with Ariel Investments. Thank you very much, Charlie. Do appreciate that. All right, folks.
Okay.
We are just getting started.
All right, futures look like they want to go some more. So, Captain, if you're watching, we've got higher highs, higher lows on the hedge flows. That continues to move. Okay, we're above the red zone. We're starting to push even higher. We're above 7,500, which is a key, our critical area that we've been looking for. Okay, 7,500. All right, Netflix, yeah, not going for the breakout was wise. There goes Amazon breaking out the new highs. Google looks like it might want to do something. Tesla continues to turn back up. That's rising. Okay, futures look good here. Futures, S&P 500. Microsoft, maybe take some Microsoft off here. It looks like it's hesitating. S&P 500. Okay, it's above 7,500. That's a big plus. Okay, we want to be above 7,500, and if we can get above yesterday's high, that would be even better. I don't see it happening, but the way Trace is set up right now, it's possible. If we just start trending, there's not a whole lot up here in terms of 0 day. There's a little bit, I guess. This is non-0 day. 0 day. Okay, cool. All right, so they got a 1 o'clock today. All right, 1 o'clock. Spot Gamma. All right, so it looks like they got a show today. Brent probably talking to subscribers. Subscriber only, yes. Okay. Cousin. All right, I'll be listening to Brett here for a few.
Recording in progress.
And I will do my best to answer those questions. Good to see, Lottie, that you were on the event last week. I think it went well. People seem to be happy, so that's good. And let's kick off with what is happening in the old Trace Monitor today. You know what? Let's start with the founders up before we do that and just lay out what we've been seeing here. So it's funny because as soon as we have a down day like we did yesterday, then some good piece of news comes out from Trump.
All right, so we're listening to Brett over at Spot Gamma. He's got the mic for about an hour or so, 45 minutes. So I'll be taking a break, listening to Brett over at Spot Gamma.
There's an interesting one this morning, and we'll check and see how it changed. But we started to sell, then maybe would trickle down, and this seems like it was a today thing, because if you look at where we are extended, so this map is extended to the 25th. This goes from that red that we saw on the previous map to this is all blue.
This is what he's talking about.
Gamma below. So from a market making perspective, they didn't really have, other than that pocket of OPEX negative gamma, seemed fairly stable, and so it was. I don't want to say it was a. I'm trying to say I'm making calls here every day, but you had to sort of think about that positive gamma, but then this idea that in the short term, traders are going to want to sell vol, right? And in that perspective, you're like, well, what's going on with the rate regime and AI and all this other sort of stuff? That's not today's problem, right? That's like next week's problem or some other problem a couple weeks from now. We don't have to worry about that until maybe the 25th when core PCE comes out. So the idea is like, I'm going to sell these options. I'm going to sell today's options. This is Monday and Tuesday, right? Because we have the 3-day weekend. I'm going to try to be short vol over that weekend, especially with there's no Iran situation I got to worry about, right? I don't have to worry about a nuke going off, or at least I can worry about that less than I had to before. So great, risk-free weekend. Sell that vol, and that's going to be supportive of stocks. And you see that mostly in the NASDAQ. It's up 2.5% now. That's strong. My mouse just poured shit all over myself. Sorry. And the S&P doing pretty well here, up 1.5%, right, or 1.25%. Excuse me. VIX down 10. So that vol is getting pounded at the moment. We'll see how that sticks. Now, yes, VIX is down 10. Let's do a quick check of the fixed strike vol surface to see just how real this vol selling is. So to do that, what we're going to do is we're going to compare. So we go to compare mode, and we're going to compare versus last night. And what you see is, indeed, the vols are getting wrecked right now. I mean, wrecked. You're down 2 vol points, 2.5 vol points now. That's humongous, right? That is a giant shift down. Now, we closed at the lows yesterday, right? We had a very big vol spike at the market lows. And so the reason that we're going to shift this now to Wednesday or Tuesday is because Tuesday didn't have the FOMC in it, right?
By the way, Bitcoin is lower. That's rolling over, going back to test the lows of the last couple of weeks. Check out Bitcoin.
Before or Monday, before FOMC, let's just make sure we have the chart right. Tuesday night here, before the FOMC, we're still down in vol terms below that, right? So whatever's going on today in the market, vols are getting squished, and that is a tailwind, or that's a lift, that's a tailwind for stocks, and there's just no two ways about that. So feel how you want to feel about stocks. Vol getting smashed like this is definitely a boost. Yes, things got a little spasmy yesterday. 3-day weekend is going to keep that bid into stocks, and it's clear that that's working out right now. But this is a pretty good vol smash, I'll just say. So for someone who's saying, hey, let's think about the possibility of some selling in the next week, this is not the look that you want to have. Now, looking at the way that things stand up right now, y'all can see there's a big pocket of negative gamma down here under 7,500. But what's happening right now is Hero is just bidding this thing up, right? Up, 4 billion of Hero.
There goes Netflix,
Really, most of this has come since
Amazon going, Apple turning the corner, Apple turning. You might get a 1 minute chart set up on Apple.
You know, some existing calls out, and so that's why some of these deltas
Oversold, almost oversold again. Rising. Can we get above 300?
On the index side of things, you can see over the last about 15, 20 minutes, we went from negative 3 billion to positive 2 billion. That's a $5 billion gamma change in about 15 minutes. That is, sorry, that's not right. I'm looking at the Hero signal. Hero went from minus 1.5 billion to about 1 billion. That's about a $2 billion change. That is very, very big for 15 minutes. If you hover over the map, you see the notional gamma there. So what's happening right now in this moment is they're shoving positive Hero deltas through this negative gamma layer. And I would suspect that we would meet resistance at where this positive gamma comes in, if that makes sense. So, you know, yes, we're at 75.10. We like making some live calls here on the 75.25 is probably where I'd see this sort of thing peak out a little bit based on what we're seeing in this map. What about the charm pressure? Buying support up into this 75.40 level where charm infers there would be some selling. So, you know, this is a market that right now you got vol coming down, Heroes coming up. This just sort of seems like we're probably going to
Amazon's still pushing. Microsoft fading. You might want to take some profits off of Microsoft if you took that from the lows.
Asterisk on that. It's what is this doing? Now, what you notice here is a lot of these deltas are longer dated. There's a little bit of a separation here, but what we're seeing is that initial buy was 2 billion, right? But really since around 10, 10:30, 11 o'clock, it's been zero DTE flow that's doing the bidding, right? It's today's expiration flow that's running the shenanigans. So I'm not taking too much into that equity signal being so positive. If I'm thinking about today and the way that I want to structure this, selling a call up and around the 75.25, trying to monetize that, to me, makes the most sense. I'm trying to get better about the idea of saying, okay, what do all these positions look like? So I'm just doing a little temperature check over here into what those calls are going for at the moment. 75-cent credit to sell a 75.25, 75.30 call spread. That's not too bad. And then if you go down a little bit, if you believe we're going to get some of that end of day support, then you could sell maybe like the 90s for roughly the same thing. Yeah, about the same thing. So, you know, just kind of betting that we tread sideways is, I think, a decent bet at 70 cents for a $5 wide spread. That's a really base case, rough example of a trade. Something to think about there. Venkat is pointing out core 1M going up. I almost put this chart in the morning note. I didn't, because you can see it's getting pounded now. So what we're going to get likely now is a close of core 1M sub 8 into a giant OPEX. Those two things line up to be a fantastic short, in my view. We have stats that show that OPEX does tend to turn at these big moments, right? So if we just go back and we look at the way that the market has performed around these options expirations, let's just do some eyeballing of that. Most of you here probably believe there's some sort of OPEX effect, but obviously May, nice 1 to 2% decline, right? April was just a voracious rally. We did get a very, very brief drawdown. You know, we certainly flagged. So if you were short, you know, that didn't feel great, right, when this started to turn, but it wasn't terrible. Look at Feb OPEX, right? Spills over. What about March? Giant JP Morgan call into the Iran war, right? What about Jan OPEX drawdown? It only lasted for a couple of days around the OPEX window, but there was that pretty big drawdown. And that's to the day, right? It's not, well, a week later. I mean, if you want to say fuzzy logic around, you know, VIX-X in March OPEX, I mean, look at that move, right? So, you know, again, now you're going to pound correlation into this high. I'm feeling better about the short position, irrespective of what's going on today. Let me figure out how to shut off the old Pulse. Everyone using Pulse so far? Anybody? I know good cousin Vinny's in there. That's what's going crazy. And I don't know if that's annoying for y'all to hear in the background. If you don't know what the old pulse is, you can listen to the pulse channels here. Now, we talked about a hero burst alert last week. I've added the burst alert to pulse. So now you'll hear like Robinhood, pulse, hero burst. Hero burst means that there's a significant amount of deltas trading in the hero signal, and that you want to go check out hero, because when that hero flow shuts off, the stock should do some mean reversion, right? It's a signal that the
okay, Robinhood, DoorDash. What's Robinhood doing? DoorDash.
So what's interesting in this?
Robinhood. Okay, just off the highs, got a spinning top doji.
See that? And what this is telling you is a certain number of puts in the last, I believe it's 60 seconds. I got to double check that. I actually loaded the logic into the spot gamma bot, so you can ask for the specifics there. But basically what this is saying is there's a whole bunch of trades. It has to be at least $750,000 plus of flow premium to show up on the pulse. But it's over like the last 60 seconds. And so the idea is you see like print, rapid fire in the last minute. Something's going on in that name right now, right? And that's what this is meant to tell you. If you hear the words gamma, SPX, spider, gamma, that means it is an option that has a 0DT position that has a lot of gamma associated with it. So if you hear gamma, you should be able to go to trace and be like, oh, they just closed this strike. You should be able to identify, hopefully in the map, if it's SPX, a big position that has changed. So that's that. Shenanigans is big 0 DTE flow. I call it shenanigans because they try to ramp the 0 DTE. Michelle, I know it's delayed at the open. I have to manually set a ticket a token every 3 days right now, because I basically coded all this myself, which is why it's fairly unstable. And that is the issue. Mr. Banco, what's the matter? You didn't get added to Discord today? If you didn't get added to Discord, you should be able to just go into the this resources channel right here. Hit social and then hit Discord.
CDT.
Yeah, so if you go to Spot Gamma Bot,
Tesla's still rising. Make sure you check Tesla. That's still rising. DoorDash also looks good. That's at the high of the day.
You should get a better answer today than if you tried before. So that's kind of what that is. And then if you go to the flow development and request, and you go to the very first post, I pinned it, but if you go all the way up there, you'll see the actual specifics. So that's how you can get that. The idea here is the more pulses you hear, the more market behavior should be going to. Is like it's a heartbeat for the market, and I've seen it before. Like yesterday, you see like Apple, S&P, SMH, and like whoa, tech's going off, right? So it's not also just a single layer metric, right? Yeah, and Arsalan, you're seeing that hero come down now, but this is kind of what we just lined up, right? Like, okay, hero's coming down. We didn't quite rally much, but you know, if you took that 25 cents for 70 cents, yeah, right, you're good. You know, pay for the Spot Gamma membership, like it's the big thing. Yeah, so Kevin was asking about the positive gamma drying up fast. If you notice in the morning note, there is this line, right? This line is the 9:30 a.m. SPX options expiration, which is the bulk of SPX contracts expiring for today. That is the normal monthly expiration. That is what this line is. It goes away. That's why there's this line here. Yesterday, we talked about a flex option, or was that 2 days ago? The flex option. Flex options are essentially over-the-counter contracts.
Tesla.
You can list them. So it's an OTC. You make
Tesla's still going here.
For a counterparty, and it's listed on the exchange for clearing. And that is what created this. And we talked about this in the note, but that's what this is. That's why there's this flame. And so if this bar went away, some of you that didn't read the note started talking about on Discord, speculating what that was. I forget the name. You shall not be named. Which pulse is better to listen to? Well, some people want index only flow, so that's what they'd like to listen here. Or you can listen to Pulse Voice, which is everything. But some of you are only the SPX crew or QQQ index stuff. So that's what the difference is. That's that. Hero Burst, like I said, should be running on there. I'm pretty sure it's running. I think it's running. I'm rambling today. Am I just rambling on about random stuff today? You know it's a flex because it's a non-standard expiration. There is no AM expiration on a Tuesday morning, Big Red. They don't exist. But the fact that this contract goes away, we know because of how we get the data from the SIBO that it's a flex contract. 7,600. What's going on there? I don't really see a whole lot. Right now, the gamma for that position is quite small because it's netting out. You see a positive gamma strike, so the market makers are long 40,000 puts, 7,600. They are also short 30,000 calls. So from a gamma perspective, that nets out, and so the ultimate result is there that you just don't see a bunch of GEX at that strike, right? So that is it.
Tesla, 1 minute chart. Hammer. Daily looks ugly. The 1 minute chart's fine.
You should not be. I honestly don't remember who it was. Reference prices. If you look here, the reference prices here, and I think
NVIDIA's setting up again. NVIDIA, watch NVIDIA here. NVIDIA.
Clear about a few things. Spot gamma levels, and you have the spot gamma implied 1 day move is 75 pips. So what does that mean? You go to
Amazon working. Amazon breaking out the new highs. Amazon.
So the trading view signal is meant to strike that at the open. So the exact cash open, you go down 75 bips. So that's roughly
Tesla going here. Tesla.
74.45.
Tesla's going nicely now.
Low, and then the high is roughly 75.55. 68% of the time we close within that range. That's roughly a 1.5% range for today. It's pretty wide, right? So that's queued off of the SPX cash open. So wherever your futures open at that 9:30 time is the high and low for the ES. So we do that math for you here. We equate the spread between the index and the future, and then we have to roll.
Taiwan Semiconductor.
Right now we're in September.
Breaking out.
September future with the roll December.
Looks good. Taiwan Semi.
We'll do that roll for you. The NASDAQ is a little trickier because most of the flow that you have is in the queues. That's the bulk of options positions. And so, yeah, rolling to you. Thank you, DS. So, put them in the Q&A section. There's Sam, and I'll make sure I get to them. I usually let the questions load up and I fire through them. I'll pivot to this after. So what you're trying to do is you got to take the Qs, normalize those to the NDX, and then you normalize the NDX to the NQ futures. So that is kind of that. And if you use the trading view indicator, that should automatically adjust, as should Bookmap and all these other integrations. They should do the adjustments already for you. If that's not the case, let me know. We'll fix it. But all right, let's get into these questions a little bit. 5-day gamma on Trace. When you look forward a week, what are you seeing here? So let's break this down so that we're like
Google making new highs now. Google.
There's an expiration here and an expiration here. So this is yesterday.
This looks like it has a lot of potential for more upside. Google.
Then we have a 3-day weekend, and then the next full trading day is going to be Monday. There's Monday expiration, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, right? What this is showing us.
All right, CBRS is starting to turn.
Stable gamma to the upside around.
Okay, watch CBRS.
So what is that? Systematic call.
CBRS. Bouncing now.
Think about that. Well, where did the S&P kind of test and peter out here over the last couple of weeks? We got up over 7,600 in this area, and calls I think in there really started to get sold. So that's important to think about in my mind, because there's sort of this maybe fair value metric that people see where they're laying to selling some calls. That was also some rich calls at that time, right? When the call skews got a little bit bid up. So people really leaned into selling calls at that time, and not the 0 DTE kind, which means that we have stable positive gamma up in that area, which means that I think this is resistance for the near term. So like if we start to bid up again because of whatever, I'm going to think it's going to be a slow grind kind of resistance. I'm going to mark that area going forward when we think about market making, new highs. I think if this gamma is there and still stable. Does that make sense? So like right now, I'm fine selling a 7,600 to 7,700 call into the end of June because it's like that should be big resistance. I think we're going to sell off anyways. So, particularly this morning, core 1M is low. Okay, great. I'm going to sell a June 7,650 call. I'm just making a number up because I'm fine being short that call right now because I know there's this resistance. So if I'm wrong, it should be kind of a grind, and hopefully I can kind of hold it and get out of it over a week or two, right? That's rough. It's a kind of rough idea. Today, I don't think we do much rolling off. So what about the downside? Well, if you hover over the map, and just be clear, I have a low settings on color scale. What do you see here? It's mild positive gamma, right? Up here, we have very thick positive gamma, 10 billion notional. It's a ton of like stopping power, grinding. Below, you have light positive gamma. You can see it's 19th percentile. As you go out in time a little bit, 30th percentile. So, it's not super unstable below here, but it's much less stable than above. But if we start to break down here into this zone, VIX and vol should go up. That puts selling pressure on the market. Then you also have core 1M now at an 8, right? Which tells us that call skews are very rich. Those calls are going to get sold, so they're
Cerebrus is turning, so we're bouncing off the 10 and 20 EMA on the 60-minute. Watch it here.
They actually seem like they're net short puts over this time frame, right?
Starting to
So
bounce.
hedge funds aren't positioned for downside here yet either.
Cerebrus.
I think this matters because if the market sells off, they'd have to flip potentially. So, who has all the negative gamma? Pro customers have a bunch. Firms have a ton, right? So these are the counterparties right now to the market makers.
Amazon high of the day.
Firms are selling puts or selling puts, to customers who are positive gamma. They own those puts, right? So, that gamma map is kind of interesting to help you level that out. The JP Morgan call is so far out of the money at the moment at 6,900. You don't see it on Trace, but if you go to Equity Hub, you can see it right here. 68.65. This is not listed as an SPX option. It is an ES futures option, so you will not see it in the chain for SPX. We have made a journal entry of where it is in the ES in Trace, so your Trace map is updated as if it was an SPX strike. The pivot versus the vol trigger. The vol trigger is a level that the algo decides, right? Based on, essentially, it's our gamma flip line. And oftentimes it is very near my pivot level. The pivot level is the level that I handicap as what my risk off level is. So you can see mine is a little bit lower here. And I adjust it manually based on the 0 DTE positions I see in the market, how quickly I see positions shifting. I look forward a little bit.
Tesla's still moving.
Where things are stable versus unstable. I think I've gotten pretty good at it. I mean, hindsight is 50-50, but if you kind of look at where we were like swirling around today, 74, 75, right?
Long dated.
My
Deep
flowers.
puts.
But ultimately, the problem, if there's an issue with the vol trigger, it's that it can't adjust to or address to. I was trying to say that both of those words at the same time. It can't adjust to the 0 DTEs, right? Vol trigger is built off of last night's naive positioning, meaning standard open interest model. It can't account for Captain Condor or whatever it may be. Right? Captain Condor, by the way, I don't know if
Intel Pulse.
Martinez in the room. He's talking about Captain Condor's back out there now, pumping his Discord or his Instagram or whatever. Ultimately, what's more important for 0 DTX options, whether you're in 0 DTE or longer dated positions, it's the same.
Intel Pulse.
I wouldn't sell options if we break the. Certainly, if we break the risk pivot, and I will be a little bit sketchy about vol trigger. I don't worry about that as much. I used to talk about vol trigger all the time. Now I don't as much because of the reason I just laid out. Like I wouldn't want to be short options below 74. 75 today. I think that we're supported. I don't think we're going to break down that much today, but that would be the idea, right? So on this open, this was a sketchy open. Like we bounced and recovered at 74.70, but
Zero DT.
you know, like I don't want to sit here short cheap puts right now. Like this is negative gamma. If this does go lower, we could drive significant lower. Do I think that's going to happen? No, but this is not the look I want to short into. I don't want to be short puts for this position. Does that make sense? Hopefully it does. If we wind the mat back to 10 o'clock or 9:30, it wasn't that negative. It was actually mildly positive, right? The mat changes over time. And then you see what does Hero do? It rips higher, and they buy this dip. And, you know, ultimately, it's a mild negative gamma position around here, but vol also contracts violently at the same time, and Hero's bid. So, you know, like that's just kind of that. Now, if you want to say like halfway through the day here, we're in this negative gamma territory and we're not dropping, I would be honest with you and be like, well, that looks like a good recipe for a drawdown, right? Now, OPEX today is one excuse. The other excuse I would just throw at you is S&P equity is just bid all day, right? Bid. So this is strong. If this was going south, I would think it would be a different picture. So like, if you're hindsighting this, that I would attribute the stock buying to be that, right? That would be my sort of guess. I own downside positions right now. I want the market to go down. So, you know, I'm not sitting here. I didn't make $5 million, you know, buying this dip. I'm positioned for some downside.
Deep calls.
That's the way that I'm positioned here, per the founders note and everything else. Should have access to Discord immediately. It's not a manual verification. So Ram, I hope I answered your question on the 5-day gamma chart. And Mr. Sam, you're welcome for hosting. Hope you're enjoying this. Can you please walk through the process I use stock gamma tools when trades in single stock? Yeah, let's do that. What? Almost everybody asks. There's usually like a Jim Cramer hot take around here. So I have two things. I have this 7,200, 7,000, 1,600 put fly. And I just bought a bunch of QQQ puts. The vol is high.
Long dated. Zero
as we
DT.
talked about many times here, right? This is expensive implied vol. The reason I thought to myself, I'm going to pay that is because when Qs had their spasm last week, the vol stayed very high. We didn't get the vol to come down. And I am comfortable in the risk threshold here of owning those puts, knowing I'm paying up for those. But if they sell off, the vol will still be violent, so I'll be okay. If you are not sold on the idea that the market could come down, I'm not trying to sell you on say you have to do this. But if you're kind of like, I don't know if Brent's right, then you should do like spider put spreads because that's cheaper. The cost of carry is lower, the risk is lower, etc.
Spider puts, long dated.
August 550 puts. The idea there that I want to give it some time over the weekend. I want some decay. I already have a fairly big put spread on for the end of the month, and so you know I wanted to just sort of position out a little bit. Whereas if we kind of go into next week and not much happens, I just want to like close it up. Okay, no big deal. Lost some bucks. On we go. I don't think that we will. So this opens up an interesting moment. I don't think that. Actually, let's do the calculator. Let's look at spiders and say, all right. We've taken another step back. I've outlined why I think the market could go down to S&P could go down to around 7,000, which is this trough, right? Negative gamma all the way down here, and that gamma troughs into the JP Morgan strike, which we all know is heavily watched into the end of the month. But this gamma troughing is kind of like my max downside because that's where the dealer flow should exhaust based on current positions. Does that make sense to everybody? Hopefully it does. So what is that? We're at 7,500. You know, it's about what 7% drawdown. That's a pretty big drawdown. Like, you know, that's no. people are gonna you'll feel that, right? But I have on a 7,200 put spread. So what is it, or put flag? So what does that mean? If we go down 4%, the put that I own is gonna go in the money.
Netflix pushing higher. Netflix.
Right. And if we finish that off, and
Netflix
going,
breaking out.
you're talking about 5, 6, 7%.
New high of the day. Netflix.
Very well.
I'll wait till it gives us a little bit more bullish action.
That put flag should be paying me very well, right? Because these other two are so far out of the money still. The one that I'm long should start to pay me off, and I'll probably close it, roll it, monetize it, do some other things around it. Okay. Does that make sense? 3, 4, 5% drawdown. All right. So some of you are saying, well, what about the Qs? The Qs have negative gamma all the way down to 700, right? And you can make the argument that negative gamma changes precipitously here, but look at where we did just off of the June correlation spasm drawdown, right? We lost in the state of about 2-3 days 8%, right? We're up 2%, 2.5% today. So if you just want to say what is the correlation of these two things, if spiders goes down to ascertain which one is which, that's kind of funny. So the Qs I think are over here, right? Yes. I've never had a hard time comparing Qs and spiders before. You're talking about 650. That's a 10% decline for the Qs if we go down to that similar level. So then some of you are saying, well, 550, do you think it's going to get there? I don't think it gets there. But I want to play put skew increasing and vol increasing. And so that is what I think would happen if we got a big spasm. So if we go to the options calculator and you just say long inputs, and please don't copy what I'm doing. This is not investment advice. Don't email support saying, Brian, lost me a bunch of money. I own August, so I'm quite far out. For me, this is quite far out. That's August 30th. And I'm in the 550. So I do not think that the
0
Qs are going to
DTE
go to
call side.
that far out, right? That far down. I think we have a big sell-off into the end of the month. So let's just say 630. That leaves 52 days to expiration. What is it about this position I like? It's this. I like this Vega. The delta is pretty small of this position, but this Vega is pretty elevated. And I also think that the put skew could lift. We would shift from call skew to put skew. And then we would start to potentially rally quite a bit, right? Or the position would start to make better money, right? So what do I mean by that? You go into the IV settings here, and we look at the median IV here, right? You can see there's this pretty big curve. NVIDIA pulse. If we look at the current implied vol, you can see that, right? So I don't think that the vol would shift at all. I actually think that it's possible that the vol would go up a bit. So if we look at the maximum IV here, and we see what happened in the past for roughly this option, what you can see is the volatility, the max of the vol over the last
0 DTE
30 days, I guess it is, lifted to where that dashed line is. Do you see that? So that's about a 4 vol point increase. So if I shift the vol surface up about 4 points, now you can see I'm roughly getting to where that other position is, right? And we didn't have a sustained drawdown, so the put skew came in a little bit. I don't think the put skew would come down, but I actually think that vol would stay stable or actually lift up in that scenario. So if I save that, and then I look at what happens if we draw down into this zone, I actually do pretty well there, making more money. You can see it's about $300 more, the purple line versus the gold line on this position, right? But my data, my carry is very cheap on it. And could I slide it up to do a little bit more in terms of deltas on it? Yes, but what if I'm wrong and this thing starts to move a bunch and we start to rally next week? I didn't want to have a big delta heavy position because I already kind of had that with that fly, right? So this is a view that this will come down, the vol surface will lift. I think the put skew could lift a little bit as people come back into the put position, and that's kind of why I went with that. I don't think we go to 550. I have no intention of holding this to August. My plan is to hold it for a week or two.
SpaceX starting to see some calls being bought.
That's my rough idea, right?
Palantir,
I love
Palantir,
it's not a
SpaceX.
You can do it in spiders as well. I just think that the way that I'm seeing the market set up, Core 1M here, makes me feel better about it. We kind of get this end of day, end of the month rally. Core 1M going to 8 is just like chef's kiss as things tend to usually spill. There's no guarantees in this game at all, but that just makes it feel a lot better in terms of, oh, it's still overbought. They popped back in all this crap, and there we go. Amazing risk reward, right? I mean, even if you don't get the pin, which I'm not going to even play for pin, we go into 7,200. I'm probably going to try to monetize that position and roll it, right? So that could be a nice trade. A single SpaceX trade.
SpaceX.
Hey, Rich, there are indeed, the recordings are made available under resources, webinar replays. Also, please join the Discord and go to the support bot. If you ask a question like, when did Brent talk about Core 1M, you will get links to all the webinars with this stuff. So ask a specific question that you want to know about, and we should be able to answer that question with some linked Q&A videos, right? So, Ram, I'm glad to hear that, Bottas. That's Brent's baby over there. We talked about baby Brent the last time. That is the Brent's baby. So I am reading through the sport every day and trying to iterate. If it doesn't give you a good question, I'm trying to make it better so it's not like a slot bot. Like I really am trying to make it useful. Anonymous Tenny lost money on SpaceX. Dito, you opted for a yearly. That's awesome. Thank you.
WYHG may res in 10 seconds.
3.7 gamma cluster around 55.25 from Pablo. This is getting a little bit smaller as the market kind of wears away. I think for 0 DTE, it's not the biggest strike on the board. That one had kind of already worn away. Because that gamma is coming down, right? As the market comes down, the gamma wears away. It's not a huge position now. It's only 2,700 lot. As I've said in many webinars before, I want to see 5,000 as the minimum to be like this. The market will respect this strike period, right? And that's that. The gamma position you can see is changing quite a bit here. I think when we're first talking, you can see the cloud and kind of lifted up.
Taiwan Semi at the high of the day.
The put fly for spiders, I think, is the same thing.
Taiwan Semi at the high of the day.
780, I think you probably do the same structure.
Taiwan Semi high of the day. Volume looks okay. MACD stochastics, everything rising. So we should see a follow through on Monday.
I think the customer service is a little bit backed up, and I know some people have mentioned that. I'll be honest, we had some customer service problems like a year ago. We shoved a bunch more resources in there, and I think they got kind of overwhelmed with the course last week. So that has been heard, and you should see some responses quite quickly here in the next couple of, let's say, hours. I'll make sure I log in after this and make sure everything's getting cleared up.
Taiwan Semi turning up. We're listening to Brett over at Spot Gamma.
I don't know about flashing Naresh.
AMD turning up.
Some people wanted alerts when these things change. Those are good ideas. We have a lot of those logged in the system. So the ability to add trace alerts on changes and things, I think, are things that we want to definitely think about. If you think, Pulse calling out a strike change or big gamma trade at that strike is an effort to do some type of an alert system like that. So we're circling that. Can I explain if SPX rallying in the quarter, how it can affect the collar? The collar right now has no real gamma associated with it. Well, that's not true. I mean, if you look at the equity hub, this is showing you what the gamma is of SPX options. Gamma is highs for at the money options and increases as we get closer to expiration. So right now that does not have a lot of gamma. If we stay up here, the thing's going to be decaying. Who cares? if we start to sell off, the gamma at that strike should pick up. It should be a giant support level as it gets bigger.
Netflix still going. Netflix.
I'm trying to remember what we saw in Trace.
Tesla.
SPX Pulse.
Tesla, nice rise there.
If I remember correctly, it was like, I don't even want to say it. I thought it was like $100 billion or some giant number. What I'm saying, it sounds ridiculous. The gamma goes up significantly because it's 30,000 contracts there, right? So, that's the idea. Right now, you're looking at it, you're like, this doesn't really seem to be that big, but when we get closer to it, it increases and stuff. I'm going to log into customer service after this. I will make sure Discord people are added and check out what else is going on. So I appreciate that. Could we crash today? This map, I don't think we do because it's OPEX, and I think they'll try to maintain stability here, and I just generally think that's going to be the case. Unless S&P equities, this rolls over, we're not crashing. If this rolls over, then could we revisit the lows of the day? I do think that's possible. Could you set up a cheap put fly under 7,500?
Intel, a little profit taking right at the low of the day. Tesla's still pushing here.
What would that look like? It's like one of those things like, it's probably fairly low odds, but it's possible. So what would that look like? Sometimes you just take these little lottos and you're like, let's try it. That's 65 cents to bet on a move back below 74.75.
WYHG may resume in less than a minute.
I mean,
NVIDIA Pulse.
crazy things happen.
Deep Pulse.
NVIDIA Pulse. Calls led. Okay, watching NVIDIA. We got some $1.6 million in 10 prints.
Darren from the UK. Number one, thank you for being here so late. And you got extra returns on that. That's amazing. I love to hear that. That's great. Thank you. SG tool. So we'll go through a single stock example here. Try to understand the concept of pinning and charm. When we have a 99th percentile strike, particularly when it's going to expire, the idea is that the market makers, if they are particularly long that strike, like let's say this was a 99th percentile, and when I say that, it means hover over it. It says 99 plus or bigger. Or you could argue that 7,500 is, I guess, right now. Then the market has a lot of decay at this level, right? So the bigger this is, like if it's 99.5 and it's like a 10,000 lot, then the odds that we pin to that are probably even stronger. In fact, interestingly, some stats say that pro customer strikes pin more than others, which is interesting. I'm working on those stats with all this stuff because I know people want it. So the idea is when we look at a charm map now, do you see a color change or an adjustment? I like to go on low because it gives a little bit more. I turn my contour lines off. And what do you see here? You see the difference between red and blue is right here, right? So this infers or implies, I always screw those up. If we rally up in this area, you should hit some end of day selling pressure as options appear decay. And we would then see buying pressure here, selling pressure here, and we would kind of pin right into that area. And that is right where the biggest strike is, right? So generally where that red and blue zones meet is like an equilibrium. And that's
here's NVIDIA, Google at the high. Going some more, Google.
We close at one of those equilibrium levels, right? So you can say there, you would not think that we'd reach this higher one. It's quite a bit higher because this is selling pressure, right? And then obviously this is stronger buying pressure below. So the idea we just kind of do one of those is the odds-on favorite for what I would think happens for the rest of the day. And that's just kind of pinning to the biggest strike. Overall, we have negative gamma. This is true, but you can see there's positive gamma at the end of the day. So this, again, I would think we sort of just drift. OPEX is different. We have position shifting. It's just a weird moment, right? We have giant equity bid, which is, I think, what is supporting the market. That's what the purple line is with Hero. If we look at S&P Index Hero, it's starting to fade. So if we see that fading, right? This S&P 500 line fading, and we can get a rollover in this equity position, then could we see a sharp sell-off? Well, that's what this is. That's what this suggests, right? Because it's negative gamma, and there's no real positions down here. So what are the chances of that happening? I don't think it's a huge chance, but it's certainly an opportunity. If this was all purple down here, like this was all blue, I wouldn't think about that happening. It just wouldn't be on my radar, right? But the setup is there. Do we get it triggered? I don't know. Okay, what does it cost to bet on it? Well, 65 cents for a $25 wide hook fly. All right, I'm going to try that out. It'd be a great risk return because the setup is there, right? If it cost me $10 to bet on that, I wouldn't do it, right? Because I don't feel like
Google doing well.
But the setup is on the map. Does that kind of make sense? If you took the course last week with us, that should make a ton of sense if you knew that. 99 percentile strikes have started to get smaller, Chris, and that's a very
DoorDash stuck to the high of the day. DoorDash.
And through all this nonsense with the Iran war and the volatility moving around, the strikes that were driving us have gotten smaller. Captain Condor and those types of folks have faded quite a bit, right? You don't see these 5, 6, 7.
DoorDash trying to break higher.
Positions coming in all the time. Those guys have not.
Robin Hood.
So the 99th are smaller now, and that's why I say
Robin Hood.
I really want to see 5,000, a size of 5,000 or more, right? That's the ones that I love. And for 0DT today, we don't really have that, right? You can see that from a net OI perspective. There's no, in a lot of positions, getting closed up at that. Like there's no, you have to go all the way down to 7450 or even lower to get a big 5,000 lot strike. So I think 4.5 billion in equities is people rolling probably short calls. If I would guess. People are short calls into this event and they're buying those back because they're in the money. I mean, that's what the deltas are saying. That there's positive deltas, but depends on
0DT coal size.
Monty's back. How do you read today's chart map? I think we covered that one. Yeah, so I took the 75, 74, 75, 75, 50, 75, 25 for 60 cents. See what happens, right? It's like, I'll probably be wrong if I did that 10 times. I'd probably be wrong 8 out of 10 times.
Taiwan Semiconductor.
Long dated. 0DTE.
20 times my money? $60 trade will be worth $1,000. I was like, if I had one bone to pick with Matt, it was like a little thing. Last week, he's like, if you can win 55% of the time, you're good. And I took the point. But in trading, you can actually be right 1 out of 100 times. But if you bought like the nickel option and it goes out for $100, well, guess what? You're winning, right? So that shifts a little. Obviously, very low chance of you buying the nickel option or time. But look at Captain Condor, right? How many times did Captain Condor have to double down? And like, why wouldn't we just take the other side of that trade? It's an idea that I keep needing to fully back this and stuff. Most of us would buy the Condor every day, lose for the first 2-3 days, and be like, excuse my friend, for fuck this, right? Well, I know Mr. Ken Griffin. The other side of that.
NVIDIA fading a bit. Microsoft fading a bit. Okay, maybe soon, maybe 2:30 or so, we'll start to see some 1-minute chart setups.
They're getting bigger, and I should do a better job. So, heard on that. This says we shouldn't pin anything, is what this says, right? That's what this map is telling us. There's also no big positions over here, so why would I expect a pin? What makes me hesitate is that it's options expiration. So more positions are shifting, more things are changing. This now looks fairly negative, and if this is rolling over,
SpaceX. Okay, Intel back to the
John
highs.
is asking this question: which one should dominate movement, gamma or charm? You can't treat them as, I mean, they're separate calculations, but it's hard to treat them as different things because the rate of like gamma is changing into the close, right? So that they're like intrinsically, like if you do the Venn diagram, the two are like this. Like, does charm matter at 11 o'clock in the morning? No. Does gamma? Yes, I think so. Does charm matter at 3:45? Yes. Does gamma also matter? Yes. So it's like, when does charm kind of play in or not? And if you look at the charm pressure here, it's 60th percentile. Like, all right, like, 80th percentile. If we're near one of these levels, then we should get some potential support. I mean,
Q's pulse.
this is suggesting that we should get some buying because these positions over here should be decaying, right? Is that decay enough to hold the market up at
Okay, Google's the only one that's hanging out up here really well. Google's hanging out at the highs nicely.
It's quite a bit bigger, right?
Very nice move. Google. I don't want to sell Google yet, do I?
What I
No.
would take from this is that if we start to
Robinhood.
decline, like let's say we get to this magic level of 74.70, I want to actively close these positions because the decay and closing of these positions is what charm is telling me we should get a bounce. So that's kind of what I would be worried about, or that's kind of what this is telling me here. So
BFLY.
Metapulse. Long dated. Deep calls.
regulars gamma suddenly come off during monthly optics while stocks to move more freely. Not necessarily more freely, it depends on what was it, positive gamma that was removed for these stocks or negative gamma that was removed for these stocks.
Taiwan Semiconductor still going.
Trend change. So if we just look at let's look at SanDisk because it is the world's most successful company at this time. I mean, just incredible price action, right? So here's May OPEX, right around that period. We're doing April OPEX right here. So you see we kind of like almost like flag into it a little bit is kind of what it looks like. So I don't know. Is it like you could draw a line on OPEX day like in SanDisk and see it rotate or change? That's not super clear. What you can't see is correlation spasm there, big kind of drawn on. But it's not like I can't stick a line like I can in the S&P and you see this immediate, using some hindsight to say like it looks like we kind of revert into, and like is it because the positions start to decay and that's the reversion? Like, okay, I could probably put together a narrative to that. Is that like a tradable inference? I don't think so. But when you group all this stuff together, you start to see, I think the trend changes oftentimes around. So, like May OPEX or March OPEX rather. Last 30 days is what the percentiles determination is based on a rolling basis. The market should run through negative gamma is the idea. Like, so when you have negative gamma, it's higher volatility zone is what that means. So you're looking at the negative gamma in here and saying, okay, market should be fluid through here and fluid through here. Which way do I lean? That's why like Hero helps. Hero is telling us that they're buying or selling options, and that should be the dealer pressure. So if the dealer pressure is going higher, then we should move quickly through these zones. If the dealer pressure is going lower, then we should move south through these zones. And you can see the map is changing a lot here. Looks like some positions were maybe closed up, I think. Because now we have blue on the map here where we didn't before, right? So again, with OPEX, there's a lot of stuff shifting, just makes it challenging. I have not played with John's squeeze indicator at this moment. 8.3 trillion is just a fucking retarded number, trader. Goldman will come out and they and they do this thing where they consider every option expiring a one delta option, right? And meaning worth 100 shares of stock. And that is not true. If you have options that are expiring today, 10% of the money, those are worth 0. So the actual amount expiring is about 2.5 trillion. Still a very, very big expiration. But one of the biggest ever, no doubt. But the 8 trillion thing is just drives me fucking crazy. What happens when a hero signal, the hero burst signal, Jonathan? That tells us, the burst signal is telling us that the options flow is moving the stock. And the stats on that suggest that for the next 30 minutes, the stock should continue in the prevailing trend, believe it or not. I was surprised to see that as a stat. But the way that I'm taking it is, like, if I know options are driving the name, then I can step into it in a different way as opposed to if I am unsure. And that's kind of the difference. So I'll be producing the stats of the burst alert. I'll put those out in Discord.
Zero.
All right, so we'll close up on a little SpaceX here, and let's see here. I'm trying to actively get the calendarized gamma maps for SpaceX into the system. Here, okay. So this is the SpaceX dealer map, which we showed in the Founders Note a couple times.
Long dated.
And so I want to put these concepts together because I think it's helpful to think about how you set up a trade. The volatility skew in SpaceX the last couple of days has been just really wild. So they started trading on Tuesday, and so let's just look at the July expiration. Okay, so we noted how expensive the calls were when this thing opened. I think before the end of the day, are trading at like 127% implied vol. And this skew overall is getting, still quite expensive. You can see how much this vol has dropped, right? So being short options in SpaceX has been the play, as the market makers have just snuffed out the volatility. The market makers are long gamma in these positions because the smart funds came out at that 225 kind of pop, and they just started selling options, right? Now, the vol should continue to come in. What does that mean? I think what will happen is you're going to see this skew was going to trade down here around 60, right? It's going to be something like that. And it could very well be stock down, vol down, right? Because the idea that this thing is going to get bid up seems to be at the moment like that. We went to 225 in that initial opening squeeze, and then it was like, shut it off. So the vol here is likely to come down. What does that mean? You could probably sell calls. I think that makes sense. Selling puts is a little bit different because you have to worry about the delta, right? So if you sell the 130 put to play your short vol trade, but the stock continues to grind lower, you're going to lose money. So a put fly is interesting here because if you buy like a 150, 125, 100 put fly or a 1x2, right, then as vol comes down, those two short puts should pay you off a little bit, right? So I think the put 1x2 is a very interesting trade now, or doing a risk reverse, which is sell calls, maybe buy a put, something like that. You don't have to get involved in the put side. I think just still you have opportunities to short calls or be broken wing call flies are valuable in this trade. But that's the idea now. And if you go back and we just kind of look at what the founders notes were saying about it, I just want to be clear that I didn't change my view here. I did think we would squeeze a little longer than we did, but it was clear, and I tried to update the notes that like, okay, this thing seems like they stepped in and are really going to crush it, right? So the idea here was like I clearly thought that the float was low, it'd be heavy call buying, and that we could potentially get squeezed, right? And then we think that next week there's a good chance, and then next week the index funds start getting involved, and vol comes in after the initial pump. The initial pump was absolutely shorter. It was like a half a day pump. It was shorter than I thought it would be. And then the next day we make this update and say, look, the vol's likely to come in, right? So you could see this in the positioning. And I'm showing the founders notes to make sure that like this was Brent's hindsight as much as like this is how this whole thing has been playing out. Now, y'all don't have the counterized gamma map yet, and I know this I've been posting in Discord, but it's helpful for this exercise here because what is this showing us? This is the dealer gamma map, essentially the market maker's position. Market makers own all the blue areas, right? They own calls. Well, why would market makers own these calls? Someone had to sell them to them, right? So hedge funds are short all of these calls up here, which is supplying dealers with positive gamma. And this is the July expiration, right? And you can see that when you get under 175, and under 165, that positive gamma starts to wear away quite a bit, right? It's still positive, but starts to wear away. And as we move forward in time, that gamma gets more negative in this kind of 200 to really like call it 135 area. Does that make sense to everybody? So hedge funds literally came out and they said, we're going to sell calls and we are going to buy puts. Market makers are on the other side of that equation. This infers that if the stock comes down, there's negative deltas to hedge. Why? Because market makers are short puts, so they have to short stock in that decline.
Size.
Does that make sense, everybody?
WYHG.
Yeah? Okay. So if I think this is how the market makers are positioned, and I've looked at the vol skew, you know, yeah, we got to add index funds and there could be more liquidity added. There's these other dynamics that are very weird. But what I can hold on to for at least some time here is that there's a lot of people that are short calls and it's a lot of positive gain on the upside. And I still think the vol is going to come in. So the most vanilla expression of that is to sell calls. Now, if I think that the stock could mean revert kind of sharply as we add to the index funds and whatever, then maybe I want to lever that up a little bit by saying, let me sell some calls and buy some puts. Or I could do a put 1x2 because I know vol is going to come down, so I don't want to just buy a straight put. But if I do a 1x2,
Microsoft, no follow through yet.
Vol comes down, then I could offset that vol decay a little bit and make a little bit of money. Maybe I don't want to get into that as much. Just saying, let me sell a call spread, a counter spread, something like that, to bet that short term the call.
This is Taiwan Semiconductor.
Now, if you look at the term structure here for SpaceX, it's very, you know, this is very elevated here in the short term. It's kind of a noisy artifact, I guess I would say. But if we zoom out a little bit, you can see how this implied vol starts to come down. So is this an opportunity for a calendar? I don't think so, because I think a whole vol surface is going to come in. So if you got the margin for it and just doing some kind of distant call spread, it's okay. But the 1x2 is a little bit better because ideally what's going to happen now is if you can just short that call and the surface comes down here, well, you're going to make that much in vol terms, assuming the stock does everything. If you do a 1x2, you're buying this one and selling two of these. So this should make up for a little bit more, right? If you're doing two. If you're just doing one, you can see you're kind of like buying, you're selling an expensive option and then you're buying an even more expensive option because it's higher on this skew. So it's a delicate process. If this is like a nickel option or a 10-cent option, then okay, buy that to make sure that you have your margin covered. But if this thing is like $1 and you're selling this for $2, it doesn't really make much sense, right? That's really confused.
Long dated, deep calls.
So that's the way that I would think about this. I think that the upside is kind of dead money in the short term.
SpaceX, I'm hearing
Yeah, I think the back ratio or broken.
SpaceX more pulse.
So if you go out to July options expiration and you're looking at, you know, now the options have gotten so cheap that the stuff over 300 is now trading, you know, in July for, I mean, still trading at like $1 or $2, which is, to me is still expensive. So like you do.
There goes Intel.
250.
Intel popping.
That's a big fat giant wide call fly that you're only getting $1.87 for that. It's like, I don't love that. How does that do me any good? Whereas if I reverse it and say, well, let me buy the 250 and then I sell 2 of the 300s, that's a 55-cent debit. But those 300 should lose value a lot more than the 250s, right? And you can play with the strikes a little bit, but that's the kind of thing I'm like thinking about. Is like you want to see that whole surface kind of contract. The hard part is, and I'm just, like those of you who know how to trade delta neutral, is just less of a problem because you could just put on the straddle and buy or sell the stock accordingly, right? So like, why not short stock?
DoorDash.
Borrow it. I don't know if you're available to borrow. Why not short stock and then
DoorDash hanging out at the high.
Or hedge the stock around your options.
Looking for a follow through next week. RSI rising. MACD stochastics. Volume's a little off, but consolidating above the 50-day Bollinger Band's opening up. Looking for a fast move. Attack 183.50 next week. That's $10. DoorDash looking for that next week.
Why am I more worried about the stock going down than up? Because there's a lot of positive gamma above 200, 215, et cetera. And that should sort of throttle some of the upside, I think. So that's the work I do. All right, that's going to wrap it up, I think, here for me. I'm going to go spend some time in the customer support box here to make sure that we are okay. So if you had some support questions, I'm going to go sweep through there and make sure we're all right. If you have any questions, email info@spotgamma.com. We got a lot of interesting things here coming up in the pipeline. 2 weeks, we should get the new 10 days. We should have the new hero chart that should be live. So I'm being told, as well as a new feature called Canvas. You can see it right here. So that's exciting. Brent's trying to sneak in a little vol change as well. So we'll have hopefully 2 or 3 new tools by the end of the month. Discord has the Pulse bot. I'm trying to get the calendarized gamma strikes, these boys, into the Discord channel as well. I think that's the fastest place for me to distribute it. So keep an eye out for that. Canvas is going to allow you to sort of set up your own screen. So if you want your hero chart, your equity up chart, no. That's kind of it. No, I can't give a preview. I'll give you trouble. Claudia, you are welcome. I hope you all enjoy your long weekend. Go USA for tomorrow. You're watching the soccer. I guess I'll be back on Monday with another Q&A. I'll be on time. I'll be prompt. Let's about wrap it up here. All right, this will be up there. Antonio, I love you as well. Again, any questions, info@spotgamma.com, and we will see you on Monday. Hope you all have some profitable trades out there and enjoy the long weekend. Take care.
That was Brent over at Spot Gamma. Good as usual. Okay, so this is DoorDash. Watching DoorDash. Banging up against the highs. DoorDash looking for a follow-through next week. DoorDash looking for a follow-through. NVIDIA is turning up. Watch NVIDIA. You might get an end-of-day run here. It's 222 on the East Coast. NVIDIA. Maybe an end-of-day run here for NVIDIA. Setting up. Okay, oversold. There we go. So oversold. I'm going to try this. I'm going to try NVIDIA. See if I get something here on NVIDIA. End of day. Let's see. Trade NVIDIA. I'm fumbling. NVIDIA. Fumbleina. NVIDIA. Let's see. At the money calls for 0 day. 210s are 60 cents. 210s are 60 cents. Okay. 60 cents. The 210 call, we're in the money right here. Let's see where they go with this.
Zero DTE, call side. Size. Sandisk pulse, deep calls. Intel Pulse, long dated, deep calls, shenanigans.
Okay, there's 60 cents. NVIDIA.
NVIDIA Pulse, long dated, shenanigans.
NVIDIA Pulse. Okay, right here. NVIDIA Pulse right here, right now. Looking good. Okay, where'd you go? Where'd you go? $37 times baseline, NVIDIA. 33 billion and 4 prints. Okay, that looks good. NVIDIA. Let's see where it goes from here. Reject or not? Looking for a rejection or no? NVIDIA. Okay, watching Intel. NVIDIA rather, see if it can follow through or if this was just a pop to suck in some bulls. Okay. Intel back up to the high of the day, Intel. Okay, NVIDIA just watching it at the moment. What's Taiwan Semi doing? Taiwan Semi, TSM, Taiwan Semi, still at the high of the day, Taiwan Semi.
SP exports, long dated.
There goes NVIDIA, turning back up. NVIDIA, there it goes. There goes your NVIDIA. Looks good. NVIDIA. Popping. HD, let me see. Home Depot. January 330, 350s. 330, 350, Andrew. There goes Home Depot. NVIDIA.
MAS may resume in less than a minute.
Okay, looks like Intel's going to take the high today. Intel's going to make a new high today here. Watch Intel, INTC. Okay, Intel, there we go. Okay, just about to make a new all-time high, Intel. Okay.
MAS may rest in 10 seconds.
Intel. Looking for this to pop. NVIDIA. All right, popped a little bit and then pulled back in a little bit. Let's see if this runs in today. We got an hour and a half to go. I'm your host, Kazimini, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. I keep thinking it's Friday. It's Thursday, June the 18th. We got an hour and a half to go. It's 2:31 on the East Coast.
Zero DTE, call side. Size.
CAST halted down.
All right, let's look if NVIDIA can make a little rip here. Microsoft fell off, didn't follow through. AMD, a little profit taking, AMD. Intel, AMD up over 18. Pulling back in a little bit. Okay, AMD.
Micron pulse, long dated, shenanigans, SP exports, zero DTE, call side. SP exports, long dated, Micron pulse, shenanigans.
LNKS.
SP exports, long dated. SP exports, long dated.
There goes NVIDIA trying to push a bit more. NVIDIA trying to push a bit more. Here goes NVIDIA trying to push. Here we go. Intel tried to get to the new highs and just saw some profit taking. Intel. Looks like people taking profits end of day. It's 2:34 on the East Coast. Got an hour and 25 minutes to go.
NVIDIA Pulse, long dated.
All right, more NVIDIA Pulse alerts here. Mm-hmm. Okay. More NVIDIA prints, more NVIDIA prints.
VIX banger.
NVIDIA looking for a pop here.
Good pulse, long dated, deep calls.
S&P still fading a bit.
Zero DTE, call side. Size. Q's pulse, long dated.
All right, I'm going to take a few minutes, take a little break here. I'll be right back with you. So I can get some lunch.
Q's pulse, long dated.
Because look, then they seemingly have more pricing power at the end of the day as well.
Can we get the Qs to go? Qs, no, it's fading. Like Microsoft faded as well. Intel. Okay, Taiwan Semi at the highs.
Intel pulse, long dated. Deep calls.
And I think that's one of the things we see with this Intel Apple story. It's also a terrific sort of testimony to how far Intel has come. I don't think
Zero DTE, call side. Size.
No, and I suppose an endorsement from the US government also helped. But to both of you, thank you so much for your time. We have to leave it there. Really great insights. Seema Shah, VP of Insight Center Talent, Stephen Stopko, be right back after this short break.
Zero DTE, call side. Size. Palantir pulse. Shenanigans.
Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab. Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of think or swim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights.
Welcome back to the Watch List. I'm Sam Biders coming to you live from the New York Stock Exchange. It's time now to take a look at the sectors that are moving markets into the close today to wrap up a shortened trading week here. Let's bring in Kevin Hicks, who joins me from Chicago. Good afternoon to you, Kevin. Walk us through what you're seeing right now.
Micron pulse. Long dated.
Leaders are doing what leaders do, Sam. This is one of those days where if you look at the sectors, it's 6 down and 5 up. But some of the sectors that are up, information technology up 2.4%. Consumer communication services up about 1%. Consumer discretionary up 1.3%. Throw in some industrials, and you've got the leadership of this market continuing to lead. Now, the S&P is up about 1%, but the equal weight is only up 0.6%. So it is a broad rally with more than just
a
few sectors.
Deep calls.
However,
Zero DTE, call side.
of today's
Size.
day, software is still relatively soft, but semiconductors just having an absolutely monster day. NVIDIA, Broadcom, Micron, AMD, Intel, Texas Instruments, Lam Research, AMAT, they are all significantly higher. And this is the leadership has just taken the ball and run, Sam.
Zero
Chips are
DTE,
just
call
absolutely
side.
ripping. I mean, almost
Size.
everything versus the semi spread has come up today. That rotation, as you say, aggressive. Kevin, thanks so much. Have a wonderful weekend. I'll catch you next week. It's time for our ETF watch list now. Joining me is Ken Shinoda, who's the portfolio manager at Double Line. Ken, so nice of you to join us. There's so many moving parts. Let's just start off with a bit of a macro outlook right now, given what we heard from the Fed and obviously with hopes that this Iran peace deal is going to get across the line.
Well, definitely the peace deal helped to calm some inflation fears. The higher for longer inflation would have crushed the consumer spending and led to a growth scare. I think that's off the table. The other thing that was the market was worried about was the credibility of the Fed. I think Warsh did a good job yesterday. He focused on inflation as the main goal of the Fed to control, and so I think that has brought some stability to the bond market as well. You're seeing a little recovery rally today. So I think all eyes on inflation. Does it come down now that the Strait of Hormuz is open and oil prices are down sub $80? Or does the CapEx coming for all the hyperscalers building AI data centers, does that kind of push through and keep inflation elevated?
Okay. I mean, obviously, you mentioned tech, you mentioned the bond market. How are you talking to clients about that 60-40 split, that portfolio? Because I've had guests that said it's alive and well, particularly because of some of the risks associated with this momentum trade in chips right now. You do somewhat need that buffer, that diversification. Just walk us through what you've been talking to clients about.
Well, I think we can reimagine what the 40 is. 40 used to be just core bonds and maybe some cash, but there's with the front end of the yield curve sitting so high, you had the 2-year hit 420 yesterday. I think you can add some attractive short duration, high quality credit assets to your portfolio. And that means more than 60-40, so you don't really need to run such a long duration profile, especially with potential inflation risks on the horizon. So I think that 40 can be reimagined in investors' portfolios today.
Okay, so you are looking at shorter duration. I mean, some have said that they wouldn't go near duration right now. I mean, particularly given the unknown around sort of the longer term inflation, particularly what's going on with what seems to be fragile at the moment, even though we've seen this MOU being signed. But just broadening it out to obviously your ETF suite here, what are you seeing as far as the flows right now and where the money is flowing? I mean, where you're seeing the most demand?
Sure, it's kind of a mixed bag. We still have continued demand for traditional core plus type allocations. DBND is our core plus solution, where it's a one-stop shop, get access to all the different sectors out there in the fixed income markets. We double line and pick and choose where the best places to be. And then we have a lot of kind of model builders and ETF allocators that are coming to us for single sector kind of solutions, specialized solutions in the securitized space. DMBS, our agency MBS solution, DABS, ABS solution, DCRE, single sector CMBS solution, or DSCO, which is our multi-sector securitized credit solution. So these are all the different flavors investors are coming to us, whether they want us to build a portfolio for them or they want to pick those sectors themselves.
I'm trading that there are now roughly 1,000 more ETFs than stocks in the market. I'm surprised at that stat. I mean, obviously, we've seen them gaining traction. We've seen the popularity here. But have you been surprised by that?
You're only going to see ETF growth. I think if you have a new asset manager coming to the market, on average, they're going to be bringing ETFs over mutual funds. There's nothing wrong with mutual funds. There's definitely some tax advantages with ETFs. For fixed income, they're relatively the same. The units on the end users, advisors, and RIAs, institutional investors, on the margin, if they buy mutual funds, they probably buy ETFs too. So I think that the ETF wrapper will only grow in prevalence across the marketplace, both for equities and fixed income.
Yeah, it certainly seems like it. Ken, really appreciate it. We're going to leave it there. Thanks so much for your time today. Ken Shinoda there, who's the portfolio manager over at Double Line. Coming up, we'll take a closer look at some of the large options trades to watch in the market. Tom White will join us with a closer look at the big moves for Micron, for Williams.
0 DTE, call sign. Start.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends. So neither do we. Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 1,100 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with
0 DTE, call sign.
who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour.
Hey, investors, you know the market moves. Schwab is here to help you.
Micron Pulse.
So,
Long
whether
data.
you're buying, selling, holding, or planning, whether you're ETFing or 401k, saving, spending, or even retiring, you can count on Schwab for market insights, live support, powerful trading platforms, and 400 branches. All at your service, all so you can invest your way. Sounds nice, right? Sure. This place is incredible. It's where I get all your office supplies. Your golf balls, your fancy coffee, your giant TV. It's everything in one place. It's like Schwab. Everything investors need.
NVIDIA Pulse, long
At
data,
Schwab, they can do everything.
deep push,
Invest, trade,
shenanigans,
full service wealth
Intel
management,
Pulse,
and anything in between. Think I'm gonna be sick. We have to buy that now.
Invest your way with Schwab.
FLY.
Welcome back to the watch list. It's now time for Big Moves, where we highlight outsized options trades taking place in the markets. So joining us for a look at this is Tom White. Hi, Tom. Let's start with Micron because it's surging again today and hitting a new all-time high. What's new? What stood out from the options market on this one?
Yeah, it seems like every day we come in, Sam, and Micron's getting price target hikes and usually doubling from what the previous price target was. This is all based on the fact that, hey, last quarter revenue grew 196% year over year, 75% on a sequential quarter-over-quarter basis. So they continue to, explode as far as sales goes, just due to the fact that, hey, all these AI infrastructure build-outs require a lot of memory, right? And this gives them pricing power because demand is outstripping supply at this point. DRAM pricing sales grew 207% on a year-over-year basis just last quarter, and set a record in NAND pricing also. So everything seems to be going right for these memory chip makers, as historically this has been one of those boom and bust type of sectors. But it seems like the timeline's getting stretched even further. That sales are going to continue to accelerate. And valuation on names like these, when you see a stock like Micron up 300% so far in 2026, up 840% over the last 12 months, you start thinking, oh man, valuation's got to be getting up there sky high. But if you look at it for a 12-month multiple, it's only trading about 11 times forward earnings. So yeah, the earnings part of their PE continues to expand at a rapid pace. And that's why you're seeing all these price target hikes. Stifel raised theirs to 1,500 today. Bush put 1,300 on the price target, up from 550 on theirs. But we did see some bearish activity in here, and this is probably somebody maybe trying to cover maybe some downside in here. Remember, the stock hit $854 earlier this month on that slide that we saw in major tech companies, but hitting all-time highs today. This was out in the July monthly cycle, so 29 days to expiration. Trader bought 5,500 of the July 880 strike puts, paid an average debit of $38.90 on these puts, so pretty hefty option premium. There's a lot of skew in there, a lot of implied volatility. So the break even to the downside, $841.10.
Zero DTE, calls
26%
stop.
below the current share price in there. So you're
All right,
gonna need
Tesla trying to bounce a little more.
like I said, this could be a speculator that's saying, hey, this stock has run too far too fast. It needs to pull back and maybe taking advantage of that. Might be a big shareholder that's just trying to maybe hedge their winning position here to the upside. But yeah,
Deep
a
push,
lot of room to the
shenanigans,
downside before they start to
DEP,
profit. Interesting. Okay, moving on. The Williams company is now down about 9% from the all-time high reached on May the 10th. So what trades stood out in today's session? So we're going to go to Microsoft first on here. I think you said, yeah, this stock's down again today. Now down about 22% so far this year. 32% of those all-time highs we saw last September, last summer, July, I believe. And if you look at the growth rate of this company, it's starting to slow compared to its competitors, AWS, but this stock is just taking a beat in bear market territory. Saw some bullish activity here at Microsoft today. This was in the August monthly cycle, so about 64 days to expiration. Trader bought 20,000 of the August 500 strike calls, far on the money to the upside. Paid an average debit of only $2.50, so the break even for this trade where they start to profit is about 250 over the next 2 months. That's about 33% above the current share price there in Microsoft. There's 118,000 contracts that have open interest on this strike. So I've talked about this stock repeatedly over the last couple of months.
Zero DTE, calls stop.
Calls, but
they're going to need a massive move to the upside to start to profit on this one.
Tom, I know I've got a funny accent, but I did say the Williams company. But what kind of trade are you seeing right now in today's session on that particular name?
Yeah, I should be used to that. My wife has the same accent. But yeah, Williams Brothers, you look at this energy infrastructure company.
Microsoft. Big trade on Microsoft. Let me just check here. Let's see.
21% of the year. It's had a good run here. CEO basically said 3 new major projects in the pipeline that's driving their expansion, their revenue growth here in this company. But we did see some unusual option activity, and this was pretty interesting because
Spotify. What's going on? Spotify direction down. Apple turning back up. Microsoft turning. End of day. Microsoft turning. Yeah.
So they're buying the 80 call, selling the 95 call. They paid an average debit of only $1.90 for this.
Google at the high of the day. Google.
That takes a break even for this trade where they start to profit to 81.90.
Taiwan Semi.
That's about 12% above the current share price. That break even is just above the all-time high that we hit last month. Call volume in there, Sam, today 25 times normal daily average volume that we've seen over the last 5 trading sessions. So yeah, somebody creating a big, massive upside position here in Williams Brothers.
So then is tomorrow's match as contentious in your household as it is in mine, Tom?
Just a little bit, yeah, maybe.
My daughter's got both parts. Oi. Thanks so much for that, Tom White. All right, we are seeing up arrows as we are about just over an hour away from the closing bell here. Thanks so much for joining us here on the watch list. I am Steph Artis. Download the Schwab Network app available in the Apple App Store and tune in 24/7 on the schwabnetwork.com. You can mark it on close.
0 DTE.
Have a great long weekend. We'll catch you next week.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your Investor Checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Taiwan Semiconductor still pushing the highs of the day.
Deep puts. Shenanigans.
Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance without the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute. With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists. Streaming live and on demand. Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com.
Mom, when my grandparents moved here, did they know what America would become?
I don't even know if they could envision it, to leave everything behind, literally come across the entire world. I think that we totally met what their wishes were. Schwab has been with us for 25 years through purchasing up houses, opening up our business, having children. They've always been there for us.
I want to invest with a company that can help me give my family a happy financial future.
The market is moving fast. Are you ready for what's next? Join Schwab's panel of experts on Thursday, June 25th for our 2026 mid-year market outlook. From global energy spikes to volatility to inflation and the 2026 IPO landscape, get the insights that investors need for the second half of the year. Join us on Thursday, June 25th at 7 p.m. Eastern here on Schwab Network.
Zero DTE. Call back. Start.
Good afternoon. It's 3 p.m. on Wall Street, and this is Market on Close. I'm Marley Caton, coming to you live from our Chicago headquarters. Let's take a look at what we have coming up on today's show. We'll discuss the increasing role of AI in geopolitics and how artificial intelligence has become a key bargaining chip in foreign policy. Then we'll examine the future of emerging markets and how the ceasefire with Iran reshapes the EM landscape. We'll close out our show with a discussion on prediction markets and the importance of the 2026 World Cup to the space. Here's what I'm watching today, though. Intel soaring to a new all-time high after President Trump said Apple has agreed to work with Intel to design chips. The comments come a day after Intel announced it's making a new chip node, a key step toward making those chips for Apple devices. And the memory rally continues. The street keeps playing catch-up with Wedbush, Stiefel, and Rosenblatt all raising their price targets on Micron. Several names in the memory space, including Micron, Western Digital, Seagate, and SanDisk, all hit new record highs today. And keeping with our record high theme, Marvell hit a new all-time high today after KeyBank raised its price target on the chip maker. The firm believes that networking should be increasingly a focus for investors right now. Lots to talk through today, but let's check in with the markets as we near the end of this trading week, the shortened week here. We've maintained our green throughout the day. We've been in positive territory. The S&P up about 1% at 74.9364. On the NASDAQ, we're up 2 1/3% at 30,378. On the Dow, 1/4% higher, 51,610. And the Russell 2K up 1.7% at 29,67 right now. Taking a look
Zero
at checking in with our
DTE.
10-year
Call
here,
sign.
we're at 445,
Start.
ticking slightly lower. The dollar, though, higher at 164. Gold is at 42.3710 a troy ounce. Crude oil back up to $75 a barrel. We're at 75.72. And Bitcoin stuck in this range here, 62,685. That's down about 2.5%. I do want to bring Jenny Horton into the conversation, though, and take a look at some of these top names that are on the move today. Jenny, I don't know if you caught my all-time high theme that I had going off of the front end of the show, but Intel, one of those names on this potential Apple news. And this is really a follow-up from yesterday. We were discussing this 18A-P node going into risk production. Now the president's saying there is actually a deal in place for Intel and Apple to work together.
Yeah, and take with a grain of salt, because I know markets are pricing like this is a guaranteed thing. We have not heard confirmation from either company, but the president taking to Truth Social to say that Apple has agreed to work with Intel to design and build its chips in America. So that was at least as of, I believe, this morning. And Apple and Intel, again, did not respond to requests for comment, but Apple did reach a preliminary deal with Intel last week for the Wall Street Journal reports. But this said, significantly now finally recapturing those all-time highs, as you did mention. And this deal with Apple really does raise hopes that it's close to turning the billions of dollars of quarterly losses it is booking in its foundry or its chip manufacturing unit into profits finally. So, I mean, we do know that right now this has been seen as a huge win. When Bush's Dan Ives did highlight that U.S. manufacturing for Apple now represents a huge opportunity for Intel going into this 3 to 4 year AI-driven device
WDC
cycle.
Pulse.
Analyst at Counterpoint also did suggest this week Apple will likely be testing Intel's 18A-P manufacturing process for its next generation of M7 processors for Mac and iPad devices. But they did warn that there's no guarantee that Intel can actually match this impressive yield or percentage of the actual working chips that, say, a regular Apple supplier like Taiwan Semiconductor can achieve. Last summer, we know the government took nearly a 10% stake in Intel for a total value of $8 billion. Trump has said that it is posted that that stake is now worth more than $60 billion. So market cap has surged along with the rest of tech, but Street is still cautious on this. I find that fascinating. There's still
Zero
right now,
DTE.
32
Call
holds,
sign.
13
Start.
buys. There are no sells. 3 underperforms. And average price target right now, but roughly 25% downside from current levels.
Yeah, and when you look through a lot of that street commentary, it's all tied to this foundry business as being a key part turnaround plan and it getting customers. So if this proves to be true, it could be very important. But you also highlight a really important point here. Even if they get Apple as a customer, it doesn't prove that the chips are going to have the same yield as these TSMC ones do. And so it will be very interesting to watch this story unfold, even if we do get confirmation a deal is in place, because it doesn't guarantee that the chips end up in Apple products.
Exactly, and it also does not guarantee that they're really eating away meaningfully at that market share that right now TSMC really commands. I mean, that's the reason that it's expensive to get into foundry business. We've seen years and years of this hopeful cycle that's not paid off as far as profitability. So that's going to be still a long-term story, especially when you consider some of its foundry like breaking ground dates and production starts. They're not until like 2027, 2028, and even 2030. So these are more long-term objectives.
And there was another headline today I want to talk about here that was Apple
NVIDIA
not tied to Intel, but Apple raising prices and Tim Cook calling it unavoidable.
Yes, and then very interesting, of course, tied to everything linked to memory. So this has obviously been seen as a boom for a name like Micron that continues to frankly impress. But Tim Cook basically disclosing that right now with the added costs and the overall just memory constraints that they're going to see this now affect prices, and it's basically just an inevitable reality of right now a tightened market for various memory. And so again, what is a boom for some spaces like broader memory and memory storage is not as wide felt if you're, say, Apple, that does need these more advanced memory components to continue to turn out iPhones that have stayed relatively stable in cost. And so we're looking at the real possibility that...
All right, stocks are just kind of sitting here doing not much of anything. The S&P fading as well. Back below 7,500. Would have preferred, obviously, this to be above 7,500 if you're bullish.
0 DTE. Stop.
Breadth is still fairly bullish. Small caps getting a good bump. Small caps getting a nice little bump. IWM. Buyers at the low of the day. Looks like it's going to test 300 maybe next week. New York Fangs are mixed. Microsoft a little bit lower. NVIDIA trying to bounce. Netflix is a bit lower.
0 DTE. Stop.
Still, the index looks pretty good. Trying to break above 17,688.
Tim Cook explained it. He said, they were doing this call to mitigate any pass forward to consumers, but he said after the June quarter that was going to become increasingly more difficult. So I don't know if Apple's raising prices, although B of A highlighting they had factored in a $100 price increase to the whole suite of products. Apple hasn't commented what it will be, but they said they thought it would be iPhone, iPad, and Mac products, and that's how they were.
All right, so S&P is still drifting a bit lower here at the moment. Doji in the upper half of yesterday's range, above the 20 and the 9 EMA presently. 50 days up and to the right. So if we can get the 9 and 21 day to start trending next week, that would be good. Marvell. Marvell turning back up now. 1 minute chart got oversold a few minutes ago. Marvell looks like it's headed back up to 329. 4 points from here. It's above the 20 EMA 60-minute. Nice little base at highs. Marvell looking for the breakout.
Application-specific integrated circuits, or ASICs, that have been so long, what's driven a lot of the optimism. However, though, what has really catapulted the stock 340% plus higher over the last 12 months has been excitement around their networking products. And so ever larger AI data centers do require these optical transceivers to more efficiently transmit data by converting these electrical signals into light. And Marvell does make the digital signal processors, and that does go within those transceivers. And so this does remain a bright spot. Also, their custom AI chips do provide this long-term durability and demand. And right now, we are seeing more and more of this strength from, say, some of the heavy spenders in AI, like Amazon-owned AWS, Microsoft. But in recent months, Marvell has also announced, again, their own expansions like Celestial AI and interconnect.
All right, watch Cerebrus. It's kind of sneaking around. It's starting to bounce right now. Cerebrus. Starting to turn back up. Cerebrus. Let's see if it can get some traction here and push through 235, 236. Let's pivot over here.
They need to have a stock price of $11.4312. So we're gonna have to put them into Micron price territory if we're looking at price action here. I mean, here we are. We're looking at 325. Even with this move to the upside, we'd have to be north of $1,100 to get that $1 trillion valuation there. But you know, another bullish note. So on its way there as we look at Marvell. But let's talk about Kroger here. Kroger announced earnings. We're in this sort of earnings lull. We still have some Kroger and Accenture today. So take us
Zero DTE.
They were great, I will say. That we did see shares, pretty much be consistently lower following this print, as they did still turn in higher sales and earnings in their fiscal first quarter, as revenue costs did rise, and we saw their e-commerce business help pick up some of these gains. But they did post a profit that was around $1.46 a share. That was an improvement from last year. But stripping out one-time items, looking at adjusted earnings, that figure did come in about a penny below the street expectations. Sales rose modestly to $46.1 billion. That was slightly ahead of
Shenanigans.
Identical sales were 1%, though, when excluding those fuel costs. And so gross margin slipped due to higher sales.
S&P continues to fade here.
And egg prices. Those pressures were only then partially offset by some of the more favorable mix from pharmacy sales, better profitability from their digital retail strategy, and benefits from their sourcing efforts. But despite some of the compressed margin, they did increase their operating profit thanks to lower depreciation and amortization, as well as overhead costs that did rise. And so I thought an interesting call-out was the inflation of eggs. It was of
Zero
DTE.
Cold
I saw, but Kroger today slipping here, new 52-week lows, and so I think showing that the widespread right now strength that is so being buoyed.
Taiwan Semi.
It's not necessarily even
Continuation here. Taiwan Semi continues higher. Nice little bounce.
Consumers not upset about the deflation in egg prices, but certainly hitting Kroger hard. And with this move to the downside, we're looking at it right now, it's about 8.33% for Kroger. That pretty much put it, it erased its flat on the year. I mean, it was underperforming the market, but it was mostly flat. Now we're significantly underperforming the market, down about 9% year to date.
All right, all the New York Fangs are backing off the highs at the moment. Still a pretty good day for the New York Fang Index. Trading at the highs, just off the highs. New York Fang Index, these 10 stocks. Gapping up. Off of yesterday's low. Still an inside day on Apple, Amazon. Inside day, Amazon.
Hey, investors, you know the market moves. Schwab is here to help you move with it. So, whether you're buying, selling, holding, or planning, whether you're ETFing or 401k, saving, spending, or even retiring, you can count on Schwab for market insights, live support, powerful trading platforms, and 400 branches. All at your service, all so you can invest your way. Sounds nice, right?
I'm Nicole Petalides, live at the New York Stock Exchange, and this is the Watch List. Your midday view into the trends driving the markets, with a sharp focus on technology, innovation, and companies leading the next wave of growth. big movers, real-time interviews, and insight.
All right, Cerebrus starting to turn back up. Cerebrus, CBRS. Starting to turn back up. Watch it here. Cerebrus turning up. CBRS.
Sometimes, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest.
Long dated.
Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Real-time access, data-driven analysis from U.S. equities to global macro matters. Schwab Network connects the dots. Watch live. Subscribe free at schwabnetwork.com. Hey, Dad, I have a question for you.
Sure.
When did Granddad first start investing?
Granddad had an account with Schwab before there were branches in the area. He really started with nothing. He worked hard, and after he passed away, the torch has been passed to me, and my advisor, Jennifer, she was with me with the journey, helping with the estate distribution. The two grandchildren, planning for their college educations. Someday it'll be their turn.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy.
AMD pulse. Shenanigans. Micron pulse. Long dated. Deep calls.
Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting
Cerebrus on the move, starting to move up.
based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis.
Cerebrus on the move.
Ideas minute by minute.
With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists. Streaming live and on demand.
Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. schwabnetwork.com.
Welcome back to Market on Close. I'm Marley Caden. To discuss the increasing role of AI in geopolitics, let's welcome our next guest, Alex Roy, the CEO of Salesbox AI. Alex, great to have you on the show. So for years, as we've talked about AI, it's a tech story, it's a business story, it's now becoming a finance story.
Tesla trying to turn as well.
Much more than that. I mean, as we come out of the G7 here, it was a major topic. So how are we watching AI
Zero DTE.
transform
Call sign.
conversations,
Sign.
and not even just in a disruptive way, but in a transformative nature?
It's a great question. So what we're seeing is that AI is now critical infrastructure, you could term it. It is used to make decisions at scale. And, so that's the reason that it's not just software, but it's evolved into, making systems and, decisions at scale. So, so governments want to make sure that, it's regulated the right way, there are enough safety measures in place so that, there is we are able to make sure that the outcome of AI is positive and, there's no negative effects on it.
Witnessing a shift right now. We're going to see AI
Excuse me.
leaders and the leadership in the space become
All right, NVIDIA starting to turn up as well. NVIDIA. Intel turning back up. NVIDIA turning back up.
Frontier models is widespread. It can be applied. There are military applications to applications on the technology side, scientific advancement side. So yes, because these models can be used for multiple uses,
NVIDIA pulse.
The access to that we will see that there is going to be restricted. It's going to be released probably in a restricted way to different regions.
So as we look at these multiple use cases for AI, we're also now increasingly seeing the management and executive teams at these AI companies sitting at the table with policymakers. I mean, how did AI labs become geopolitical players, I guess, for lack of a better term?
So, because it's critical infrastructure and it's very important that we don't, it's great that you have both the government and the model builders working together to frame guidelines. And much of what the guidelines are created debated today is what's going to be codified into regulations. So, regulations take time, so it's good that it's being done in a collaborative way.
So you say they're working together to frame guidelines. So my question is then, are companies like OpenAI, Anthropic, Google, XAI now shaping policy rather than responding to it?
All right, Cerebus, nice little move here, Cerebus.
So governments are, it's very important for them to have that conversation with the model builders.
All right, NVIDIA looks like it might want to do something. CBRS turning up handsomely, looking good. Okay, Tesla turning back up as well. Watch Tesla. Tesla looking good. Taiwan Semiconductor at the high of the day just keeps going. This thing is just like going vertical. Tesla trying to get back up to the highs.
This is a fast evolving space, and it's important that everyone collaborates in the ecosystem to shape rules of engagement, and so that their insights is helping in that, I would say.
And you make an interesting argument here in the notes that you sent over that frontier AI is actually forcing governments to rethink what sovereignty is. What does sovereignty mean now in the context of AI as we have it existing in our current background?
So, it's the duty of every government to make sure that they're in control of their own future. So, from that perspective, being able to make sure that that the infrastructure on which it is run, the models that is run, they have some level of control and oversight is very important, and that's what in different regions governments are looking to do.
Long dated.
Where the models align with the regulations that they have for that region.
And how concerned right now are governments about becoming reliant on AI systems that were developed outside of their borders? Because I heard this was a little bit more software, but also AI. But I remember seeing a headline earlier this week from Politico that France's National Intelligence Agency is no longer going to keep its deal with Palantir.
Tesla trying to break higher. Tesla.
So how important is that it be almost nationalized?
CBRS turning up.
There will be certain use cases which is, as you rightly mentioned, for which you have that there are CSP models perhaps required for those use cases.
Okay, AMD back. AMD's turned back up again. Back above VWAP. Doji on a daily over there on the right. AMD. Apple and Intel behaving.
Zero DTE.
This AI race and a lot of the conversation around AI is tied to these exports and chips, particularly. As we look at export control, it's become a major tool in the AI race and who's being successful. I mean, we certainly watched NVIDIA take a massive hit when they could no longer export to China. How are restrictions on things like chips and model usage and AI technologies reshaping how we view global competition?
So, see, whenever a new model is released, it's important that that it kind of gives capabilities to both good and bad actors, in the world. So, having a way to be able to restrict, the usage of that gives governments control on making sure that it's a safer environment for everyone involved. So, having that ability, we would see that in a ways at which these models are evolving, that the latest model perhaps is going to be released in different regions that made available.
AMD, Tesla trying really hard to break out here.
Coming out of the G7 and this AI framework here, are we moving, in your viewpoint, toward a more universally accepted approach to AI, or are we moving more towards a fragmented one where we're going to start to see different regions operating under different tech stacks and under different regulatory frameworks. And what's the end goal here?
Yeah, I mean, we should view it as ecosystems that are developing, and each ecosystem would have nuances to it. So, for example, there is a US-led ecosystem that's shaping up, and you have something in Europe, which is very very specific to Europe regulations. You have China building an ecosystem separate from it. So what we're going to see is
Tesla looking for a push to the upside, perhaps. I would love to see it get above the 50-day, but we'll have to wait until next week for that. We'll have to wait.
There's learnings that carries across from one ecosystem to the other.
And we're running tight on time here. So for my last question, what do you think the most important takeaway from the discussions around AI was that came out of the G7?
I would say, from a market perspective, the concept of a trusted network or trusted ecosystem, that's being worked upon. So what that means is, there's going to be, they're trying to build an environment and guidelines that allows the infrastructure providers, the government, and the governments and the model builders to coexist and work within certain guidelines.
And I'm going to throw one more in here, one more follow-up there. The G7 continues to emphasize that all of this participation is voluntary here. And you keep talking
All right, the future's trying to bounce. Intel trying at the high of the day again. Intel. All right, looks good. We have technically broke out, obviously. We still have this high up here trying to deal with.
Long dated.
What would happen is that it would depend on it would actually depend on the regulations that is there.
Alex, really appreciate you lending your expertise to the show today and taking a closer look at the G7.
Intel turning up as well. All right, can we get an end of day run up in some of these stocks? Tesla, Intel. Get Apple to turn back up. CBRS is starting to come off the lows a little bit quicker now. CBRS. Okay, CBRS turning the corner. Hope everyone had a good day. It's a little volatile. We did give back some. We're still up 60 handles? 60 handles. Some 60 plus handles. So we're hanging in there. We have a deal with Iran apparently. What's crude? I haven't looked at crude oil today. What's crude oil doing? USO. Okay, that's going to fade. Can we get back to 60 in the next few weeks? They're thinking next year. I think it's going to get down here before. Not that the markets care what I think, but this is starting to fade very quickly. Okay. So Cerebras, Intel back towards the highs. Intel. All right, more Intel Pulse.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends. So neither do we. Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 1,100 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour.
SP exports. Long dated. Intel Pulse. Deep
I'm
core.
Diane King Hall
Deep
on the floor of the New York
Micron
Stock
Pulse.
Exchange. When markets react, we are live with analysis that matters. Watch now, only on SchwabNetwork.com.
Sometimes you could have done better.
Marble Pulse. Long dated.
Same goes for
Deep
where you
core.
invest.
AMD Pulse, SPX Pulse, Apple Pulse.
For instant reactions, earnings breakdowns, and hot takes that teach you about stocks and markets, follow me on X at @NPetalides and connect with me, Nicole Petalides, on LinkedIn,
SPX Pulse,
Facebook,
long
and
dated.
Instagram.
Spider Pulse, AMD Pulse, DRAM. Don't forget, 0 DTE, call sign. Size.
Number one brokers here to welcome a new little dependent. Actually, we invest with Schwab.
Everything in one place.
I can set up for college fund.
I've been learning about trading strategies. Schwab.
All right, Tesla. Just looking at what's going on. Evening session. S&P still fading a bit. Hedge flows. We're into the red zone. We really need to get this above 7,500. The hedge wall. Need to get above 7,500. I don't know that we're going to get there, but it would be good to have if you're bullish.
Welcome back to Market on Close. I'm Marley Hayden. Accenture is falling to an 8-year low today after beating bottom line estimates
WDC
quarter, but
Pulse,
missing street
long dated.
expectations for revenue.
Deep
The tech
calls.
consulting firm
0 DTE,
Waymaker had
call
major
sign.
acquisitions in the
Size.
cybersecurity space, buying a majority stake in Dragos and taking full ownership of Run Zero and NetRise. Accenture did raise its fiscal 2026
0
earnings
DTE,
outlook, but it
call
narrowed
sign.
its revenue guidance
Size.
for the same time period. Let's check in on some of these names in the
NVIDIA rolling over from the highs. Tesla still trying to get back to the highs. Same with Intel.
Right now, I want to pivot our attention here to emerging markets. Our next guest joining us here in studio, Derek Irwin, Senior Portfolio Manager at Allspring. Derek, great to have you here. Now, as we looked at emerging markets before the Iran conflict, they were doing well, improving growth. We had falling inflation, expectations for rate cuts. Then we had the Iran conflict break out. Now we have a potential ceasefire. If the ceasefire holds, do you view the EM markets getting back on track?
Yeah, I think it's very positive for EM. We've been, in a way, bailed out by some of the large chip makers in Korea and Taiwan that have really powered the market up. But they've really been the only game in town since Iran. And I think if the ceasefire holds and oil prices remain low where they are, it's almost an extra stimulus for emerging markets. They came into this crisis in very good shape. And my view has been that as long as the crisis was on, some of the big macroeconomic drivers that were pushing markets up were on hold, and now they're back. So if this holds, it's very good news.
And you make the argument that the EM fundamentals are actually much stronger than they have been in previous cycles. What's making this period different than past geopolitical shocks?
Yeah, I think there's a number of things. One, the macroeconomic resilience of emerging markets is much better. 10 years ago, we were really dependent on external funding from global players. The dollar was critically important. Global interest rates, we watched the Fed.
Hedge flows, you can see at the top of the screen, is fading a bit more. Let me go ahead and tone down the color here. We've got 27 minutes to go. 27 minutes to go. End of day sneaking up on us.
And when people talk about EM and emerging markets, we almost talk about it like it's a single asset class, like they're all sort of in this same bucket together. But you highlighted some of the Korean names there. Is this a case where now we should really be viewing the market as single and more independent country-specific stories?
Yeah, I think there's never been a more important time than now to be very diversified in emerging markets. We've got a lot of exposure in the AI trade through the chip makers, and they should continue to do well. But we need to hedge our risk. We need to think about where are there other opportunities, particularly now that Iran hopefully is behind us. And that leads us to markets as diverse as Indonesia, maybe South Africa, even India, which has really been out of favor as oil prices come down. That's a real boost to their economy. So now, almost more than ever, looking at individual economies and the countries within those economies is critical.
And of course, in the wake of
Okay, I'm going to take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back.
These emerging market central banks and what these higher energy prices did to their inflation outlooks, as we're now starting to see those prices fall off and this potential for a ceasefire that could hold, What is that? What kind of pressure does that put on them? Might we see some of these countries pause their easing? Others may actually need to consider hikes here. How are you looking at them, I guess, as a whole and then also independently?
Sure. Well, we came into the crisis in March in very good shape. So economic activity was not just strong but improving. Inflation was not just low but falling. And we were moving into a place where emerging market economies and central banks were cutting rates. And you're absolutely right. Particularly the inflation piece of that really began to reverse over the last 4 months. And we started to see some central banks even raising interest rates to tackle that inflationary problem. Hopefully, that begins to reverse and we go back to that scenario of, falling rates and falling inflation. And that can be, again, a very strong tailwind for emerging markets.
And my co-host Sam Bottis is off today, but I know if she was here, she would ask you a question about China. So I'm going to do it for her. You look at China, you described it in what you sent over as a stock picker's market as opposed to a broad macro trade. So what does that mean for investors who are looking at China and opportunities there right now?
Sure. China right now is going through a classic K-shaped recovery. Right? Parts of China, exports, for instance, the technology space, internet platforms are doing quite well, whereas the consumer and the real estate business are parts of the market are struggling. Real estate seems to be finding a bottom, a little unclear on the consumer. So we're looking at the markets in really in two ways. One, how do we take advantage of that top part of the K and the market, the parts of the market that are really strong? And then are there areas in the weaker part of the market that are just undervalued, that are forgotten about and represent great value for long-term investors like us? So it's almost a little bit of a barbell here where we have these great, the Tencents and Alibabas of the world, and then very selectively thinking about on the consumer and real estate side, where is there something that maybe as a 5-year investor, these might be really great value opportunities.
And you mentioned two big tech names there, but they're also now in this AI space. So we have constant conversations about U.S. AI build-out and the AI infrastructure here. As you look at Chinese AI, their CapEx so much lower. Is there then potentially more opportunity for a return there?
We think it's really interesting. First of all, much cheaper. Your typical token cost is give or take about a tenth of the cost of a token here in the West. That's
okay, we're trying to turn up right now.
Players like Alibaba, like Tencent, are rapidly integrating
23 minutes to go.
Of AI from chips to models to distribution within their business models and beginning to reap rewards right away. So we think actually the Chinese internet ecosystem is really interesting. And also, it's totally parallel to what's going on in the West. So if we do see a slowdown in capital expenditure by hyperscalers here in the West, it doesn't really impact Alibaba or Tencent.
And how are you looking at Korea? I know you mentioned SK Hynix, but obviously memory and high bandwidth memory demand top of mind. I mean, I think almost the first entire block of this show today was dedicated in some way to a discussion that stemmed from memory demand and memory shortages. So how are you looking at some of these three indexes?
Look, I think they're in incredible shape. These are companies that have historically been very cyclical, and they've managed this cycle very well. They're being very careful with capital expenditure, making sure that it's backed up by long-term orders. We can never be sure if that's going to go through, but certainly compared to other cycles, this is pretty exciting. But it is a crowded trade. There's a lot of leverage, particularly amongst the Korean retail investor, the Asian retail investor more broadly. And so while the valuations are not stretched, while we love the business model, we do recognize it's crowded, and we need to watch our risk very carefully.
And Derek, you actually brought something today that I don't think I've talked about yet in my time on Schwab Network. South Africa as an attractive market. So let's talk about South Africa. What's making it attractive from a valuation perspective?
I have a soft spot in my heart for South Africa. I think it's a wonderful country. But South Africa, a couple of reasons I really think it's fascinating. One, it's the gateway to the rest of Africa. And for the first time in a very long time, the development story in the rest of Africa is very strong. Like we have hundreds of millions of people who are really just now discovering data and smartphones and communications. And South Africa really sits in the center of that. For the last decade, a lot of European companies have really backed off. So it's almost open territory. But within South Africa itself, South Africa went through a very difficult period over the last 10 years with regard to very difficult access to power. Transportation networks really were falling apart, and they've aggressively addressed that in a way that is really impressive, in my view, by co-opting both government and the private sector. And so South Africa kind of comes into this next decade in much better shape structurally than it has been for about 10 years.
Futures are coming off the low.
And you've got a pick here out of South Africa.
S&P futures coming off the low. S&P cash. Okay. Be lovely if we could close above 7,500 for the week. In the upper half of yesterday's range, back above the 21-day. All right, looks like we're going to start to rally here. There goes Tesla popping. Tesla pop.
Smartphone penetration remains very low, and as the price of smartphone, particularly Chinese smartphones, comes down, we're going to get more of those phones into the hands of more people. We're going to use more data.
Tesla going. There goes Tesla.
All right, you also like Mercado Libre, so let's talk about that.
I think Mercado Libre is a great example of
Tesla.
desire to look forward.
All right, looks good. Tesla. Taiwan Semi still going here.
For sure, the
Taiwan Semi.
platform inside Latin America, but also, in my view, the most important financial entity or financial platform in Latin America in terms of payments, now increasingly credit cards and other financial services. I was in Argentina a few weeks ago, and you really almost can't pay for anything without Mercado Libre's apps. So we think it has a great positioning, but they have been spending a lot of money on shoring up their competitive advantage, particularly amongst or against the Chinese competitors in the e-commerce space. The catch is we've seen this movie before.
All right, Taiwan Semi. Taiwan Semi. Looking good. Wow, this thing just keeps going vertical, huh? Taiwan Semiconductor.
People get concerned about the stock, and then they come through that with an even stronger business model. And we think that's exactly what's going on now. And as we look out
Tesla. Nice move on Tesla. Higher highs, higher lows. We just broke above this pivot. Looks good. Looking good.
Senior portfolio manager over at Allspring. Coming up next is Options Corner. Kevin Horner will be joining me here in our Chicago studio to discuss the options activity in Apple following those reports on the future of its product releases. That's next on Market on Close.
Sometimes, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Have you ever watched an interview and thought, I wish they had 5 more minutes, or I want to know how they discovered that hidden gem? That's exactly where Market Matters comes in. I'm Marley Caden, and our podcast is slowing things down. We're going beyond the earnings to get to the heart of the people and companies driving the global economy. If you want the full story,
Okay, Tesla looking really good here.
subscribe wherever you get your podcasts.
Mm-hmm.
The market is moving fast. Are you ready for what's next? Join Schwab's panel of experts on Thursday, June 25th for our 2026 mid-year market outlook. From global energy spikes to volatility to inflation and the 2026 IPO landscape, get the insights that investors need for the second half
Tesla
of the
looks
year.
good.
Join us on Thursday, June 25th at 7 p.m. Eastern here on Schwab.
All right, so Tesla, very nice Tesla. All right, maybe next week you can get above the 50-day Tesla. With, we got 16 minutes to go. 16 minutes to go, Tesla. All right, looks good. Intel looks like it wants to go a little bit more. Tesla, really nice Tesla.
close. A series of Bloomberg reports this week helped to shed light on the future of Apple's product line. The news agency reporting on Tuesday that
AMD turning back up. Apple turning back up. All right, stocks are catching a little bit here. Apple turning back up. Microsoft off the low, looking for that to follow through next week. Check your options expiring today. It is a Thursday. Anything expiring? Okay, sun has already gone to work. Good. We missed the thunderstorm. We got a thunderstorm coming in. Thunderstorm inbound. You can hear the thunder in the background. Let me see where he is. New driver. He's on Carolina Forest already. Okay. All right. Tesla, nice job. AMD following through. Home Depot.
Consolidated for 2 weeks, waited, and then rallied into the 315, a pullback to the 50-day moving average. By no means out of character for a stock in an uptrend. So what we're looking for is potentially continuation from this. And I think as we'll see in some of the option detail, it kind of outlines that as well.
So when we look at Apple, I highlighted some of the new potential product releases. Those would likely come in September, as they normally do. Bloomberg is reporting those. But we also got this really nice pop to the upside today. I mean, we're up about 0.5% on a report that it may have struck a deal to work with Intel on those new chips.
S&P continues to rally off the low. S&P looking good. Nice little rally. Okay, volume coming in end of day. We're back above 7,500. That's a must. We need to stay above 7,500. Okay, there goes Tesla a little bit more. Intel turning back. Oh, this is looking good. Looking good. Nice close. Nice close.
Going into a contract here for this upcoming Monday afternoon. It's a put trade, but it's a 12-cent delta or a 0.12 delta. It's 1,977 contracts for Monday the 22nd expiration.
Can't believe I bought those AM expiration S&Ps. Done that once before. Andrew caught me. Managed to change it last time. Let's see. Wells Fargo. Okay, banks are all right. Oclo, OKLL. The nukes. Watch the nukes next week, probably. We might see something there. So tomorrow we have the day off. Markets are closed for Juneteenth. So weekend video will be out at the regular time on Sunday. Intel. Under Intel turning back up. All right, so Intel, can we get a nice runner here? Intel, I'd like to add to Intel actually. Let's see. Intel. Not going to do it. I'm not going to do it today, but probably next week. Intel. I did roll out Intel. I had the 130, 135s. We hit that 135 strike this morning. Okay, as you know how spreads work, when you get to 135, that's your max profit. The only thing that you might get is an increase in volatility if the implied volatility picks up. So I sold that into strength, and rather than actually do the roll, I bought back 135, 140s for October. What I plan to do is if this goes to 140 next week, I'll probably come in maybe to say August and maybe buy some straight call. I don't know, something like that. Buy something a little closer rather than being way out in October. Or I could just leave that and add to that position. That's a possibility too. Tesla continuation on this move. Nice little move on Tesla. Tends to do that at the end of the week sometimes. Tesla has this reputation of running on the last day of the week. Okay, looks good. With a couple of minutes to go. Couple of minutes to go. Tesla. Boo, boo, boo. Dram pulse, Dram. Okay, any AMD pulse. We got 100% calls on AMD. Okay, we've got 9 minutes to go. We got an AMD pulse, 21 million on AMD. Okay, so maybe for next week, maybe we can see AMD hold up and rally. 100% calls. 21 million, 10 prints, 21 million. Intel. AMD.
Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on SchwabNetwork.com and on all your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Okay, everything is popping right here. Everything's popping. Everything is popping here. Whoa, what happened there? Okay. Look, a nice way to close here. All right, nice way to close. Okay, AMD popping up now. Wow. A nice way to finish up the day. Nice. There goes the futures. Futures ripping. Last minute of the trading day.
And my advisor, Jennifer, she was with me with the journey, helping with the estate distribution. The two grandchildren planning for their college educations. Someday it'll be their turn.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of thinkorswim. The award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on thinkorswim desktop. Charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technicals. With nearly endless customization.
Microsoft, big pop there. Microsoft, pop, Mondo. Nice. Ooh, there goes Tesla. Tesla ripping. Okay, looks good here. Robinhood. CBRX. Okay, big move on CBRS. Nice turn, CBRS. Okay, a lot of stocks turning the corner. A lot of stocks turning back up. Okay. CBRS. CBRS.
Some major shifts in how we treat and care. And their mainstay technology essentially is a pocket-sized handheld ultrasound device that connects to a smartphone. In other words, it's called a single probe technology structure. It's called point-of-care ultrasound device. It's a technology structure that's very cost-effective, and it competes with some of the larger, ultrasound types of technologies that are supplied in the marketplace by GE Healthcare as well as Philips Healthcare. The announcement today is quite meaningful. So they announced that their system-on-a-chip technology will be utilized by Midjourney Medical in terms of their full body scanning technologies. And it's sort of a device that allows for imaging that doesn't include, the harmful effects of
Oh, there goes Tesla. Oh, look at Tesla. Holy smokes, Tesla. Whoa, what's going on with Tesla? Tesla. Nice move, Tesla.
This is a next-generation AI medical technology company. They use essentially, instead of these, single frequency or multiple frequency ultrasound technologies, which are very large in nature, this company uses software to modulate the frequencies, so it becomes essentially one that's very efficient and cost-effective, and that's their value proposition for the marketplace. So it's up a lot today, and it has to do with the fact that you're right. It is a smaller cap company by nature. I mean, yesterday's close was around $1.5 billion, but sales, in fact, have been growing. Last year, sales were at $103 million, and they're estimated to grow their sales by about 15% this year to $118, but next year to increase it by about 30% to $143 million.
And George, truth be told, I don't know that much about ultrasound regulation. So I was looking through some of the sell side notes when this came out. We saw this big move to the upside. William Blair noting they plan to have access to all of the Midjourney spots. That's about 5,000 locations, each of them having 10 scanners, which seems like huge growth. But then I was reading a note from Andrew Brackman that highlighted some uncertainties because Midjourney has to have FDA approval for this new.
Okay, 3 minutes, 30 seconds to go.
Questions about how quickly they can get that.
Nice pop.
The projected demand here and some of those numbers, and also how they intend to obtain insurance reimbursement for these scans, which he views as being critical to realizing this large market opportunity that they're discussing. I mean, are those the linchpins here in this actually needing success for this partnership?
SPIR.
Well, I think so, but one of the things you'll notice, I mean, today the stock is moving outside.
Okay, looking good.
There's not a lot of news flow per se, especially in the small cap areas of the market. So this is certainly catching wind, and it's an AI-driven software, so that's also a keyword that's causing some price mobility. But the stock itself, absent today's move, was already up like 300% this year. So this is a trend transformation or a trend reversal here, because if you look at a 5-year chart, the stock is still down, but it's making some headway in the last 6 to 9 months.
Okay, nice.
But you're right. There is still some structural challenges. It's about the adoption of the technology, the ubiquitous nature of the technology, because there are a lot of handheld devices that provide similar.
Apple turning back up. All right, looks good. Apple.
Technologies are not necessarily as good as, let's say, a traditional echocardiogram or in-office hardware that is used.
Apple looks good for next week. All right, Intel sneaking back up to the highs. Intel looking good. All right, nice little rally. All right, S&P, thank you very much. That was a nice way to end the day. Nice run up.
Going on when it comes to AI and medical care, because if you think about the nature of R&D and research and even academic research that is being sped up because of AI, I'm sure going forward in some capacity we'll probably start to hear a lot more news. And of course,
all right, AMD. Wow, nice move on AMD. Oh, did I sell AMD? I sure as hell did. AMD for next week. AMD, what time is it? 1 minute to go. AMD.
Another high on the day. We're at 889 now, but as you pointed out, not an all-time high. The all-time high is north of $14 back in 2021 for this name. But really appreciate you breaking all of that down for us, George, and taking a closer look at this overlooked name, Butterfly Network today. Ticker BFLY, up 55.25% right now.
AMD.
We are approaching the end of our market session.
All right, it was a nice run up.
here in our studio to take a look at this week's action. That's all next on Market on Close.
10 seconds, 5 seconds. And here we go. That's the closing bell. Have a great evening, everyone. I'm your host, Cousin Betty, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Looking forward to a day off tomorrow. The markets are closed. Weekend video will be out the regular time on Sunday, so make sure you check the site for that on Sunday. Otherwise, be safe. Enjoy the rest of your long weekend, and we'll see you then. Take care. Ciao.